Good idea to get going. Futures back in negative territory here, coming off a pretty impressive performance to end the week, going into the weekend following that CPI data last week that came in line with expectations. More inflation data to come this week in the form of producer prices. We'll get that tomorrow morning at 8:30. To kick things off this morning, more bank earnings as well after what we saw on Friday. Both Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley out with earnings this morning. Morgan a little bit better than expected. Goldman with, a few issues to discuss, to say the least. Going to be an interesting morning here. Not a lot as far as storylines to talk about for Tesla, but very strong here in the pre-market for Tesla shares as well. We'll have a look at that little tiny 1.5 million share IPO from Friday as well. MGOL moving around to kick things off as well. It's Tuesday, January 17th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. Just having a look at Roblox moving around here this morning. Some monthly numbers just coming through. For daily active users, 61.5 million, up 18% year over year. So a big move right now for RBLX. This stock always does this. I remember the last time these numbers came out, right as we come on every single time. Good morning. Sharif is here, as always. What a move for RBLX here.
Yeah, and I've had my eye on this one, a metaverse play, and maybe a recouping of this chip sector play as well, as more people maybe dive into some of these gaming PCs. But what a move up here, Brendo, just getting off that 33 bottom. Now we're at 38.5.
Yeah, just seeing, looks like December estimated average booking per daily user, between $6.99 and $7.14. Higher than expected as well. Let's bring in Neil and Sean here. And first of all, guys, how is the digestive system after Friday?
I mean, look, it's Tuesday. We're fine. You know what? I'll be 100% honest about this. Not trying to sound tough or anything. I felt pretty normal most of the evening, and then by the next day, like Saturday morning, was actually pretty chill. Like I actually thought it was going to be a heck of a lot worse on the other side of it than it was. All that being said, like
preparation.
Yeah, but preparation mattered. But like actually physically eating the chip was hotter than even I was sort of anticipating. But yeah, it wasn't that bad. It was a good weekend. I think it's going to be a fantastic week of trade. You've already got the banks looking relatively good so far. I mean, I don't know. Like I don't want to be jinxing anything, but Morgan looks pretty good right now. That's kind of looking strong. Goldman Sachs will take a gander at as well. This Roblox news is pretty spicy because, as you mentioned there, breaking out in a big way on the 50 and just continuing to do some damage. Just came straight from 25, a little bit of a recent base, and just sort of looking through the numbers here. Yeah, it looks like the year. I mean, their estimated bookings, 430 million to 439. That's like 17 to 20% year over year growth. Pretty solid there. You're getting a huge parabolic move up. I tend to want to see how this settles back down on the way in here. I would have liked 35 as an obvious technical break level, but I don't know if we get a second crack at that number. 40 is going to loom large, obviously, here for Roblox. So a great start to the week. I mean, the market's to the downside, but a great start here for Roblox at least.
Yeah, we're already long here. Welcome, guys. What's up? We're already long. Took a fairly decent-sized position here in Apple. It just broke through 135. We're already long right now, so we've already got 25 cents in the pocket. We took one piece out there at 22 or 23. Now you're starting to run. I have an offer at 50 as well. What a strong name Apple continues to be here. And I just think with the momentum going forward today, look at Apple up 0.4, market right now 0.25. We're ready to rock and roll, man. We're already long, and we're already hitting it now. So this has been a great little morning to start with so far. There's going to be lots of stuff moving around. Alibaba's on the notes today. I got the watch list. I'm working on it right here. It's about to go out. The very first name is Apple long, 135. So we're long right now. We've got Amazon on our mind. We've got Shopify. We've got everything. I've already talked about them. Baba as well. There goes Apple trying to take out 135.30. Really strong there. Roblox, I feel like it's a fade up to 40, but we'll wait to see what that's doing. Huge move to the upside. You know, I'm a shareholder of this name, and I like Roblox moving forward here. Let's check out quickly what Meta's doing as well. As 137. Wow, Meta right now climbing as well. What a good day it's going to be here. Meta down on the day, but wow, up to 137. Let's see if we can take that out from Friday, 137.50, 137.60. Yes, welcome to once again. Hope you guys checked out my Twitter this weekend. I had some pretty interesting things going on there, so hopefully check that out. And yes, you are now tuned in to the best trading show on YouTube. Check out the sticky note I'm working on. It's going to be out in a couple seconds.
Of things moving around here, including that Ryan Cohen note on BABA that we'll talk about. Kind of surprising. Anyways, first segment of the show, as always, brought to you by Surge Trader, guys, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million and keep 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, forex, crypto, and more. Simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Promo code TTV will get you 10% off as well. Here was the main headline I sat down to this morning. It was a little bit doom and gloom off of this. China Q4 GDP data coming in much lighter than expected. That was ahead of earnings from Goldman and Morgan Stanley. So initially, some of these Chinese ADRs were actually trading lower, including the EV names, specifically NIO, XPeng, and Li Auto, I noticed, were under a lot of pressure. But this one, as we were talking about there, Alibaba, the first to go red to green, still trying to hold anyway, some key levels here for Alibaba. But Ryan Cohen disclosing a position in BABA.
Yeah, and he has a big following, Brendo. Also, you know, the Chinese premier coming out and saying they're open to the world now. So some of these headwinds that they've had with respect to GDP, I think that was kind of priced in.
Yeah, it's Davos week as well. The China premier speaking over in Davos saying, China's open, all are welcome. And that kind of started the initial move back to the upside here, guys. But what do we make of this Ryan Cohen getting involved in Alibaba?
Well, look, the activist, the meme activist is set his sights on BABA, and look, a lot of people have been saying BABA's undervalued for a long time. So this is not like some way out there sort of notion like saying like some of the other turnarounds. I'll leave it at that one. There's some of the other turnarounds and some of the other plays that he's made. This is very, very different. There's a lot of people that have been chasing, saying the actual real value of Alibaba relative to the size of its business and its valuation has been too depressed for too long. He tends to think here, and Cohen that is, that they can be much more aggressive when it comes to buybacks. So a lot of things sort of moving. But this stock, it's basically doubled up since October, close to it, at least very, very close to it. And that 120 mark is going to come into play. When the algos get going here and when the gamma squeeze start happening, you know how far this one can churn. However, it's been in a bit of a channel all of last week, and I'm just looking for the breakout of the channel. I'm looking to only either buy dips, and I'm looking very squarely at 111 if it would have come out a little more negatively here today. And then if there's a tight move, I'm looking at 116.50, basically right in that cluster where we close. If we can hold that, then I think you've got some relative strength in BABA on the way to that 120 level. I think it's got all kinds of room to run off that 120. But I want to point this out. Like, one of the reasons why I'm looking at that immediate level at 116.5 is the weakness in some of the other Chinese e-commerce names. If they start catching any kind of a bounce, and BABA could just be good where it is. And JD, this one stands out like a sore thumb. And as you said there with the GDP numbers, Brendan, looking like they were going to be weak with some slowing growth and the reopening maybe not going the way that everybody's expecting it to. The 61 level on JD.com, it's not necessarily a flat bottom break, but there is a sizable gap if it does break that 61 on JD.com. I think if that happens, BABA is more likely to have a chance to get down to some of those lower levels. But I'm playing the relative strength on BABA until I see otherwise. And if I look for a sell, it's going to be JD, probably taking out that 61. If JD were to spike, I like 65 for sure. I'm not sure we see that at any point today, though.
Looking here. We took another piece out of Apple at the 30 level. All right, so Alibaba, look, I mean, this Ryan Cohen news, only good news for them. They're relatively strong today, up 0.2 versus the market, which is negative. So for me, it's a huge long, just a matter of finding out where we're going to buy. So I'm going to start it right now. I put it on the sticky note. I wouldn't be surprised if we dip down to 116-ish, and then we just buy, and we get out at 115. I mean, let's just not treat this any difficult than it needs to be here. There's 116 right there. That's kind of, where we dipped into midday on Friday. It held 116. Here's 115 down here. I mean, with good news, coming from the stock, it's up today. Do we take out Friday's bottom? Nah, I don't think so. That's 114. So I'm not gonna trust it because it's a Chinese equity. So I don't know, if I trust this as far as I can throw it. But 115 right there. If that doesn't hold, then we'll get out and assume that we test this 114. And then if we test 114, then we can reassess what the market's doing at that time. So for me, pretty simple trading here. We'll go long at 116. I already have my bids out. So we're going to go long at 116 if we get any dips like 116-ish. And then we'll bring this down to 115, and then that's that. So that's what we're trying to do on Alibaba. Try to take the long. When Ryan Cohen's talking, people listen. So for me, it's pretty obvious. 0.25 up. You might even want to buy calls on this thing. Breaking through 120 is going to be inevitable. I mean, look how much this can run. Now you got an American behind it. Plus you got Chinese government probably running this name up just as much as well. So you got a lot happening here on Alibaba. I think it's foolish to take your eye off of it. We're going to be on it around 116. Let's see if it goes and we miss it. It's just like banks. We could talk all we want about banks, right? We didn't trade them on Friday. They were huge moves up. I feel like we always focus on these tech names. So today we'll be looking at Alibaba. JP Morgan's a nice sell there as well. I don't even see Alibaba on here. So hopefully, that's BBVA. Hopefully it'll come in and will give us a little bit of an idea. But for me, it's going to be Alibaba long and strong until we break that 115.
All right, there was a very positive note this morning out from a number of analysts, not one, but two. I want to focus on this one right now, though. Wedbush on Netflix, guys. One that was very, very strong. We were talking about it basically all last week. Daily chart, pretty impressive on this. Dead flat right now, but if you zoom out a little bit, we did have another nice move on Friday for Netflix. Immensely profitable, raising their price target from Wedbush on NFLX today. Notably as well, Roku and Snap, the other direction to the downside. But what do we do with Netflix here, Sharif?
I bought Netflix last week. I just want to make that very clear before I want to preface my argument. I like it. I think that the two-tiered system is going to bring in more viewers. They're cracking down on password sharing. So you're looking at more revenue coming in. And I think that there's more in the pipeline, Brendo. This is a company that's proven that they can deliver good content.
Yeah, this is I want to say third, but we had at least one or maybe two last week as well on the positive side as far as analyst moves, guys. But here we go again. Wedbush trying to go green here. Or Netflix, I should say.
Yeah, well, everyone's trying to go green on Netflix recently. But look, we get earnings this week on these guys. So I don't know that, look, it could go. There's no question about that. But I'm kind of thinking to myself, okay, let's be really patient with them before those earnings. I'd really like to be buying in the channel that's set up here. Down around that 320 level, if you get it. I don't think that's going to be the case. So I was just, if it's going to hang out in the channel, let's see it actually break into new territory. You do have sort of an obvious gap fill that happened disastrous, those last earnings. And that was about that 335.5 or so. And then we just had a recent top up there as well. So you got a bit of a double top forming. You tried to break out from that on Friday. Didn't really sustain the break. You're back beneath that 335 level. So I need to see this breaking up before I get interested in Netflix. I mean, Roku, I'm not that interested in trading that one at all. I just find Netflix, once it starts going and it's giving you a breakout of a channel, it becomes a lot more clear how to participate. So the last time broke a channel like this, you had multiple opportunities to get in. I'm going back to the beginning of the year. It was actually on the 4th. There was a breakout. There was also a dip at the open. It gave you a late afternoon dip as well. And then you can sort of see we were essentially rallying almost every single day after that. That's what I want to see have happen here. Looks like we're making a bit of a top on Netflix. If it breaks before earnings, fantastic. But I'm not going to be, it's not the first place that I'm going to. Obviously, we're going to trade that one when we get those earnings to be sure. I'd rather get it buying that dip or catching it when it finally starts to break out there instead of anticipating a move that doesn't look like it's going to happen. It's basically the same thing as the market right now. Relatively light volume on Netflix. Amazon looks more interesting. Tesla looks more interesting. Alibaba looks more interesting. Meta looks more interesting. Roblox looks more interesting to me. So it's a long list of names that I want to trade before Netflix today.
All right. I don't know. I think Netflix was pretty good. I was just checking here. I don't know. I'm not going to sell. I'm up 50. I just checked 57% on Netflix holdings. Was very lucky to finally step into this near the bottom, and it's been such an epic run lately on Netflix. But I think it looks similar to. I mean, I'm long Apple. I think it looks similar than all these names because you're taking out some of the tops. We have Shopify coming out here as well near that $40 mark. For me, I mean, you're just sitting around these tops. So that's 332, 330, 250. I mean, that's where we're at. We've sort of taken these tops out. So to me, the next move is just simply put higher. So, I mean, 336, 337, you're at 332 now. So I think you just trade this as if it was a normal kind of looking name, straight to the upside. You know, kind of looks, I mean, Amazon's going a little crazy right now too. But 336, I think we could take that out, and then you probably see 340. So I'm going to go long, 336-ish. I mean, we'll watch. We're going to have Apple long at this point. We're going to have Shopify long. If everything breaks, there are better longs, but I like this name. You can give it back down here to 330 pretty safe. And then if it really runs, how about this 333 top? Like, we're not there yet. We got to get above it. I mean, Netflix is down today. The market's down. So that's why it's just as market right now. But if you can get above 333, then you can sort of use this as the bottom. So let's get above 333 and trade, see if we can take out 336. If we take 336, then we use this 333 as a bottom. I think you get to 340, so it gives you about a 1-to-1 risk to reward, if not a little bit better. So for me, I like Netflix going long here. Looks pretty good on the 20-minute. The minute, there's not much happening, 37,000 shares. Today, volume nice, there's 300. It's been a huge run up for Netflix. Let's just see if it continues. The market's trying to go now. Apple's been really good. We hit the long there. You can see 135, looking to take it out again. We've stopped up here at 40 before. We have a decent position. We have like a full position here. So we'll probably take another piece out here at 40 and then see if Apple can get through 136 up to 140 themselves here today. So right now, Apple cruising with a nice little long coming in. Tesla should also be interesting today.
Just having a look at, we'll talk about Microsoft coming up here. There was a downgrade this morning on Microsoft, but I was just having a look at the calendar here. Goldman Sachs, guys, the earnings call going to start at 9:30 this morning. It's right there. So 9:30 for the earnings call for anyone notably going to be looking at GS this morning. You just found an interesting note on Goldman as well.
An interesting little tidbit here, Brendo. They're provisioning $972 million for consumer credit losses compared to last year where they provisioned $344 million. So they're clearly looking at some sort of economic slowdown that's going to be manifesting itself in bad loans.
We'll keep an eye on any comments that come from that again right as the market opens for GS. Here's Tesla, guys, 2.4. to the upside. Nice move Friday. I mean, we got back to basically flat. Extending that move, though, through 125, trying to hold right now, 125 as support. Minor note here, Hertz going to offer 25,000 EVs to Uber over in Europe starting in 2025, couple of years. That 25,000 number going to come from Tesla and Polestar.
Yeah, and look, Tesla's been trying to go to 130. I feel like for the last week and a half here, everyone keeps coming in here, and when you like the long, it's like, oh, there's room to 130, this is going to go, and it's had some strong moves. It just hasn't been able to get past this 125 mark and go more than $1. So today feels like this can be that day. You got the Monday, you're essentially breaking out here. I like a top break on Tesla this AM. It's 126.25. It's last week's high. As I said, there's a bit of room to 130. And even if you break 130, you go all the way back into sort of mid-December, you got this like 140 where you had the last sort of significant consolidation drop. So there's so much room for this one to get another leg up. I'm looking for that to be today. If I take that break and 125 can't hold, there's nothing you can do about it. We could be back at that 120 level. So I like Tesla for the top end break here today. It's not a 26 even because we've already gone to the quarter in the pre-market, and I just think there's room to finally run here for Tesla. So I'm going to take that shot here. If it doesn't, like if we break that 126 and it doesn't get to 130, I'll probably like that level. As long as we hold that 125 mark, I might like that same setup throughout the week, but I'm taking a top end break, put my stop out. Usually I like to have my stop orders in a little bit closer to the open. Tesla's done $4 million in volume. It's probably a good break at any time.
All right. Just looking around here, Tesla up 2.5%. I mean, obviously, if we're going to think this market's going to go good, we have it bullish. If the market's going to go bullish today, which is still down 0.28. So we'll see if that does happen or not. But 125, very key level, obviously, for Tesla. We've looked at it the last couple of days here when it was having a problem, and you have to go back. It was having a problem around 124 before eventually breaking it here in the pre-market. So I feel like a back test of that 124 area. I mean, that's not rocket science. It's only $1 away from now. But look at this here. Darn it, we have that stupid wick again. I don't know what to do. But okay, right here, 124, 126-ish. You know, that's where we are. You can get back into this level. I think if it does, you go long here, 124. Just wait to see if you do make that bounce back in. It wouldn't be surprising if you do pull back a little bit, especially if this market doesn't hold. Tesla's up 2.5%, really on nothing. Just, I mean, there's momentum to the upside here. We'll see. I mean, once Elon can sort of get everything settled down, it looks like Twitter, he's going to find a replacement at some point, I guess, on the CEO front, and then we'll go back here, and then we'll see what Tesla's doing. But hey, a great bottom off that 104 up to 130, so congratulations. I would say you might want to bank some of that 25, 30% if you've been able to realize it. But, you know, nice move up. Just like I said about Netflix, we did take some out around 288, 290 for 45% or so. If you have the same kind of a move up in Tesla in 2 weeks, probably worth taking. Wouldn't be surprised. That's the daily. You've seen it's just been disastrous. Our splits don't happen. But right there, 170. Basically, out of 15 days, there was like 2 up days there, and then we're missing some data there. I don't know what's up with that. And then now it's like 4, 5, 6 days straight to the upside, bouncing off this 130 again. So for me, you got to wait for 130 to come through on Tesla. When it does, then it's for sure a long. But for right now, I wouldn't be surprised if we sort of settle between 122 to 123 today. So probably worth testing a long once we get down in there in case the market does pop. So that's what we're looking at. You can see we're fading out a little bit here. We did get that 30 or that 40 top right there on Apple. So, you know, we're starting to get a little bit out here on AAPL. But I like Tesla. It's just it's up too much right now to be like, yeah, let's buy it, because the market could go relatively red today after nice battle backs on Thursday and Friday against some of that inflation data. So watch out for Tesla pulling back. Wouldn't be surprised if we start the day around 123-ish.
Just seeing CVNA popping up here. Some tax-related headlines coming across for Carvana. Not a lot of volume, though. Let's get some other analyst moves for you to kick things off for a new week here. Upgrades, Kroger, Under Armour, Wayfair, and WWE back on this board for the second or third time in a week or so. Wells Fargo liking WWE. Bank of America, Wells Fargo downside this morning. Roku and Pfizer.
Nobody downgraded Silvergate. They lost $1 billion. Okay, I mean,
Crypto. I mean, people are just dangerous to play.
Yeah, but I guess also too, like everyone's probably that is going to downgrade them, has already downgraded them. But Roku, I think we talked about Roku, or at least Brendan mentioned Roku in passing there when discussing Netflix. That $50 level on Roku gets pretty interesting, or at least if it can hold above that 50. But it's the 50-period moving average that had my attention last week. I'm kind of missing. Yeah, you guys get the point. Like this stock bringing out from 40 back up to the 50 period there at 52. So it's got some obvious overhead resistance. Throw in the fact that it's relatively weak today. I mean, I wasn't that interested in Netflix, but this one could be very spicy. If the market's red today, rejecting that 50 period and rejecting $50 on Roku isn't a terrible setup. I guess we'll talk some Silvergate when we get to the crypto stocks, to be sure. I'm surprised they didn't get a downgrade, to be honest with you. But this downgrade might be worth it, not necessarily because of the downgrade, but just because it might have been due for a pullback. It just got to the 50-period moving average, or close enough to it at $52, and could be a short up here. Not a lot of pre-market volume on it just yet, but yeah, of those names, it's probably the only one that kind of catches my attention. I just feel like when you're looking at WWE and how strong that's been, I mean, I feel like there was probably a good opportunity when the rumors started to just buy calls on that. I'm not sure how any deal is going to go down or when it might, but that's certainly one to keep an eye on. I've only traded it once and lost.
All right. Yeah, I was going to talk a little bit about that as well. Okay, yeah, we're changing a rule in our other fantasy football pool, whereby if you have an injury, only in the playoffs. So once you're in fantasy playoffs,
okay.
If you have an injury to a guy in the first quarter, then you've preset like a taxi squad.
Dude, I've been trying to.
That just passed.
I've been trying to get that rule in my dynasty league. It's
Well, it's like the Jonathan Taylor rule. Like, you start Jonathan Taylor, it's a playoff. Regular season,
who cares? But
whatever. I mean, you take the L, that's fantasy football, but you start, like, somebody in a playoff game and they get hurt in the first quarter.
It's brutal.
Then basically you just sub in whoever you had on the bench, but you have to designate it.
You designate the player ahead of time.
So you don't just get to pick the guy that has the best points.
Yeah, it just makes it more. It makes it
Oh,
more
it's just
fun.
like if you have 2 starting quarterbacks, you go, okay, my third guy would sub in if what's his name gets hurt. And also it helps for people that have depth as well, right?
Yeah.
So it just shows. Anyways, yeah, WWE, we'll talk about that quickly. Apparently there's some people putting on the chat here that, Vince is now filing different things with the SEC and so on and so forth. Look, with all that controversy that was surrounding Vince McMahon, as far as some inappropriate behavior, things like that, now that he's back, I wouldn't surprise me. Stephanie McMahon is sort of, is gone now apparently. Still married to Triple H, of course, and Shane is around. I mean, I just know the drama from back in the day, but there is different competition with WWE, but it wouldn't surprise me if Vince just sets a sail and is out of here. So let's wait to see what that deal comes through. It's definitely going to happen, I would say. I mean, it's too much money to be left on the table. You're seeing the Saudis also offered Messi $350 million to play 1 year. They've already given Ronaldo $250 million. So if the Saudis want to get involved here, again in the entertainment world, I mean, there isn't a bigger, more successful franchise really than WWE as far as what they've been able to do with media. They're still selling out. WrestleMania is still huge, so on and so forth. So I don't know if it's going to be a straight cash deal or what, but WWE definitely to the high side. Looks like it's going to take out this $92. I mean, it's only done, see, right now it's done 1,000 shares, 1.8. So it's done nothing here today. The spread is $1. So I don't, right now it's crazy to get involved, but I still think a 92 take right there gets it probably up. I mean, it wouldn't be surprising if he's like, they'll just take $100 on this deal or something. So we'll see if that can come through. It's already up huge since that sort of rumor started there, from 70 up to 98 as far as they got. You can see it's well valued now, well up, man, well up. And yeah, I just think that, hey, if there's a deal that's coming through north of $100, I can't see the McMahon family and shareholders turning that down. So sometimes when there's smoke, there's fire, and there's been smoke here for a couple weeks. So I would say WWE is definitely going to be get an offer. I don't know whether or not it's accepted or not, and I think it's north of $100. So hey, it's at 91 right now. Let's see what happens. Only 1.8K though, and I don't hold shares. Obviously, wish we did, but nice move to the upside here for WWE. I can see it continuing, but less volume for a day trader. Not really tradable at this time.
Similar, just checking on earnings for both Pepsi and Coca-Cola, not until February, but a couple of positive notes here this morning, one from JP Morgan, the other from Credit Suisse as well on PEP and KO, worth a note as well. I saw a few people talking about these this morning. We mentioned briefly the Chinese ADR's downside along with the EV makers. XPeng following Tesla, going back to 2 weeks ago, I guess it was. Tesla was the first to come through with price cuts in China. Now we're seeing the smaller ones following suit.
Yeah, absolutely. XPeng cutting cars from between 10 to 13% for both of its sedan and SUV models. But Brendo, they're doing something a bit different than what Tesla did last time, which is they're offering extended service for people who purchased before the price cut, trying to alleviate that PR nightmare that Tesla had to deal with.
Worth a shot, I guess, as far as keeping people happy. But some of the EVs guys over in China this morning showing some relative weakness.
Yeah, look, if Tesla, the big dog, cuts costs, or sorry, cuts prices, and generally speaking has been doing so, then everyone else is going to follow suit. It's like if Brennan wears a fantastic looking shirt, then Sharif is going to try and do the same thing and copy his look as well. So I think it's inevitable. I think I know exactly where I want to buy NIO today, and it's in front of $11. I don't know if we'll get that opportunity to do so. I just don't want to trade it at $11.50. I look at what's been happening the last little week, and the one time I missed an obvious even dollar level, just sit on the bid and take it, last week was Intel at 29, and usually I'll just be like, just sit in front of the bid. Just let it get there and then bounce off it. And it was like one of the cleanest moves you'll ever see. And I'm kind of thinking the same way about NIO around that 11. It might be 11.10 here where we got to on Thursday, that there could be that dip, but I don't want to touch it unless I'm trading off 11 or trading off a 12. No diddling. I knew you were going to do that at some point. I mean, look, Sharif, it's fine. They won a game. Tom Brady is 1 million years old. and we did like 5 yards per pass attempt. Like, whoop-de-doo. Look, get excited, A, when your kicker can actually bother to kick the ball again, because quite frankly, that was embarrassing, and B, when they beat a better team. So that's all I'm going to say out there. You don't want any part of the Buffalo Bills, the Dallas Cowboys. Last night's game was like the perfect game for me, because I hate Tom Brady, and I hate the Cowboys. So I was like, you know what? I don't give a damn, man. It's like as long as other people are, as long as there's enough disaster to go around and there's some funny moments out there, that I really didn't care. It was easy to be able to just soak it all in, have equal amount of hate for both teams. Neither one of them had any chance to win the Super Bowl anyway, so it's just a little bit of entertainment to go through. But here's my question for you: You missed
49ers are going to be hard.
You missed 3 extra points.
Yeah, 4 extra points.
No, but why would you send him out there for the 4th?
Well, because he's got to get that figured out. I mean, it was 24-0 or whatever it was at that point. Anyways, that was strange. Wonder if he had. I mean, we talk about the yips being real. No, but it is real. But
it is a real thing.
I don't know. That Maher guy he should have enough experience to hit extra points. Anyways, can you still sign guys? I think you probably can if you have. They probably have an extra kicker on the practice squad. Not that Sharif would know that anyways. But Sharif, I think you're going to be in trouble about the 49ers, man. I mean, but they do have a legitimate gripe, though, which is crazy because the game is scheduled for Saturday. So they played on Monday, then they got to play on Saturday. Meanwhile, San Fran's been chilling since Saturday.
It's
2 extra days and at home, and they have to travel across the country.
Shouldn't there be a rule against that? I don't understand how a team can be at that kind of a competitive disadvantage in the playoffs. I don't like the Cowboys, but that is it's garbage as far as I'm concerned. When I saw that, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense they can do that. And then it's going to be Bills versus Cincinnati, so the game that we've all been waiting for, so hopefully that'll happen. And then we already know DeMar Hamlin seems to be good, so that'll be good. That'll be all emotional and stuff that, which is great to see, obviously. But all right, let's go back over here. Apple just unveiled a new MacBook. I don't think that really matters. Starbucks and DoorDash expand delivery partnership. SBUX here quickly. Let's just see if there's anything coming through on that one. We've already talked about Starbucks being a great buy over the next little while, I think, anyways. There's Starbucks right now kind of doing absolutely nothing on some of that news, but they're looking to break out as well through 107 on the top end. I really like Starbucks working out. You want to talk all about how China's doing so well? Starbucks, man, nice move up here on the daily chart, 85 to 107, and this is another name. There's a lot of names that look like this, man, that are breaking the top. We already took the top out on Apple, and that's 30 cents now, or 20 cents now, going, hopefully more. But I like Starbucks here the same kind of way, trying to break out the top again, man. Like, you have this great 105 bottom, and you're just trying to take 107. That's a huge move. Even if you take 100 shares, your risk is 100, 200 bucks to the downside, when I think you have some nice upside scalp opportunities here for Starbucks. So, yeah, man, I really like this name breaking out as well. So, as this day goes, freezing. My hands are absolutely freezing right now here. I have no idea what's going on, but we're ready to rock and roll. Let's go back over to the big desk. I hope you guys enjoyed. Every single one of those NFL games was pretty good, except last night. Yeah. So, Brendan, what did you think of the football game last night?
Amazing. Best one ever. No, it's unnecessarily cold in here today for some reason. I was just reading through this note on Apple, guys, Mac Mini and MacBook Pro. These were talked about in the last launch event, so here we are. M2 and M2 Pro processors coming to Mac Mini and MacBook Pro. That's all you need to know. Let's show you this real quick. Here's how European markets are shaping up to kick off the holiday shortened week. Not a holiday shortened week for European markets, though. So a little bit of red, to say the least. Spain, dead flat. Everything else kind of there or thereabouts. Arun is standing by with a look at the futures to kick things off for a Tuesday morning here. Arun, what do we need to know?
Well, I mean, this is the first day coming out of a long weekend. I try to stay away from any pre-market trades going into this, because you don't know how this market's going to react. There's this one day where there's like a half session with a little bit of volume, which was yesterday, and then here we are coming into the day. We really haven't broken a range. It's one of those wait and see moments after 9:30. Are we going to take a range top? Are we not? Are we going to break down? We've been going sideways pretty much all of yesterday. Expected. Hopefully we didn't do too much, but we just went sideways. We did push the upper band a little bit, so we're going to say 40.30 is going to be the top end. If we're going to break out, we need to hit that at the top. And then 39.95 seems to be the bottom end. So we're kind of boxed in here, and this market's going to give us what direction we're going to go in at the open. So until that happens, whichever side goes, I'll jump on board and see if we can take a shot. Of course, if we go to the upside, it's all price discovery at that point, right? It's all brand new levels. We got nothing down, nothing up there. If we break down, there's a few points. We've been bouncing around 70, 39.70-ish, 39.60. That could come and play once again. That's one level to watch. And then, of course, going south of 50, going all the way down to my next level, which is 39.20. That's going to be where I'm going to be looking. Somewhere between 50 and 20 is where, if we're going to look for some sort of a dip buy, or not even a dip buy, if it's selling off and it gets to a point where it starts to turn around or start to feel like there's a turnaround there, I would look for something south of 39.50 into 39.20 for a turnaround point. But that's all I'm going to use, those three levels, the 40.30, the 39.95, and the 39.20, and we'll let this market decide what it wants to do at the open.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. That is the link to the watch list. Make sure you grab that every day. If you haven't done so already, just hit that link, enter your email address, and you can have that for free from us every single day. Let's kick things off with crypto. I'll show you Coinbase, and then I'll show you Bitcoin and Ethereum, because Coin is trying to lead anyways. Back to the upside right now. Just saw another volume alert go off there, 5.4% for Coin on the back of what happened over the weekend. Nice look here for both Bitcoin and Ethereum. Yeah, that's 21,300 or thereabouts currently, and 1,500 and change here, 75.80 for Ethereum. We got the big breakout finally, guys, for crypto over the weekend. What do we do with some of these equities to kick things off here today?
Well, they are as hot as it is cold, and it's crazy. Like
Freezing in here.
Since you said it, it's dropped at least 2 degrees in here. But Coinbase, it's been squeezing already, along with what I feel like is happening is you're getting so much doom and gloom with the FTX fallout that some of the bottoms that got made on panic, you're getting this relief rally on them. You're having a lot of you're getting a lot of shorts covering things like MSTR and Riot and Mara. I think Mara, short interest on Mara is gigantic. It's like 40% or something on MARA. Coin has a decent short interest. Silvergate's like 50% or whatever short. So you're getting a lot of covering on this rally into the upside and some squeezing going on. And at some point, there is going to be a significant turn on these. And I just always feel that it's probably, for lack of a better term, I always feel like it's safer sometimes trading over in a Coinbase. I'm looking this week at that $60 level, which looks like a pretty big pivot. I think 55 is going to have to come first, and then all those $5 levels are going to become key for me. However, it was Silvergate that reported this morning, and like I said, lost $1 billion. That's not a small amount of money. Nothing about the report is going to be overwhelmingly good. It's up 8% because of everything I just said about squeezing, about short interest, and it's about to get to that $15 level, which last week I said that was kind of like not the line in the sand, but that's the level I believe would be that short from the gap down. So we could take that 15 here today. I'll likely be short before I even look at a breakout from that price. I think it's a pure squeeze if Silvergate gets through this level. It's not a fundamental play to say it's going long here. Outside of you're going to have a lot of people that are going to have to start short covering, and when that velocity gets going, you can definitely see explosive upside. So I like that 15 level. I'm going to be short before I'm long. That's just how it is. If it goes there at the open and starts curling, I'm going to like that short. If it was a dip buy in here, maybe it's at $12.50, but I don't think I even want to do that here. I'm just eyeballing that 15 on Silvergate. It was at $21, $22, and then in a matter of minutes got to that 15 level. So I'm not saying it's going to go to 21 today, but that's the key line in the sand for me on SI.
Look, hey, what's up, guys? Look, we talked about it. Congratulations to anybody that's been long crypto. I used to have a crypto thing here. We'll just go awesome for that as we are working on getting more, of course.
Hang on.
There you go. You got the congratulations. So congratulations to anybody that was long crypto. We talked about that. When you start hearing people calling it disastrous, you know that there is a potential to go back up to the upside, man. And I think that that's what's happened here. A lot of people got a lot of depressed with crypto, and I feel like in good reason, man. I mean, this dropped from 65 or 68 down to 16. But the good thing about 16 is, I guess it's a great year, but I guess you're not legal. Down here, 17,000. Once you broke above that, you basically had, I don't know why this isn't loading, but you basically had 15.8, I believe was the bottom down there. Once you broke through 17, you could have used that as your $2,000 sort of buffer there. Remember, like a stock going from $15 to $17, now you're up to $21.50, right? So that's the way I kind of look at Bitcoin, not in the thousands, because then it's like, oh my God, it just moved $10,000. But realistically, you just got to look at that as a percentage move. So Bitcoin up to 21.5. What I think this is lighting up to be here, watch out if you break 20 again, because this is the thing. Look, a lot of us own crypto. That's fine. That's great. I don't think a lot of people have really traded it overly aggressively over the last little while. But look what people are trading. Coinbase. Coinbase has gone from $32 when I was like, this stock is pure garbage, straight up to $52, $53. As Bitcoin goes, obviously, no matter what happens, Coinbase seems to want to go with it. So an absolutely huge move up for Coinbase. Congratulations, anybody that has this move. But if you're not very bullish in the crypto universe, that this is the name you want to short. I'm actually getting close to picking up some puts on this name. I just think if crypto goes down 2 or 3 grand and we retrace back to like 18.5, 19, something like that, then this name probably comes back to 43, 44. Like Coinbase, just because it went up, doesn't mean it can't fall just as easily. I'm not sure anything is solved here. You got to wait for regulation to come through. I look at this 54 top. You don't want to stand in front of a freight train. I mean, crypto's booming right now, and I think it would be very, very silly. I tried to short this name in here around $44, $46. That didn't work last week, and now you're up huge. So I'm going to leave Coinbase alone, despite I like the crypto market. It's been good, man. We're buying some Cardano. I haven't really bought anything too low here on Coinbase or on Bitcoin or Ethereum, but for me, I'd be shorting the exchanges on any of these bump ups. It's one story away. We came in that one day and you saw SI was down 40%. I mean, SI is still down here at $15, but you're one story away from, from Coinbase being one of these sort of issues as well. So I don't know. I stay away from this. I like to see more investment in Coinbase from bigger companies as well, like that BlackRock investment. If that can come through more at these levels, then I'd have a little bit more faith. But honestly, this move up, I'm going to call it, I don't know, just it's nice. It's too much. It's nice sentiment on crypto. But honestly, from crypto going from 17 to 22, I don't think that means Coinbase goes from 32 to 54. So for me, I'll still remain a short on that one. Only one position on board for me right now, and that's Apple. And we're right back to the highs again. Let's see if Apple can continue to go. But for me, Coinbase, no play until we start seeing Bitcoin come back down, and then we'll fade it.
Wow. All right, a few things to note as far as Chinese ADRs are concerned. First off, GDP data out overnight in China for Q4 was lighter than expected. That was down here. And then over in Davos, remember, if you're just joining us a little bit late, it's Davos week, so we're going to get a lot of comments coming through on a whole wide range of topics from that, what is it called, the Global Economic Forum or something along those lines? So anyways, they were talking this morning about China being open for business and all are welcome. Why don't, Sharif, you talk about this. I'm going to go turn the air conditioning off because it's freezing in here.
Guys, Ryan Cohen has taken a stake in Alibaba, reported by the Wall Street Journal. Apparently, he was building his position over the second half of last year. It's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, the report notes. But here's the kicker, guys. He's trying to get the board to buy back a lot of its shares. He's basically showing them the stencil of Apple, where they've bought back billions of dollars over the past few years, and their stock has soared. So Ryan Cohen, big following, Brendo. Yeah,
it's a bit of a change in direction, I guess. Not really the type of stock that we've obviously been known for Ryan Cohen to be getting involved with here, guys. But as we were saying early on, if you joined us this morning, when Ryan Cohen makes a move, a lot of people are going to follow suit.
We know that to be the case. Just a couple of things. Silvergate already broke 15, so I took some out of quarters, I took some out of halves, and I'm just going to let it go. It's a squeeze, man. You have a company worth less than $500 million in market cap that lost $1 billion. You guys can understand fundamentally what this is all about here. But Alibaba, I actually thought it would be a little bit more active in the pre-market. It's not really doing much. Like, I like BABA for the longs. I think it's even fantastic. It was a daily, so you can kind of look at what 120 is going to look like if you can get a breakout of this little cluster that we have here. But yeah, but you're just lulling me to sleep. So I feel like if we're not really screaming towards that breakout, then what comes next is, of course, like the dip buy opportunity. So I was looking at that 116.5, and we'll see if we actually. If we get that at the open, that's the pre-market low. Like, if it can hold the pre-market low, I would say if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. But if that gets taken out, there's some deeper levels in here that can start working. 114, 111, both to the downside. If it's going to be a short day on the Chinese ADRs, it's JD that I like through 61. So this is what that looks like. And obviously you had the entire group of Chinese ADRs were all negative at one point overnight over some concerns with China, Chinese strength. So I feel like if I get along, I like the Alibaba, but I just want to see some actual buyers step in here at the open above 116.5. Otherwise, I might just be immediately going for that short in JD. I just like the risk to reward over here on JD.com breaking that key level, if in fact it does break. I mean, if 61 never goes, then I'm never taking it.
Yeah, I was looking at 115, 116 for Alibaba. We wrote it down on the sticky note here. I just think that, whenever you're throwing around names like Ryan Cohen, it seems like that could definitely get the stock going. As Apple right now, 50 cents in the money and continuing to move higher. I just wrote down here, let's see if it holds 115. I mean, it's pretty simple trade for me here. You can look at the 20 period, come back in. We'll see if it wants to hold this level. That's where we started back on the 13th, Friday. Nice little dip down in there. Hit 114, then just took off. Now you went up to 118. Let's see if it fades back. My first bid's at 116, right into there, the bottom of Friday. We'll see if it can, one of the bottoms there. We'll see if it can hit there. 116, 116.50 is sort of where we're going to start this. I have my bid at actually lower, 116.10 to see if that comes in. But here's Alibaba from Friday. I'm not going to look too far. It's either this Ryan Cohen news works or it doesn't. So there's 116.50 right there. Here's 116, that little area that we talked about. And then 115.50 where we weren't sure what we wanted to do before continuing to go to the upside. So to me, if we break below this 115.50, then we got to really start to reassess it. We're going to get out of our long if we take out 115, which is going to be the bottom. Because I just feel like if you do fall back in $2-3, then we can really put on a big long down here at 114. Let's just not have an average price of 116 or something when it's down here. So we'll get out, we'll lose $1 on it, see if we can make the dollar back if it comes down to 114. But yeah, these are definitely really interesting levels. I think it's worth taking a shot early on Alibaba. So we'll do that. Hopefully it dips in, we get a 116 and change, and then we go from there. But there goes Apple right now, still trying to get up there. I'm waiting at 50. It's right back to 40, the highs we've been at so far here today. This is just one of those breakout plays that we have on board again here. So far so good on this. Let's just see where we go. Check in on Roblox. Did it take out 40 yet? No, it did. It came close to taking out 40 though. Right off the open there, 30, right off when that news came out. Went to 39.60, now trying to fade back through 48 or 38 again. Watch out for this Roblox 37.50 bottom if we take that. I like the Apple long, probably be in this all day.
All right, speaking of Apple, speaking of tech, here is Wedbush with a positive note on the entire group this morning. We'll single out Amazon here because it was among the strongest along with Apple, but Wedbush pointing to another 5 to 10% positivity based off of headcount reductions and cost cutting. But they down here, it's tough to see, I know, but they point to specifically watch for the guidance as we've been pounding the table on for the past earnings season or two around here.
Yeah, 49% off their highs, Brendo. So, the stock is obviously taking a bit of a beating. We've seen the layoffs. We've seen their initiatives to cut costs. But now are we seeing a bit of a balance? I'll come to my screen. We're seeing a bit of a balance here on the bottom and breaking some trend lines that I've had. So, interesting little play for Amazon. I don't know if it's tradable or not, but looks decent.
Yeah, looking decent is a good word, I think, here, pre-market.
Yeah, it's definitely looking decent. Not super, it's relatively strong. Let's get that out of the way. You're not seeing too many things that are breaking out the highs, but that's because the NASDAQ's down 0.25% here. The S&P 500's down 0.14. So really, the fact that we're holding up is already a bit of a decent sign when looking at Amazon. Now, I'm just looking right back into the last 2 days of trading. I think there was sort of an obvious 96 level. I came in on Friday sort of looking at that 96, and I don't see any reason to get away from it now. It was resistance on Thursday. You then got a breakout at 96, and then it dipped and held 96 into 98 there. So on any weakness, I'm buying Amazon at that 96 and probably giving it to 95.5 or so. I'm already on the bid for Amazon. I think the 100 level, I don't have to tell anybody that's a big psychological level. Also, obviously, options related as well. So let's just get that one out of the way. If we get to 100, is there going to be a potential 99.9 short? Yeah, I like those trades for every now and then, and I like the breakouts at round numbers, but I'm sitting on this bid. If the market doesn't get green at the open, Amazon at 96, if we're 2% down on Amazon, then I'm looking for that dip buy. And so it was one of the first ones that I put in this morning to look for the dip buy. So I'm going with that one on 96. We'll see if we get to 100 at that particular point. Probably you're into a screaming market, and that's going to be a crowded trade that I really don't mind joining, but we're a ways away from that.
Yeah, we put down Amazon here. It's on our sticky note. And I just a little bit more aggressive down to like 97, I felt like, for Amazon. So we'll see if you guys want to talk about that. I just think like it's just been so strong last couple of days. I still don't like the consumer, but you can't ignore this. 0.5 versus 0.27. So it's actually much more aggressive today on the positive side of things. So it's actually up. So that's really nice. We talked about some of the upgrades coming for Amazon. And again, forget about PE and all that stuff. It's funny because some days it's like, oh, PE matters so much. And then other days it's like, nah, we'll just keep going higher here. Let's watch out to see if we take out that 99. Probably we'll do that. That 90. Yeah, take out 99. Right. Yeah. So getting pretty close to doing that right now. We'll do that definitely off the open. Any kind of a dip buy for Amazon, we want to be all over it. And of course, we have these stupid wicks. But there it is right there, $97.75, $98. So yeah, looking to buy some down there. My bid is at 97.25. So I'm like really, it's not super aggressive. It still needs to drop down here. But with the futures making these moves, I could see a little bit of a drop. I feel like 97 is way too conservative for this name. Like, I don't know if we get down there, then yeah, this is the name that I definitely want to have. So let's just see what this market holds for Amazon. I'm surprised it's up today, but hey, any kind of a dip buy on this name, I want to be all over it. So let's try the first dip at 97 and then we'll reassess it. That's the one thing I've been doing, man, is like getting into position, slowing down a little bit, and then trading off of that. So let's wait to see what happens here with 97 on Amazon. It's ways away, so it's going to need to drop down a little bit. Here comes Alibaba right now, coming into where we are long right now. We are long, or we're looking to get long, just making sure 116.10 says we just dipped down here to 116.70. We have a lot of people watching. If you can, hit the like button for sure. All right, are you part of Sticky Note Nation? Yes, I use it every day right there. So there it is right there. Thank you, everybody. Vote if you can. Are you part of Sticky Note Nation? If you're not, that's fine. That's cool. They're just free trade ideas, and that's it. But there it is. Here comes Alibaba right now into a Sticky Note Nation level as we speak of 116. So let's see if we can grab some longs here on Alibaba as the market's pulling in. We probably just got an update on the... Yeah, no, I still don't. I just saw Baba quickly there. 90, here it is right here, 97,000 shares. So it's not a huge amount there. We just missed getting long there. That sucks. I think it might have bounced off of us. We were at 116.10. It went to 116.20 there, so close enough. JP Morgan has a sell. We saw that huge run up that they had on Friday off earnings. Wow, up to 140. Still can't believe that. That was touching 132s, I believe, in the pre-market there on Friday. Nice move up, so we'll see. There's AMC as well, up to 5.25. Wow, good move for AMC today, up 4%. That's starting to go. Fubo's a name that's been beat up, still beat up, it looks like, down here at $2. And then, of course, we've talked a little bit about some of the Chinese ADRs as XPeng starting to move up as well today, or I guess it was a sell imbalance. Yes, coming back in right now, just like Alibaba. Some of the Chinese names continue to get faded here off the open. So yeah, kind of strange to see that Baba move there, but we're trying to sit in front of this freight train and go long and watch what happens at 115. We could get run over pretty early. If we take 115 out, we're gone. So watch out here for a dip down in Alibaba happening as we speak.
Rare downgrade this morning for Microsoft. I was sitting here when I saw this pop up, and I couldn't even remember the last time I saw one. It did actually move as well on this to the downside. This is exactly when this downgrade came out this morning. We go down to 236.75. So Guggenheim going to sell on Microsoft from neutral, pointing to cloud issues, essentially, and oversaturation and lack of demand coming up this year or further into the year for Microsoft. Thoughts here on Microsoft?
Yeah, concurrent headwinds and tailwinds. You have the acquisition of ChatGPT and all the corollary effect that's going to have on their search engine Bing. And then you have this headwind, essentially, where the EU is going to come after them for some antitrust stuff for their Activision Blizzard acquisition.
Yeah. That's a very, I suggest everyone go and read about that ChatGPT and that acquisition, that deal. It's a very complicated, complex arrangement that they've come up with where, so ChatGPT was already using Azure as their cloud computing and paying Microsoft for that. So kind of interesting for ChatGPT. Microsoft downside, though, a little bit of weakness, guys, for this one.
Yeah, it's the weakest of the bunch here. I mean, down 1% already. I would have loved that 240 to come into play. I'm sitting on the offer. When it made that flush, I kind of thought maybe it would pop back in because that was the 240 level for 2 days in a row, Thursday and Friday. That was your resistance. So I'm sitting in front of it. If you break 240, great. That means the short is wrong. 234, that was your floor, both on Friday, but a huge consolidation at the open on Thursday after that initial dip. And I just sort of felt like that was like your CPI sort of recovery level was at 234 level. If that doesn't hold today, then I think that's also a short level for Microsoft. It's the only place where I mean, outside of like 225 or 230, that's the only place I'd go for a dip buy would be that 234. But as we're starting to go back up, the market's getting strong here. So that's a good thing for those longs. But I'm looking at 240 as a fade for me on Microsoft. I know exactly where I'm wrong in that case.
Really, I'm looking for some gloves up in here. Hopefully, it's a good thing we already have a trade on because like I'm hitting keys here and clearly hitting the wrong keys. I can't even feel the tips of my fingers right now. But yeah, I didn't look at Microsoft. Look, Microsoft has been very, very tricky. Well, it's been my #1 stock. But you know, again, huge gap up here, hitting again just right now. Just made a nice move up. I guess. Yeah, what's up with that? Oh, the imbalances just came out for the NASDAQ, right. So Microsoft must be a buy. Apple's a sell there, sending it downside. Microsoft, there's a buy, yeah, so 157, so no surprise there. Amazon as well with a buy, trying to take out 99. Tesla with a buy, 125.50 right now, ticking higher. Watch up here to so we can sort of see what's going on. JP Morgan, we've already talked about that as a sell. Any other NASDAQ names that just showed up there? I thought I saw Apple. There's Phase. No, there it is right there. Yeah, Apple with a sell, so that pushing Apple down to 135.10 again. Ooh, that would have been a nice little long one more time. But yeah, right now, we're getting ready to rock, man. Only 4 minutes left. The imbalances are just out right here. So yeah, Microsoft with a beautiful tick up there. Hey, look, upgrade, downgrade, whatever. You're not going to be able to stop this name, I feel like. It's been a huge move off 230. This is just a 20-minute chart. But you have 240. It's going to have to get above that. It's just it ran right into that. And I find like sometimes when you get upgrades coming, and this is what I mean by the move. It was just last week, you're at 220 or so. The beginning of last week, 226 up to 240. Huge move for a name like Microsoft, about as steady as they can come in the tech space. You know, one of the big ones, we talked about Microsoft taking over NASDAQ in the 100 as far as the weighting is concerned. So this 240 is going to be pretty ominous. It's going to have to take that out before it goes. And when it does, man, I just want to make sure that I'm long. I want to go long 240 on Microsoft like crazy. So I'm going to put that order in right now. Long 240 on Microsoft. Just get ready to go because honestly, I don't really care about upgrades or downgrades. This momentum is pretty big here for Microsoft. Let's see if it takes it out, man. Busting through 250 is going to be a trade for me. Here comes Apple. Apple just made another, I mean, Apple's right back here. I'm going to take more shares here of Apple and just to see what's going on because, you know, huge move to the downside. Not huge, but off that sell imbalance. If the NASDAQ's going to work, I'm happy taking Apple long, so let's reload this right now. There it is on a nice move down, man. We just touched out to 134.80. So yeah, good thing we took out some of that profit. Apple right now, are we in trouble here? Where are we going? I mean, I'm not sure what, I'll have to do better charting here and look at something else. But 135.50, let's figure out what's going on with Apple because it is a nice little move down here with only 2 minutes left.
All right, quickly we'll wrap things up with this. Goldman, 69% drop in Q4. Profit, Morgan Stanley tops estimate. So Goldman downside, Morgan better than expected. Keep in mind, GS call starting in 2.5 minutes here, guys.
Yeah, and look, I'll go quickly for Morgan Stanley here. It's breaking out on the daily. 93.5 is the breakout on the daily chart that I'm looking at. If it dips back into that, that's what I want to defend, just right in front of that 93.5. I think there's room to get going. It's been a pretty strong run already. The bank that I'm in is Silvergate. It's a squeeze. It's not fundamental. I just got through $16. There's always a chance that you get that like one last push at the open and then a reverse flush on some of these squeeze-type names, and that's what I think is going on here based on their earnings report. There's just nothing all that positive about it. I'm going to slap we get to 16 quarter, 1650 area. Once we're in that range, I'm just going to slap a trailing stop and see how far this one can go. And I did want to, we talked about NEO, I'm on the bid of 11, and then Tesla with only 1 minute to go. Just a reminder, it's very close to breaking out that top, 126.25 for a top end break. I do like Tesla for that, but it's just Silvergate that I'm in, at least for now, for the time being. Microsoft, I'll wait for that 240 level. I'm not sure what's going on with Roblox there, but it's kind of just hanging around. It got a good bounce off 37.5, not really screaming back towards that 40 top, but that just caught a pretty decent bid at 37.5. That could be the level to work off of at the open here, this 37.5. Double bottom here on Roblox after they updated some numbers. I'm pretty sure I see Fahad, who, hey, to his credit, I'll give a round of applause. He definitely showed out for that one chip challenge, and he gets to ring the bell this morning on this Tuesday. I almost said Monday. Tuesday, holiday shortened week. It's going to be an exciting one in 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it, Fahad.
All right, market's trying to head down to the downside right now as we speak. So we are into Alibaba here. We'll have to wait to see what this opens up. Again, a takedown of 115. I just got to make sure we have our stop orders out here because there goes Alibaba to the downside. 115.20. We're going to have to watch out for that. We've also got, I mean, look, the long could easily be wrong. So let's wait to see if that's the case right now. Watching out for Apple downside and Alibaba downside right now. Just watching out. Apple averaged in there. If we take out 134, we're out of Apple, guys.
Yeah, and immediately there's a test of that 37.50 here on Roblox. It looks like it's going to kind of follow the market to the downside. I'm trying to get some right in front of that 37.50. Where's my bid? Forget 52s. Sometimes it's like just pay a couple of extra pennies to get in position. And I want to give it to this little bottom here. So I want to risk about 20 to 30 cents on Roblox just to see if I can scalp that first dollar and then see how far it can potentially go. So we just got Tesla on the breakout. I want my order in on Roblox here first before I move on to Tesla. And Silvergate's starting to come back here. So I do have to respect the fact that Silvergate is running out of a little bit of steam. And I want to make sure that I bank some of that profit. Again, squeeze plays don't last forever. Tesla now churning. I want that. Where's that first dollar in the move here? Okay, you know what? I'm going to try and get some out here in front of 127. The market has just gone green. I thought this would be a little bit stronger than it was on that breakout of Tesla. It's about 80 cents in the money. I'm going to go ahead and grab that first leg, ring the register, and then move on to the next. But I just got a short position. And if you're short in this market, yeah, then you want to go to make sure you consider that first. And short on JD.com through that 61 level, that breakdown. I got some 93s here. I'll look to take some out and get some profit because the market's screaming. So you want to be careful with your shorts.
Yeah, we just had Apple make it move back to 135 there. So we did take some longs. Some longs down there on Apple. So yeah, so far so good here as we watch this name continue to go. Let's wait to see if we take that back. We do want to take that fill, right? We want to take that fill right here at 135 if we can get it. Don't know if we're going to get it though right now for Apple 135 take. We are averaged in. Maybe Alibaba was the wrong way here for us as that's continuing to make a move down. We're watching out. We're going to get out if it takes that 115, which is about to happen. Seems like right now. So watch out for that one on Alibaba. Amazon as well, same way, man. That's making a move to the high side as well. Come on, Alibaba. This is what I'm really worried about. NASDAQ name, Apple and Alibaba. So those are only two names that I'm looking at. Amazon was another take. Well, we will look over at Tesla in a minute, but there's Amazon right now, 98, bouncing nicely off that 98.30 level. So that maybe just put in a bottom, but I don't. Again, hard to go long. I'm already long Apple and Baba. Let's see if those two work before we dig into Amazon here.
Yeah, I just got a first leg out there on JD.com. 60.70 it just took out, so we'll go congratulations if you have at least. This is the only thing I can find that's looking like an obvious short. SI's pulled right back in. I want to make sure I'm getting some break evens on that. But Roblox, unfortunately, Roblox did come out. It was a relatively tight stop on Roblox, but it's now starting to trend a little bit to that downside. You saw another wick high through 38. I'm just going to back off of that one and start being very patient. Tesla, I think we just let it run. I think there's room to 130. I don't think that I shouldn't make another decision unless I'm getting the dip off the breakout price or able to catch that 130 level. We forgot to talk about the chips, which I feel like that happens from time to time. And once again, a monster move in the chips off the open. NVIDIA right through 170. Like it didn't even exist.
Yeah.
And look, this is a super strong move by NVIDIA. I'm just going to pull up the chart so you can see it. If we get a chance to shoot 170s on this dip buy, I'm just going to go ahead and take it. Intel is another name that I do like. I've liked it for the long since kind of flipping my script, but it has yet to break out the high. So not enough relative strength for me to care about Intel today.
Intel. Okay, yeah. We just got dropped off there, so we'll go down the drain here for our Roblox trade, or sorry, our Alibaba trade. That was a lot weaker than we thought, for sure. So there it goes. Nice downside move there, and yeah, my bad on that. Not much I can do on that. Well, I could have done something, but we'll wait to see now what it does at 114 here for Alibaba, as that's the one that's really been interesting here. Also, we do have a nice little downside move, or we've been able to pick up some moves here on Apple. So we got that 134.50. We talked about wanting that trade. Looks like we have it right now, obviously, there for Alibaba. So let's just wait to see where we go now. There it is. Sorry, for Apple. Apple, we just got a piece out there at 2014. So, we do like this number. We like Apple down here. I like Alibaba at 114. That's why I keep talking about it, but I don't know. Let's check out Shopify right now. Went up to 40 and stopped. So that's going to be a level of concern for me a little bit here for Alibaba and Shopify. As Alibaba makes a move down, Shopify looking at 40 right now. Amazon. Oh, thanks, man. I got double T's going on there. Thank you, guys, for that. Amazon to the downside as well right now. But there goes Apple now, 70 cents in the money. Let's just continue to take some pieces out.
Yeah, day's high right now, so power up some Silvergate. It bounced right off that 15, so if you like 15 for a break, there was 15 right back in there. I've now got my trailing swap slapped in here at 16.5. If we take out 17, great, but I'm just going to let this ride and see how far it can go. You knew this could happen. A bit of a squeeze play happening in Silvergate. Tesla's continuing to churn to the upside. That's at 127.5, so just a buck and change in the money. And then JD.com continues to absolutely sort of plummet here. That's a NASDAQ stock. Come on, load up. I don't want to go black trades. There we go. Down to $60. Once 60 is broken, I'm looking to trail JD, which has been relatively weak all morning long. Silvergate just trailed out for me, but I don't care. There's no chance on Silvergate that I'm unwilling to just bank that profit. I don't want this thing flushing on me. This is a pure squeeze play. They lost $1 billion, man. $1 billion. Their market cap is half that, and they're losing $1 billion. So we get to the 15 break. It takes you to about 16.5, 10% return. I'll be looking for a short on this name. As a matter of fact, I got to go check for the locates because I just realized I don't think I paid for Silvergate shorts.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's the one thing you got to watch out for, the shorts. We don't have any shorts to worry about right here for this name as it's starting to continue. Well, continue. I don't know if it's going to start or not, but there goes Apple. We just got some good outs there into the 40s, so we're going to watch out for that name. The market, though, right? The market is still above the 50 period, which we like. I like the fact that we're trying to hold out a little bit here on this name. So Amazon just took 98, though. Amazon to the downside right now. Nice take of 98. That's probably moving a little bit quicker than I even thought here as well for Amazon. What's up, Brendan?
Here, guys, they're going to launch a media and content arm. So that was announced this morning. Just popped up on a volume spike there through day highs for Hood, up 1.5.
Yeah, I'm kind of asking myself, like, I didn't get any in Amazon there. I'm kind of looking for the opportunity there. I'm not going to, Robinhood, I'm not a huge fan of trading that one unless you get like a ridiculous even dollar level. But I want to go back over to Amazon because that's the one stock at the open I thought I was going to definitely get. It does this right at the opening, just a huge, come to my chart for a second, guys, if we can.
Brad,
can we come to my
let's
chart? Guys, huge kind of like attempt to break out the tops on Amazon. And now it's starting to really flush here. So the market has a wick top, 40-20 on the ES. You got Amazon rejecting tops. I'm looking at Tesla back to 126, and I want to buy the dip there. But I'm not going to step up. I'm just going to let this come down to 96. I don't want to get too aggressive here because that is one heck of a reversal that the market just put on there in Amazon as well. Like here's Tesla. We're just trading 128s. Now we're going to test that 125. On that breakout, I said I want to be long as we're above that 25 level, but I want to wait for 25 for any dip buys here on Tesla. I'm going to get back over to Neo in just a quick second, but I want to get my order out there on Tesla just in case it comes in. NVIDIA now on a... I don't even know what to say. Like I was about to say on a tear. When the market just pulls back 40 handles and NVIDIA barely pulls back anything, to say it's on a tear is a bit of an understatement. The chips are 100% leading the way here today because everything pulled back but them.
Yeah, I'm we just got Apple sub 134 again here, 135, sorry. So we are looking to get a piece out there on Apple if we can, near that 135 mark there. Here, hopefully it can come back up and we will be able to do that. But again, thank you for watching, man. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button. Like we always say, man, you've now found the best station. So, okay, Apple, wow, Apple downside now again, looking to break lower. So we do have our out, man. If we take down 134, we do want to get a better average price, obviously, as we come down. My out, just making sure we're checked out still. Yeah, we could take another piece here. 134.20 or so, kind of where we were in the first place. If that comes out, we will take it right now. Let's check in on some of those other names that we had initially here, including Alibaba and whatnot. Let's go have a quick double check to where we are, right back to that 114.50. We talked about that as possibly being a key level for Alibaba, and it looks like that did hold. So definitely mistake on that one. Maybe we'll take a 116 long if it comes back here for Alibaba. I don't mind giving that a shot either. So let's try 116 long on Alibaba if it comes back, and then just be like, oh man, we should not have got out of it. But that's okay. Nice move to the upside. We wanted to get out if it took 115. That just seems to be the bottom. But there's 114.60. It's trying to get back up. Maybe the long isn't right, and we should fade this pop. But right now, so far so good here for Alibaba off that 115. Let's see if the 116 hits.
Yeah, and looking at Tesla, it just bounced off that 125. We're very quickly able to get that bid in front of it. We got 15s in there, but it can't seem to get past 126. It was just kind of a brick wall forming. Oh, come on, give me the fill, give me the fill. Where am I sitting? Why am I sitting at 92s? I'm going to step up a little bit and see if I can't just double tap out something in front of VWAP here. Amazon. It just wants to fade, and this market is falling. So if that 125 doesn't hold, I want to make sure that I'm taking some of that profit. This market is starting to give a huge reversal look for me. I'm still in. I just got NEO, by the way, off that 11 level. This is what happened on Microsoft. I hope somebody was short this sucker in front of 240, because that just got to 39 and is dropping like an absolute rock. But these longs, they're coming under pressure. Wick tops and wick bottoms can lead to big reversals, and I'm seeing wick tops on almost everything at the open. Like, try to break out, absolutely flush. I got NEO at 11.11 here. If it breaks 11 even, I don't want any part of holding this through there. Let's see if it can't even just give me like the 10 to 15 cent bounce into VWAP, because that's all I need to get at this particular point. I wish I had more shorts on, but I just have JD. JD's in the money, but I wish I had some more shorts that I could have found out there. It was Microsoft that I like. It was Microsoft that I missed by 30 cents. Brendo.
A few people mentioning Mullen, guys, back to the upside after gapping down ahead of a special shareholder meeting coming up on the 19th. Talking about an SEC filing of late. Still 5.5, but took out that pre-market high. Ripping now back to the upside for Mullen.
Wow, Mullen. Everyone loves some Mullen there. Yeah, nice little move up there for MULN. Every day there's some movement there. All right, so here comes Amazon again. We didn't get that Alibaba. We do have Amazon. We talked about waiting for it near that 97. We'll take a piece out if it gets back up to 50. But again, if this drops below 97, we're going to get out. So trying to bottom pick a little bit here for sure, but I don't, like I said, man, we're going to have to wait to see. Nice move now back up for Apple there. So yes, sir, we'll ring the register on that one and take another piece out on this, as we should have got long at 134.50 again. So let's put another bid there and not be so scared of it this time, right? I mean, it was just we were uncertain of the sort of the momentum there. And there goes, yes, Amazon as well. So far, the only thing, I mean, it was a bad mess up because we got out of Alibaba. But right now, things starting to go back up to the upside. Let's see if Amazon works off that 97. We liked it this morning. The fact that it just got killed. Yeah, we waited, we're patient, we got that 97 and change, so let's slow down and just trade that level.
Yeah, and it's been a good one. And look, NEO just bounced all the way into that quarter that we're looking for. So I have like 60% of it out now as we're getting close to VWAP. You just got to be patient. When the market was falling the way it was, just allow it to come down to your bids. If it rolls back to 11, I'm not taking 11.11. I should go to the 15-minute. Trade off the 15, show you guys the 15. Last week's bottom was 11.11. But if we get another dip into the lows, I want to play off 11 even this time and not even think about that 11.11 bottom. Just go down to the even dollar. But now we're playing with a little bit of house money, so we can definitely go back and reload, even if it's relatively weak. Tesla here is back on the breakout train. I'm back to the 15-minute to show you guys. Above 126, there's just a ton of room to 130. So I'm back into holding. I've scalped what I wanted, and now I want to look for that 130 level. We'll continue to look for some dip buy opportunities on Tesla. I like that 125. If we can break out through this high, I'll be looking like 126, 126 and a half. First, I want to get a run at that high and see what it looks like. That MGOL, I didn't realize until this morning that it was Messi's clothing line. Halts to the upside, then goes right to the pre-market highs here.
What that is?
It is. It's Messi's clothing line. It IPO'd on Friday, halted like eight bajillion times, and then flushed. But if this gets above 7, it has a chance to squeeze. For now, it looks like it's rejecting that $7 high. I know people are looking at this thing, so I wanted to make sure we at least talked about it. But enough on our plates as it is.
Yeah, good call. Now, I had no idea that was his clothing line there. But okay, so here we go, guys. We're going to see about this right now. Alibaba. So we just take a nice little long there at O's. We got out a little bit there, as you guys can see where we did. Nice out. So we'll just see if it can continue to go. We got some out there at 25, long at 05-ish. So right now we're long at 05 against this 25. Let's just see if it continues to hold out here on that level. So that's what we're dealing with right now. And just to see where we go from here on Alibaba. We do have that downside protection, I thought anyways. Downside there of 115.50 or so. We've bounced off, yeah, there it is right there, 115.40. So hey, if it still works, it still works. But we're going to try to get this long back going again. Amazon, we've really ignored AMD today, but I don't know. I think that's been okay. Amazon bouncing around here. See if we can get another piece out around these 40 levels and then just move on from there. So there it is. Another out for us on Amazon. Hopefully it can climb upside. But we are already double longs here as Apple continues to struggle a little bit. So maybe we need to find something into the short. You know what's been weak here? Oops. It's been Google. Googl right now. We'll have to check out some banks. I don't know what banks are doing right now. But Google right now is pretty weak. Down 2%. That ChatGPT stuff seems to be hitting Google pretty hard here, I guess, as I can't really find any reasons why it's so far down as we get some retracement back in some of the names. Google just definitely hasn't been one of those. So, you know, ear to the ground on Google, but I do like it. Right now, there goes Apple. Apple's really rocking as well, right back up to the upside. So let's just continue to watch that and take maybe another out at 17 if we can. There it is for Apple. Nice movement. We're long at 134.50.
Yeah, and speaking of the banks, Morgan's up 5% now. That 93.50 that I liked for a dip buy, you can pretty much throw that one out the window. I don't think we see that again. 95 held like a champion at the open, and it's a breakout on the daily. But the other one, Goldman Sachs, I don't know what's going on in their call because, quite frankly, I'm not listening to it. But whatever it is, Goldman's down 4% and continuing to flush here. I just feel like there's going to be a bid in Goldman. Probably 355 and 350 are the two obvious levels. I'll check back in when that call is done, and I know that it's done. I'll be looking for an opportunity to maybe look for a long there in Goldman Sachs. I didn't initially feel like it was that bad of a report, so I'm a little surprised it's down 4% to Morgan Stanley's 5. I think there's going to be a trade there at some point. JD.com, I just tried to grab some more shares to the south side on JD. It did go almost a full $1 in the money. Actually did go almost exactly $1 in the money before bouncing off 60s. I'm going to look for a reload in front of like 60.75 or so and then play back down into the 60 level. Just a clean sort of bottom break there on JD that we're able to take advantage of. Brendan, what you got, bud?
On that Goldman, not a lot of positive comments coming from this call so far anyways. CEO saying the bank reduced the size of its balance sheet. There's also headcount going to drop another 6%. That was earlier in the month. They reduced the balance sheet of alternative investments by $9 billion in 2022. Still waiting for anything that is remotely positive here from some of these comments from this Goldman call, guys.
Yeah, you knew it wasn't good. I mean, the way the stock was falling relative to what I was seeing over there at Morgan Stanley, I knew it couldn't be that great. So we did get out of Silvergate. I wasn't quite fast enough to get the pay for shorts in, and then missed my opportunity to reverse in SI. It's trying to hold this $15 level where the breakout occurred. But if it can't take this, I think you could be like $1 back very quickly. I'm just looking for the next pop to maybe be able to short this. I'm not sure I'm even going to get it. Tesla, not really seeing any signs of concern here for the long. It's right back up at that high, maybe too aggressive scalping some of this out. But I am anticipating that if we can make a top channel, I'll be able to start buying dips on a trend higher up. So I'm either buying back at 125 or we can start establishing like 126 as a higher low here. I need to see that higher low form first. And then NVIDIA, man, these chip names, well, NVIDIA specifically, still holding the top end of the range. As the market comes back and about to go green again, I'm looking at NVIDIA and saying it's got to show some leadership. There's a daily chart. That's your 200 period moving average, right at about 171.5, 172. I think if it can hold that level on a dip, that's going to be a big sign. That 200 period moving average on NVIDIA has been big. holding above that just means you have a potential solid rally this week for NVIDIA. I'm going to buy dips in front of 172 based on that.
All right, we're getting some nice bounce backs here, man. We're now $1. Let's go, man. We are now $1 in the money on Apple. So I just have the buy targets out. I don't really have any sell targets. So let's just take another piece out there as Apple's really starting to go one more time here. It's on our sticky note. We have that thing up there. You know, are you part of Sticky Note Nation or not? If you are, yeah, then you know about this Apple long in that. And if you're just part of us early, man, we talked about this all morning, that I really like this long. The one name that we didn't talk too much about, of course, well, we talked a little bit about it here, was going to be some of those Chinese ADRs. The only one really is Alibaba, and hasn't been working out well for me for sure. Let's check out NEO. Well, I mean, we're long now, we're in the money now, but just because that's the case doesn't mean we've actually made money on it today. We've lost. NEO straight to the downside as well. Watch out for 11. So that was just a mark that I wanted to watch out for there, the 11 spot. So we'll see if that comes in now, but that's going to be one there for NEO that we're looking at, an 11 spot right there for NEO. So watch out if that comes in again. Shopify faded off of our level of 40. That never came in. So if anything, that was the other way around there on Shopify. It should have been obviously a long or short off 40 instead of a long the other way. But that way he's trying to make it work out a little bit. There goes Alibaba there. Nice. 35, 40 cents now in the money for Baba. Let's see if that one continues to make itself work out here on the upside for Alibaba. We just took a 40 out. So yeah, we just said it wasn't working, but maybe it is. 80 cents in the money for Baba, 30 cents in the money for Amazon, and 30 cents in the money for Alibaba. We're just holding longs, baby.
Yeah, and I just grabbed a little something on NVIDIA out, but I got to respect NEO can't get through this 11 quarters. That's like 3 times it's tried to check that level, and it starts rejecting it. If I'm thinking there's some relative weakness in some of the Chinese names, then you got a bottom pick here. I'm just going to go ahead and take another leg out in front of VWAP. Roblox just rolled through that rolled back up through that 38 level. I was sort of saying it looked like a fade off that 38 after a couple of wicks, so I grabbed a short. It's an easy out for me at the 38 level. Just kind of looking at the way that it's sort of popping and dropping the entire way through. But not too many things outside of holding JD have I loved to the short side, and we'll see if that happens. But NVIDIA, did I just get stopped out of NVIDIA already? No way. I just got long, and I had just taken like $0.50 and looking for a little bit more, and then got stopped out almost instantly. It's a little bit frustrating. We'll slap the fail on the second half of NVIDIA. I needed to calm down a little bit. That was almost too quick of an out there on that kind of a bounce. I might want to get back over into this one to the long side, but just give it some time. Brendo?
There's anything on this as far as news, but don't see anything, guys. CYAD to the upside. This is a former runner, low float runner, about 2.5 million on the float for this one, just halted as it broke through 2 there to the upside.
I know that stock.
Yeah, funny stocks bouncing around here again today. It's like, what's old is new again here. I don't know, man. I'm really disappointed here in Alibaba. I thought this Ryan Cohen news would be a little bit better than it was here today. Amazon's actually dropping back down. We got to watch out for our stop orders. I'm going to refresh here. I didn't even realize what Amazon was on its mission here to get back into 97. We'll take another long here. We'll just punch some 10s. We do have a stop right here, right now. So let's go a little longer there. We'll get some more here at 10 and just see if this will work. We do have our stop ready to go, so if Amazon does stop us out, we're sort of ready and aware of that. So 97 bottom here for Amazon. We've already rode it to the upside really nicely, but we should have taken some more out there as it approached that 98 level. So, definitely a level of concern there, 97. So there it is, a nice little long take. Let's see if we get some 20s, 21s, and then we'll get some more out here if we can on the upside of this play. So far so good here for Amazon. Let's just see if it wants to work. Did we just get a piece? No, yeah, we did. So we actually got a piece there, 22. So we just went long there, 10s. Out 22s on Amazon. Let's see if this is a name that wants to continue to work. We're long off 97, but not for a long time. If this 97 breaks, we're gone. So far, so good here today. Apple, by the way, went down. We got a piece out there as it looked like it was taking 135. It didn't. So boo on that one as we take another piece out there on Apple. Let's see where it goes now. Hopefully back up and takes out these day highs. As there it is, man. Yes, sir. Nicely done. Come on, Amazon. Let's keep going. We just got another reload at the bottom there. We need to get this name going.
Yeah, and but what is already going is Tesla just got to 128, so that continues to churn. But we got that meta bid. We want to be very patient with these dip buys. Simply yesterday or Friday's bottoms, breakout price on Thursday. We dropped a bit in front of 134.50. It comes back to 135 almost instantly, so we get that first little scalp out. Next level we're looking at is going to be out in front of that 136 area. So once 135 is gone, I'd probably put some in there halfway. Now, Meta's been relatively weak, so do want to pay ourselves when you catch a dip buy. We're down 1.5% in Meta into a screaming market, but Tesla just continues to churn. It's on its way. I think it's on its way to 130. That was the level I eyeballed here. So I'm going to make sure I get my order out in front of that 130 level. It's been a target for me. I think if we get there, there's probably going to be a bit of a dip buy or not a dip, at least some kind of a pullback at that 130 level on Tesla. But that continues to work rather nicely. NIO, that long off 11, can't seem to go more than like 15, 20 cents. But now that Tesla's flying and the market's green, I just want to give it a chance to get back up to that 11.5 and then see if we can't take advantage of that kind of a move if it gets back there. And if just one more here for you. Oh, there it goes. I was about to say I still have yet to get Microsoft in front of 240. Well, here it comes. Here comes Microsoft and the 240 level. There haven't been too many shorts out there, but that was one I wanted since the open.
All right, guys. Yeah, welcome to the show, man. I hope you guys are hitting this with us, man. What a great long. We just put this on board for you for Amazon. So let's ring the register again and drop down some cash for that trade here for you guys. Hopefully you're in that one as well, as that's 30 cents now in the money on Amazon. Our BABA trade really working out as well as that continues to go now. Well, it's only 30 cents in the money, but we did take a piece out on that. So far, so good on that. And then Apple right back to day's high again. So yeah, man, we are really, really liking this Apple trade. But, you know, one of those tough ones for sure. We talked about that and that the fact that, you know, took us a while. We had to wait to be patient down to 134. And if you're not part of Sticky Note Nation, then maybe you don't have Apple. But hopefully you do anyways. Hit that right now. Let's see what the poll is right now. Ooh, you do not. So right now, but where can I find it? 52%. You can find it at Trader TV, Sean. And that's all good. We also have the watch list on Trader TV Live that you can check out as well right now. I'm just sort of in cruise mode. You know, let's see where Amazon can go. The market is blasting to the upside. I said I wanted that Microsoft 240. Haven't really looked at it. I do have the break going long through 240. So let's wait to see if that comes in. 240 long on Softy.
Yeah, and like I said, we just got Meta to the long side. It just got to the pre-market lows here, and it starts to slow up a little bit. So you get the dip buy. The initial scalp trade is like that first bounce. I just look to see where volume starts tapering off, and then I look to the next decision point, which is pre-market lows. So we'll go ahead and grab it. It's about 70 pennies on that, and look to see if we can't hold for higher. Brendan's got another name for us. Ooh, I like this one.
PG, yeah, not one we typically talk about a lot as far as a day trading stock, but Procter & Gamble just popping up an alert there through, I guess it was 152, got tested on volume. To the upside, Credit Suisse liking Procter & Gamble, raising their price target this morning.
I'm raising my price target to I'd never had one on Procter & Gamble to I'm never going to day trade. No, it's not a day trading stock. It's not a day trading stock, but like Procter was like one of the first names that when I was rotating a couple of years ago, way too early, unfortunately, because I missed out some of that rally. Procter is one of the ones I loved. This stock needs to hold the top end of this range. If it does, it's got all kinds of potential for a 10%, maybe even more type of move. But 150 has been a pretty key line in the sand. I don't think there's much of a day trade on this, to be honest with you. But Tesla, I just slapped a trailing stop on Tesla, and I'm going to show you exactly why here. This stupid NZ, man. Bro. Okay, so here's what just happened in the future. Like, you just got through that 40-20 on the ES a second time, well, third time on my 15-minute, and another wick top. I don't know how many times you can wick top the top. Wick top the top, baby. Wick top that top and continue the move. So I slapped a trail. If we cannot hold 128, then I'm just going to get out, take my $3, look for the dip buy. Otherwise, at this point, it's either hold a 130 or get my profit here and then look for the next little dip buy. It's been a great trade to the long side. And the other thing that happened, we just started turning on Microsoft. Why is there so much bid at 239 even? You know what? I don't like my entry price here. It's off the pre-market highs, but it's a little too far away from that 234 level when I look at it. So I might just take a little bit off so that I can maybe load up in front of 240. I need to give this one some room here and some breadth, and that means sometimes trimming your position so you can get yourself a bit of a better price so I can hold on to this short. JD, that short's no trouble. Neo long is no trouble. But that CYAD that Brendan brought to our attention, it opens back up, holds $2 and is still going to the upside. So pretty strong move on that CYAD. Just want to point out this 260 level where it seems like it's trying to get to a big level on the daily chart. It needs to pump through 260, I think, before any longs can really make that next jump.
All right, so unfortunately we got jumped out there on Amazon as that was a nice play. I mean, we were able to take profit. I mean, we barely got any hits there on that. So that turned out to be a really good one there for Amazon. But again, you know, not fantastic. Was hoping for a little bit of a better run there for AMZN, but yeah, not coming in right there. And that's, you know what, we did get some upgrades today. We got some downgrades. We have been short, just upgrades, I think, actually. We have been net short on Amazon lately. We talked about how we didn't really like the retail side of things and what the retail consumer or what the consumer looked like, period. So yeah, no surprise there that Amazon was pretty good today and then turned out pretty bad after all said and done. So yeah, let's watch out here for Amazon off this level. 97, possibly another dip by there situation for Amazon. Alibaba really worked out, man. We're back up to 116.50, so that's turning out to be a pretty nice move there, back up, so we can hold on to Alibaba. We won't make as much on this way back because we did hold all the way to the bottom, so that part kind of sucks, but so far so good there on Alibaba. Our Microsoft is getting real close, man. I mean, I know the market hasn't been super great this morning, but Microsoft, although it was red, remember I was like, red Microsoft, this is strange, straight to the upside. So we're going to wait for a 240 break right now. Hopefully we get that, and then we'll be able to take that name long through 240. So that's what we're looking at. Alibaba and Apple, the only two positions that we have right now. Yeah, I believe Apple wants to bubble, or sorry, Microsoft wants to bubble up there. So I believe in that. Whoever said that there, Mark, I think Microsoft wants to go. Let's just see that at this 240 mark. I'm going to be here, try to catch that.
Yeah, speaking of catch it, Meta's trying to get past this. It cannot seem to follow the rest of the market. You see that strong news from Roblox, and somehow this is not really following through. I'm in front of that 240 on Microsoft. I know exactly where I'm going to get out. It's literally at 01. So I'm not giving it even a penny past that price. But if we can't take 136 on Meta, I'll probably just roll out of this and move to something that's a little bit stronger. Because, I mean, Tesla's 129 as we speak, and it's 10 o'clock. Are you kidding me? 10 o'clock. Let's go to Brendan. What's happening now, bro?
Go, Brendo.
Hey guys, brought to you by Chart Prime. They make useful tools for both day and swing trading. New features for the new year, including a multi-time frame support and resistance indicator, and much, much more. For more info, use the link below. You'll receive 30% off. Shout out to Chart Prime. Just saw a note on Peloton there, hiring a former Twitter marketing exec to run marketing at Peloton. So watch Peloton there. Here's a board, a bit of a mixed one to start things off today. 0.16, we're green at least for the S&P, 0.5% downside for the Dow. Russell, right across the board here, just gone red. Only just, though, 0.03, 0.10, 0.03 for the 1, 2, and 3,000. It is the NASDAQ trying to hold us higher right now, 0.2 and 0.23 for the composite and the 100. If you were with us early, we discussed Goldman Sachs, still seeing some comments coming through from this call. I'll let you know as soon as they have wrapped things up or when it appears so. Amazon as well and Microsoft heading in the opposite directions. Microsoft, although, just going as well. Red to green, back to the upside after initially being red. This is Coinbase. Did break that low I saw. 52 was support initially, trying to get back above it right now for Coin, guys.
Coinbase.
Coin making some power moves. Tesla now 4 in the money, but it's 130 level that's going to matter here for me on Tesla. Once we get to 130, I'm going to take this one out. I've almost got a trail. If we get into like 129.50 or so, I'll probably tighten up my trail past that 128 just to make sure that I bank that profit. But Meta, man, it's really, so now we're through 136. The key is going to be this high. I cannot, a relatively weak name like this, I can't really let it get past 136 back to the downside on me because it still hasn't gone green on the session. So I'm happy with the move, to be sure. I'm just not as convinced in Meta as I am that, I'm going to get my target in Tesla. So I'm going to slap a trail on Meta. It's been a good morning, but this is that time where I want to make sure I'm locking in some profit. It's just my style of trade. Some people might want to hold on to this. But when I bottom pick on a stock it's breaking down, I always have upside targets. The same way if I'm trying to pick a top on a short, I'm generally going to have a target in mind. Speaking of shorts, Microsoft broke. It stopped me out. I might have made top wick on it. We'll see what happens. But I am now back into JD.
Let's go.
That one just came back into 61. I just got Tesla. Tesla just went to 129.78. So Started at the bottom, now we're here. We got bottom wick, we got the breakout. Now we might have the top. I don't know if 130 is going to be the top, but that was definitely the level I was picking for the top. Tesla now out for me.
I wish we started at the bottom with Softy, but we're here now as well, breaking through that 240. This was a name that, again, we talked about. We wanted this break, so we have it. We actually averaged in on a break back down lower as well. Like I said, man, sometimes when you believe in it, like, you just got to sit down and relax a little bit and, like, okay, where is the stock? What levels are we talking about here? Is it worth just slamming it out right away there? We made that mistake. We didn't make a mistake, but on Amazon, look where Amazon is now. It's absolutely huge, right? And still going to the upside. So, you know, sometimes you got to, yes, sir, sometimes you got to let these things settle down a little bit. Let's take another 23 offering right now on our boy Amazon because, Microsoft. It's a great take here. We knew we wanted this long, and there it is, man. Microsoft really motoring now. Yes, sir, 70 cents now in the money for Microsoft as it's starting to go upside. Let's take another. We're really enjoying this, man. Let's take another piece out. $1.70 in the. Money. This is what Apple's doing, man. We gave this one to you. Not part of Sticky Note Nation. That's all good. The number one stock on here. If you're wondering what's that poll all about, it's the number one name on this board here today for the sticky notes. So you're going to come over here. You're going to see there it is with a star beside it. Apple long 135. We liked it so much, we even tweeted it out when we got it right there at 8 o'clock, breaking through 135. Nice take there for Apple on the upside, and it's still continuing to work. But let's just start to piece some of this out, man. Microsoft out on the top. We just got some more out there as it's broken above. I mean, look, this trade here, average 240. We have no pieces under 240. Just a good piece out right there at 240.40 as it's continuing to go. Amazon, we got out of too early. Let's not make the same mistake. Look at Alibaba right now. That name is motoring as well. We just got $1 on Alibaba to the upside. So far, so good here today. Look at this. Bad out for Baba, the only one that we have, but then that take at 116 right up to 117. So far so good here as these longs starting to cash in pretty good for us. But here they come right back in again. Watch out for 239 on Microsoft.
Yeah, we're just got a bit of a turn here on NEO, so that long, it looks like it's about to come out here. I don't want to give it past 1140. It's the same thing with Meta. Like once you have like a bottom or any kind of a bottom wick on a stock which is relatively weak, I tend to think if it can't seem to churn past that pre-market high, I don't want to allow this to come all the way back in. So I'm going to get my trailing stop in here, just kind of give it that maybe like 5 to 10 cent range from where we're sitting right now. And if it does pull back, get me out and catch another bid. I'm looking at VWAP. That's an opportunity. Double bottom on NIO. We got the bottom pretty well here, so you want to make sure you're banking on it. I got the reload on JD. We're going to go to Brennan in a second. Got the reload on JD in front of 61. Already starting to work its benefits. Back into VWAP. We'll take our first out. This time, if I see 60s, I'm taking 60s. As a matter of fact, I'll probably take 60 quarters and then 60s on the way back down. But one level we liked was JD 61s for the shorts. That's worked pretty simply. Brendan, you got a flyer.
Thanks, guys. I just noticed not seeing much on this as far as storylines anyways, but 6%. Back to the upside in a big way. This was a bit of a mover along with Carvana, CVNA going back to a week and a half ago, but heavy volume and a big move for KMX today.
CarMax, yeah, good name there for sure. As a lot of you guys know about Carvana, we traded that a little bit last week. We'll watch out for CarMax. I did take another piece out in the 30s. We did dip down into 240 again there for Microsoft. So we like Softy here, but again, I'm not, the market's been dipping and ducking and diving here a little bit as it's straight to the upside right now. So let's take advantage of some of those moves as we continue to go to the high side. But again, will it last? I don't know. The Nasdaq's been on such a huge run lately, man, that thinking that this could last might be a little dangerous, but we're going to continue to hold the strong names. When you break above a strong level like 240 on Softy, it just makes, for me, a lot of sense to sit there and hold on to it. So let's do that now. 240, 240.20. Nice upside move. Apple's still breaking. I don't really want to get out. Like a lot of these names have broken higher today, and we've called them. So I think it's really been worth just sitting there waiting for it. Oil's still going to the upside. Bed Bath & Beyond's trying to take out 4 right now. So that, yeah, I didn't pay for shorts. I guess I got to go over there and do that.
Yeah, I'm literally paying for shorts right now in Bed Bath & Beyond, but it's going. Someone just said ham. Yeah, it's going a little bit crazy through that 4 level. That was a big one on the way back to the downside. But it needs to churn through. Like I think, look, either you're going to dip back down to 360, or you're going to get a pretty clean even dollar break. If it gets to 5. I don't think there's any way I'm not shorting the $5 level if I see it on Bed Bath & Beyond, but we're not there yet. I don't think we're necessarily getting to $5, but if I see 5, I'm going to go ahead and pay for locates just so I'm ready. Tesla did just make a run at that 130 level, literally. So I got out before 130, but it just wick topped 130 and got to 20s. If this is the dip, I think you could see 128 on any kind of a significant dip. Meta hasn't come out, but NEO absolutely did. So the long on NEO, we rolled the last of that over. It's more about like take your scalp trade, but then once it breaks out of this consolidation, like where are you making a decision? Like why make decisions in here? Let it get to a top and then make a decision, right? Like allow that to be able to run. There's no point not trying to give it that room to go. Meta is going to be the only long I got left off the bottom peels, but it's very similar to NIO here. If it cannot hold 136, I'll just take that out. $1.50, perfectly good for a relatively weak stock as far as I'm concerned. And then the chip names, man. NVIDIA, if there's one thing that has not worked for me today, it was that dip by an NVIDIA. And I was like, man, I just got out of that really, really quick and it stopped me out. I made that low at 172. So we like the 172. I guess I didn't like it enough. NVIDIA continues to churn. All the other longs, not that hard to be able to hold on to. But when you're buying after it's gone this far, it's a little bit easier. It's a little bit harder to hold on to it because you start thinking how far it could dip back in to that breakout level. Wish I still had NVIDIA. I don't. I'm going to have to start thinking about where this turn can be, and I'll do so in Intel, not NVIDIA, because I see NVIDIA breaking out and higher. Intel is flat on the day, can't get any traction off the 30 level, can't break last week's highs. I'll short this one if it gets to that last week top at about 30.40.
Yeah, I was looking at Microsoft again right now, just thinking about the same type of thing. Like, how high are we going to get? We're going to look at, last week's highs aren't in play, obviously, here on any of these names. But Apple's still going, man. Still $2 in the money for Apple. It's only 10.10 now. There's still a lot of opportunity here in this market. You were talking about NVIDIA. Let's go over to what I like to trade a little bit. It's AMD. We can have a quick look at that one right now. AMD, wow. I mean, just some of these moves today, up 2.5% and so forth, and still going on some of these plays, man. Tesla as well. I know you had that one and still do. No, out of it. But wow, 130. We talked about that Tesla, man, just continuing to go up. We even mentioned that 124 area. It came down to 125. Should have probably bought that, man. Nice move upside now to 130 for Tesla. This is where I wonder about it all clearing out now for them. Up to 130, just started to take it out. Huge move for Tesla today, up 6%. Sort of ignored over here, but that's just a monster move for Tesla. So I'd say watch out. Continue to be patient with it, but right now Tesla on the upside might be a decent short at these levels. It's gone a little far here at 130.
Yeah, and speaking of shorts, the one short I got here, this JD left, it's bouncing off VWAP. I still like 61, and it's been a good level. But if it gets back up here, third time is not always a charm. A series of higher lows on a big capitulation flush like this can sometimes lead to a big breakout. Just to give an idea what that looks like, it's a pretty big flat bottom break. Couldn't get through that 60 level. Sort of obvious there. And if it starts to reclaim that 61, you can always get a huge recovery rally. Too many people sort of jamming short on the way back to the upside. So I might not take it a third time on JD. I might just hold on to what we got, see if it can run even lower. From that name to another in the Chinese space, that BABA, it never really found the support that I wanted at that 116.5, but also never came down to any of those deeper support levels. So it's kind of in the pocket, and that's what concerns me about the JD short. If BABA starts going, JD could always follow. For now, the short's been working, but I always sort of look to what is next, and what is next could be that test of those lows. Speaking of which, that'll be, for NEO anyways, that'll be 11 even. If we get back down into that 11.11, I'm not really considering that bottom. I'm looking at 11 even. Want to go back to the well for NEO, but I want to pick my price very particularly because this is down 4%. Hasn't looked strong at any point in particular. And I want to go back to Silvergate if I can because we haven't talked any crypto names. This just bounced off this 15 level and is trying to go higher. I'm looking for a fade off the highs on Silvergate here. So as we get closer to that 17, I'm looking for a short. Berendo, what you got?
We got earnings on from TSM going back to last week, but not seeing much today. This thing was doing absolutely nothing pre-market. Was actually down slightly, but look what it has done since. Just straight to the upside today, guys, for Taiwan Semi.
All right. Yeah, Taiwan. Wow. I mean, we talked about NVIDIA and AMD and all the rest, but the trade that I'm really again, you know, I tend to think that when trades sort of follow the patterns that you're thinking, you know, that's where you can sort of say, okay, good. Like, we've now been able to find sort of a match here for what's been working out for us. And you guys remember when we talked about that Microsoft trade, it was nowhere near 240. And I was like, I wanted to wait for that 240 break. It was actually in the pre-market down here at 236. And I was like, I'm just going to wait for that 240 to come through. Right, it came through, and yeah, we had our stop order set. It was the same stop order from the morning. Obviously, it bounced down to here at 237, but this is the one thing, like I said, man, getting better at trading is understanding that plays can happen regardless of where the first couple 5-10 minutes are, right? Apple, look at this huge move to the upside, right? We called this move, but did we have to withstand a little bit of it? Sure we did, right? Normally we're scalping out, like we're like, oh my God, we're out, and then it rips to the upside. We did do that on Alibaba. We did get in and get out. I mean, this one, we tried to take the long. It broke a key level. It's like, too far down, just like Amazon, which is now at 97.60, by the way. But still, nice move to the downside there, broke it. Should have bought it back. Instead, we bought it back at 116 when it took it, and that gave us that next dollar. So we load it back up again here, and now we're long one more time here on Alibaba, trying to run the patient gauntlet here with Alibaba. So it's a nice move back up. We'll see if we can get something out near this 90, because we just got a 60 load. So let's see, it just went back up into 90.95 there as you're starting to fade back again. So be patient with things. We just got a piece out. We only have 10% left of Apple and Microsoft, and then about 20% of Alibaba, because we got that reload there. So 20, 40, 60, 80, reloaded again. So actually we have about 30% left there on Alibaba. I'll double check it. But we are getting a piece out at 116 if it does go. So yeah, sometimes you have to be a little patient with a lot of this. So yeah, we haven't really looked at any bank stocks or anything today. I'm going to stick where you know, we make it all that cash, and that is in the tech sector. Apple right now, possibly a 136 we can get out if it comes back in, but nice move up to 136.50 there for Apple.
Yeah, and look, I am watching some of the banks because, I mean, Goldman Sachs just continues to fall, and Morgan Stanley just continues to churn. Like, there's been nothing stopping Morgan Stanley, and we're still grinding lower on Goldman Sachs. And if this trend continues into a strong market, maybe we do see a shot at Goldman Sachs 350. And if I see that level, I mean, it's almost like giddy up time down there. I mean, the call, I think it's still going. Sorry, last comment was at 10:10, so that could be wrapping up or has wrapped up. That can be a signal that there's maybe a turn that could be coming in here. I just want to go back over to sort of manage what we do have on here. JD has now finally made that break of VWAP. I'm looking at 60 1/4. I'm going to get some shares out in front of 60 1/4, then hold through that low, just like that 161 price. It worked pretty well both times here, but there's been no follow through after that first dollar, and then Tesla starting to pull back after that 130 top. Like we said, we like this breakout price at 126, but at this point, I'm looking at that post breakout, call it 127.5 to 128. If it holds that level, then you got a great set of higher lows forming, but I want to be patient. It's now 10:15. You got those opening moves, a couple of shots there, Tesla able to get the highs. But on this dip, you don't just want to stand in front of a falling sword. You want to make sure it's coming into consolidation, giving you an opportunity to get in. Just go to be calm about it, be locked and loaded and ready to go if you get your chance. And speaking of my chance will come today to short Intel. I just don't know if it's going to be off those highs. I might be looking at Intel as simply maybe like a VWAP play. I don't want to take 30 short because that's in the middle. It's just a round number. The break of the low could be in play, but Intel's definitely a relatively weak name, and I do want to be short this chip name. I'm just trying to figure out my plan if I don't get this pre-market. I'll short it in front of the high of the day. It's just I'm not even sure I'm going to get that chance at this point.
Yeah, we just let's ring the register again, because there goes Alibaba right there. I was getting to put some money in our bag here again for today. So there goes Alibaba right up to where we wanted it to, man, right to 116, 115. 90, take that out. Now we'll watch to see what's happening. I was just debating this Meta short, actually. Meta's red today, which is kind of strange. With everything else, being up so much there today, Meta to the downside possibly. So just watch out here. This 135.80, could break. We're going to watch out for it. It's red, but still, I know Neil's long. It's a great pickup there off the bottom. Let's wait to see what happens with Meta.
But look at that 136.
Yeah, 136. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so right there. We'll see what happens. 136. Yeah, that's your out, you said?
I'm trailed it at that 136.
Trailed. Okay, yeah, right. So I think that's good. I just want to put that note up because it is red today. And I was looking to start to cash out of some of the trades that I have, right? So Apple, I mean, the problem with Apple is it's a new new right there high on the day. So Apple taking it out. Despite what this market's doing, Apple continues to work. And then there's Tesla again, trying to, pardon me, trying to figure out what it wants to do off of 130. So Apple's still bouncing around, or sorry, Tesla's still bouncing around this 130. I still think a take of 130.50 probably gets its name going as well. Watch out for a long break on Apple here, 130.50. And then, yeah, Microsoft, I don't know, we're looking for a reload down here near 239, but still has to get there.
Yeah, and so like I know I just sort of said it, but it's sort of obvious that 136 level here on Meta here. If you can go to the chart, like if it breaks this to the downside, I think you've got a bit of a trend possible reversal. I'm going to hold on to it because I want to see if it can take out those tops. But I got to respect the fact that it has been relatively weak, and if it doesn't want to go any further, then I don't need to be stubborn about it. Tesla's back into 130, and this little bounce that we're getting in the market could be my opportunity to get my intel. So I'm going to get on the offer in front of those highs. If it does get up there, I know I want this one short. It's one of the only names I still think that gives me an opportunity to grab it. Bed Bath & Beyond is now through $4, so looks like it did, after all, get through that $4 level. I think even catching dips here in like the 5s and 10s, I say with a bit of a smirk, on the way to $5, that's the obvious level, so there's definitely room to go. Next dip, I'll definitely take the consolidation long off that $4 level. But I wanted to see it clear this area first.
All right, that was, Bed Bath & Beyond. Okay, yeah, good look there. We're going to continue on the trail of looking at some of these tech names. There was one other one there. Oh, yeah, it was AMD that we could definitely have a quick look at one more time here as it's starting to... I don't know. Microsoft's still bothering me a little bit here as we go. I want to look at that Shopify because we did look at $40 before on Shopify. Let's see if it's coming into play one more time here for Shop. So yeah, 39.80 came in again. I'm not sure. I'm going to cancel the 40 take. I just wanted to re-look at that just to see if there was anything there, on another move to the upside. But we have bounced off. Wow, that $38 bottom there for Shopify would have been a good one. Let's check out something else. What just hit there? Oh, Alibaba to the downside. So, okay, cancel Alibaba. We hit that. It was a good one. We'll hit a banger there to start with Alibaba. But yeah, not great there to finish off there on Alibaba. So we'll see where it's going to go, but not a good finish. We lost about 20 cents on our last little bit there. We never like to do that, but hey, that's what trading's all about. So we do spit up a little bit there on Alibaba today. The only red stock that we have on the board is Alibaba. Amazon off that reload. Let's check out Rivian. I think you got to pay for, for shorts on this name, maybe. But again, a nice little move upside for Rivian today, up, well, not really, only up 1%. It was up a lot higher there, near 17. This is a good fade spot for Rivian, up to 17. We've seen, let's see what it did on Friday. Again, straight move to the upside there for Rivian, up to 17. Look where 17 is, it's right there. So another area there, 17 for Rivian to have a look at. Coming back in, where do we want to go long? Maybe 16 flat, still needs some work to get down there. All right, over to Brendan now with small cap recap.
Brought to you by Seeking Alpha, the world's largest investing community and your one-stop shop for all your investing needs. Subscribe today to unlock all of Seeking Alpha's premium features, including access to Seeking Alpha's exclusive quant rating system. You can now receive a 1-year subscription with the site for 50% off. Go check out by clicking the link below. Busy morning, guys, for some small cap action once again. This is DCFC that was popping up on some positive news this morning, holding 210 was the last support level heading into the open. That quickly broke as the market got going, reversed back below $2, which was enough for me. So quick little scalp down to 180. Volume already dying off on this one. Back at some key levels, so could be done for DCFC. BTCM, I really like this 450, 460 area. If you go out to the daily chart, it's a huge gap. There's a monster gap level on the daily chart, 450, 460, just hasn't got there yet. Again, volume down here, a problem as well for BTCM. And yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond, what a move already this morning. 340, 480 was this level from back on Thursday, and then Friday ends up being a bit of a pivot early in the session, 480 to 5. See if we can get up to that area for Bed Bath & Beyond, guys.
Yeah, and when there's room to 480 to 5, you got to be willing to buy some dips on that one. And I'm already on the bit of Bed Bath & Beyond. If anything, I am looking to get a little bit more aggressive. I was considering moving a bid here on NIO because it just seems like it wants to be a little bit stronger than I anticipate. Like I thought we are going to get all the way back into 11, and then now we're churning at 11.20, this consolidation zone where, you know, we're getting a lot out of that 11 bounce initially at 11.25, and now it's holding 11.25. So it might not get the weakness that I want on a pullback, and I'm just thinking about it. I'm not at that point yet. I'm going to leave the price that I like. But speaking of Bed Bath & Beyond, I was just at 05. It's starting to hold up here nicely off the 420 level. Everyone's favorite level. As long as it does that, it might give it some scalping opportunities like 5-10 cents in that 420 to 25 range into 35 before making a bigger move to the upside. I don't mind scalping the stock. It's just I usually want to play for bigger moves here, but I might take a shot. Just if you see me long 22, 23, 24, I'm not trying to give it too much of a stop level. Whereas if I had the 4 long, I'd give it back to 375.
All right. Looking at Carvana. Carvana was a nice trade, obviously, there last week. And then now today, we're going to wait to see what Carvana wants to do one more time here into this name. So, yeah, what about an 820 take? We were here last week, as you guys could see, 820, 830, 840. I feel like we could go again. So let's try again. Let's try to go this again one more time here on Carvana. Hopefully it can go. I'm going to take an 820 break if it gets going there. You do have a 780. It sort of has bought that bottom a couple times there on Carvana. So, you know, that could be something to look at. This 820 break is what I'm looking at right there to go long. That's that wick top. You could get a little more aggressive and go like 811 there or so. I'm going to wait out for that 820 level and see if that comes in there for Carvana, but also a 770 possible take as well on the downside there for CVNA. So yeah, a couple of different opportunities there for a name like Carvana. Gets in, you know, you're looking for the short, you're going to have to pay for them, but that could break there at 780. So that's another level that I'm a little bit interested in there on a possible break downside there for CVNA. So let's pay attention to that and see if that comes in for Carvana. But other than that, man, Apple is right now the best trade that I could have given there as part of the sticky note. You know, 135 as there's still a Carvana chart. Apple still, man, still taking it out. Long, so we liked it so much. 830 was the first long in the pre-market when it took 35 the first time. Then we're able to get this dip, and now it's huge in the money. Now 260, 265 there for Apple as it continues to work. So, or sorry, $2.65 in the money. Still going. I just want to hold on to this one. Microsoft's $1 in the money. So right now it's tech names ruling the roost for me as they continue to make moves, man. Ford, almost $13. That could be another name to look at there. DraftKings, Tesla, still that 130, looking to do something. In Amazon, wow, all the way back, man. That was a name that we should be up a lot more than we were, or that we are on Amazon, because it did drop down and took us, I don't even know if it broke 97. It says it did. It went down to 91, I guess. So that's where our last out is. Now barcoding here on Amazon, looking to see if we break above this 97.75.
Yeah, there haven't been too many good shorts, but there have been some pretty solid ones that are flushing themselves down the toilet. JD now down 5%. I said if I got that 61 again, I would get a little bit more aggressive, at least making sure I got something in front of the low of the day. Now, I just want to hold on for dear life because this is clearly weak. It was breaking. It's a flat bottom breakdown. And when you coin a term like the flat bottom breakdown, you want to make sure that you hold on to it to see if you can give a big move. I didn't coin that term. Sharif's chuckling because Sharif came up with that as far as I can tell. But you have a nice clean channel, double bottom, triple bottom, however you like it. Once it's gone, you look for an extended move and just want to play that trend. If it breaks 60 even, I think there's at least another $1 to $1.50 that this could push down. This is with the market going up, by the way, and JD just continues to flush. So I like what's going on here. Meta, I'm a little bit, Meta's at least Meta's stronger than Amazon. I'll give it that much out of the big tech names. But this is where it has to start getting through this 137. There's a lot of overhead resistance on this dip buy. So all I'm going to keep doing is tighten my stop. I've already scalped out in that first like $1 and a half. The question becomes, can it take out the high and fly with the rest of this market? If it can't get through 137, I already have a trailing stop at 136. We push a little higher. I'll tighten that stop up by 40 or 50 cents or so. I'm trying to hold on to this for the bigger move, but it's not really cooperating just yet. And I'm still not into Intel because, we got an ugly wick down to 27s. Anyways, I'm not into Intel because it can't seem to get to the pre-market highs. This has a 30-cent range on the day. So I'm not going to get short in the middle of that range. Like, to me, it has to give me the top, otherwise it's not worth trading, or it could always just break the bottom. But I got to clean up this wick. Did not print 27, obviously.
I'm thinking almost a different style here right now than what we've been doing. I'm going to go think about going short now. I mean, we still do have our Microsoft long and our Apple long, but I'm looking at this Amazon right near 97.20. If that breaks, I don't see why we can't continue to make a move to the downside here. So that's something that I'm going to be looking at right there for a possible break downside here for Amazon. Breaking that 97.20. I already have the offer in there, so if it goes, it goes. Here it comes right now. It looks like we'll try to get short. And by try to get short, we are now short right there. So new trade coming in, short on Amazon. We'll think about where to give it, but for right now, it's a nice downside move there. And I just, you know, we've recognized that it's a little less than the rest, right? It's down 1%. So with that being said, maybe we got to go over here, think about if we're going to go short on Amazon. Obviously, we're cheering the market to go to the downside. And Apple right now just did bouncing off 137, that high of 137 and change. What's that bottom wick right there? 130, yeah. So breaking through 75, we're going to get out of this. So breaking through 136.75, we're going to get out of Apple. Just going to set that up right now. And then that's that, man. We'll hold the short. The market might be rolling over a little bit, and if it does, we definitely want to make sure that we've captured most of this profit. So Apple, good one. Amazon, still doing nothing, so maybe it's not going anywhere, but we are short against these levels here, 97.50. So hopefully it prints out for us. There's Apple. Out of Apple, which for me was a great trade. We are now out of that Apple trade. Let's see where we go now. Probably thinking about getting out of Microsoft as well. But that one we could sort of hold for this. I'm going to hold for 239.70 or so here for Microsoft. I don't want to get out of Microsoft and Apple at the same time in case we are dead wrong on this move down. But right now, Amazon, let's see what it does at 97. We're short.
Yeah, you know what? I completely forgot about Messi. MGOL, Messi stock. It's his clothing line. And it's day 2 on this. It did make a run at that pre-market high of the day. It's absolutely now flushing. So I might have missed the opportunity to go short off that 7 level. However, there is one trade which is setting up here, and that's a lot of times you'll get like death on these stocks. They'll kind of capitulate, and then they'll just go sideways, 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 sideways. This is at $5. So if it holds, it closed at $4.65. There might be a nice little sort of flat bottom, like doesn't break the bottom, and then like secondary rally. That's what I'm going to look for on MGOL, at least throughout lunchtime here. Or, well, it's not really lunchtime yet, but throughout this next hour or so. If it can start holding this bottom, already above yesterday's or Friday's close, now a higher low at 480. If it can make a consolidation 485, look for a long, just sort of sit in the long, giving it to that bottom and see if it can't retrace back into VWAP. But I'd like to see it kind of barcode, like bounce, make a top, bounce off a bottom, and then try to engage that long trade. Meta is going to end. I think it's going to come out at some point. The market's starting to roll over, and I haven't moved my trail just yet, but I'm going to move my trail now to 136.25. It's not a huge move, but just a little bit tighter. I'm not really seeing the strength that you want out of a continuation here on Meta, so I'm going to get out of this one if it breaks back. And speaking of breaking back to the downside, NVIDIA is starting to come back. And if NVIDIA makes a strong move to the downside here, maybe back into VWAP, I know I'm going to want Intel short. It might just be Intel breaking the low of the day. I want Intel off the top, so if Intel can't hold like 2690, at least I want to double check to make sure that's the level I want. Ooh, that wick came right back. No, more like, it's 2690 just to be sure. If 2690 goes on Intel, it's either making a new low, so breaking the bottom, or short off the top. With the rollover potentially coming back into this market, NVIDIA finding its top, Intel is not even green on the day, it's so weak. I'm going to short through that low of the day as well.
So we, good look there. We're both thinking of a little bit of shorts here. There it is. There's a nice little cash for me as well on our boy Amazon. Nice little downside move. There it is right there. We just put this trade on for you. And there it is breaking. So, yeah, man, we're going to just hit that. We talked about reversing our position there on Amazon. We found one that was relatively weak. And there it is right there. How's 30 cents in just a matter of minutes? So that's a good one there for Amazon. Breaking back lower, man. We're stacking it up today, boys and girls. Good call. Look at that. Look at this call on Amazon right now. As now it's down into the 80s. We got to put a bid out, man. But without any further ado, the money's not going to stop getting thrown around over here. But at the big desk is where all the news is at. So let's go over to Brendan.
Hey guys, quick update for you on crypto markets. Nice move up as we were mentioning in the pre-market over the weekend. In fact, we retook $1 trillion in market capitalization for the entire crypto market, so back above that 1 trillion mark. Meanwhile, 500 million on the short side getting blown out as we get this huge move back higher through 21,000 for Bitcoin. Did test 21,400 before a bit of a move back downside. These are hourly charts. Ethereum on this side, Bitcoin on this side, making very, very similar moves currently. 1576 and change right now for Ethereum. There it is, 1576.44. 1.3% for Bitcoin, 21,218. Been a while since we've been talking in the 20,000s, but green numbers to start the week, guys. 500 million in shorts getting blown out over the weekend.
Yuck. Yeah. Well, that's it.
Squeeze central, man.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Profit being made and lost every day in these markets, especially the crypto market. But wow, I was just talking with the professor over here, and he's like, wow, he's dissecting the trade. And he was like, wow, that Amazon really there got going. So thank you for that one, Professor, for talking about it there. But 97.25, we talked about taking that break. And again, just notice that it was weaker, man. We had 50 periods. We had everything lined up. So when that happens, man, and it sort of, it opens up like that, we like it. So that was a great trade. It opened up for us. Just absolutely went down. We got 2 outs at 97 and another one there at 85. Let's see my next bid. You guys probably can guess where it is. It's at the 50 marker. So we're going to wait to see if we can get some 50 marker love down here, especially if this market continues to go down. Great out. I mean, by the way, look at our out on Apple as well. Right there, 136.70. So now you're saving ourselves on that trade as well. So yeah, man, the money is flying in today. So far, so good here. Diamond hands, not really, but we got some kind of hands on board right now, and they're working out pretty good. So far, so good. Now that I can feel my hands, we're able to make a bit more trades. But here we go. Nice moves here to end, hopefully not to end, but to start the day off right with some of these nice wins for you. It's only 10:34. Market's been open a whopping hour.
Well, we've been here for 2 hours. That's how we put in the work. But yeah, like you're just at the beginning of this day. I mean, the market is still trying to hold green. So on the way back, on what I think is a bit of a pullback happening now, just look to see how we hold. If we can hold up in green on the ES, that's going to be key. Bed Bath & Beyond now holding that 4.25 mark. I never got those 420s, obviously, because it never got there on this dip. I'm going to take that scalp trade notion, just sort of sitting in here in front of quarters. Obviously, it just dipped at 4.50, so if quarters go, I think you could see $4. I don't need that bit anymore. And then I'm going to go back to where this all started for me in Silvergate. This was the first thing we had long off the 15 level. I keep looking, like, when is it going to press to 17 so I can short it? And it just does not even want to get there. So this is starting to look a little bit weak to me. That 16 just put in a wick high. I want to take this trade into the south side. I might just go off of this lower high here as Intel 3 cents away from breaking those bottoms. BABA is a bloodbath. Someone just said BABA's a bloodbath. I don't know that I would call it a bloodbath. I think JD's a heck of a lot weaker. Maybe check Pinduoduo as well. But BABA was holding up better. But this is about to break 60, that JD. And once 60 is gone, I think there's another dollar for myself. So it's a little bit weaker than Alibaba. So if you can't really call Alibaba a bloodbath when it's only down 2%. I know it's at those lows of the day, but relative to the other names in the group, it's actually a little bit strong. Brendo, what do you got, bud?
Another big runner from back in the day, the height of the squeeze, short squeeze craze, ATER, just popping up. Huge volume coming back into this one today as well, 30%. They actually reported earnings in the pre-market, but still about 8 to 10% I see anyways short on ATER.
Listening to well. Goldman's at, okay, it's not at 350 yet. Goldman Sachs is at 351.
Wow, that's close enough, man.
What is wrong with? I'm having an issue. Okay, anyways, I can't bring my level. My chart's fine. It just I can't bring up a level 2, so I can't really trade it. It just popped up now. But down to 351. That's that 350 level I was looking to defend. Goodness, man. I'm going to go for. Look, I'm going to take a long here at some point on Goldman Sachs, but it's only now testing it. This is 6% to the downside, but really, like if you just look at where this one has come from. Like this was up at 375. I just got Intel to the short side, by the way. You're broken the 50 period. There was a bit of a breakout last week at that 350 level, so I'm looking to see if it can catch a bid off of 350. I'm just double checking. I want to see what Morgan Stanley's doing here. Yeah, this would be even better if Morgan was giving you a dip where it could make a secondary rally, but Morgan's kind of getting toward its top as well. So I'd like to look. I want to see a pullback in Morgan Stanley, it catch a bid, and then see if simultaneously we can get a 350 hold on Goldman Sachs. But what
What a move.
Yeah, it's a very big, huge discrepancy between these two, which you don't always see. And at some point, I'm going to think that has to come back to spread between these two of these big banks. And I tend to think I'd rather be going for the long on Goldman first. I'm thinking whether I want to short Morgan Stanley as well off this 98 high, or if I just want to only play longs off 350 on Goldman. I think we got time to figure it out because it is getting close to that lunchtime. Dan Smith, thank you for the super chat.
Ooh, yes.
Did I miss the one chip recap? Yeah, I see what you wrote there. You guys can now all see it. How was the aftermath? You know what? It actually wasn't as bad as I was expecting. So the old Johnny Cash that usually happens at the end of eating something hot, that was not nearly as bad as I was anticipating. And that's all I will say about that. I'm giving this Bed Bath & Beyond, which I just got at 431, only a 5 or 6 cent stop. I'm not holding it back into 4 even. I just want to scalp inside of this range. So 450 top it has. If it can't hold quarters, it's probably going to pull back another 5%.
Yeah, I feel like the preparation that we had was pretty key. All you guys saw us. We had those bananas.
Yeah,
we had made sure we had a good
really
meal that day and everything. So yeah, that was a hell of a lot of fun though. But wow, I don't recommend anybody doing that. But if you want to have some fun and live your life, do it. I mean, it's fine to do it. It's just it's
not fine to do it.
It's fine to do it. Whatever.
It's a bad idea.
I mean, look what you just said. I mean, it wasn't as bad as you thought.
But it was a bad idea.
I mean, whether or not the idea was good or not, I agree with you on that one. That was your idea, by the way.
Whoa. It was not my idea. I just agreed to it without knowing what I was doing.
Exactly.
So it wasn't.
So I think preparation on that end needs to improve.
Somebody just said it in the chat, and I was like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
And
then
then I looked it up, and I was like, well, that was dumb.
So not a great. Right. So
but you know what that's like?
We're on the same page on that.
It's the equivalent of investing in oh, I just invested in this company because I saw a line in the chart and I literally don't know what they do.
Right.
That's essentially what me agreeing to the chip challenge was basically.
That was foolish.
It was pretty dumb.
That was foolish. But we had a great time. And I want to thank everybody for watching as well. Maybe we'll do something else again, similar to that, but maybe not that as we go. But I want to thank everybody for watching. And what a great opportunity that was, to gain new viewers and everything. I think we had someone said we had 17,000 watching or something at that time, which was fantastic. So I want to thank Sharif, Arun, all those guys for helping chip in. And then I guess my kid was terrorizing. Oh, yeah. I said that to Brendan there because Brendan was on a little bit of I guess a mini vacay this weekend. And I told him, I was like, hey, man, sorry for what my kid did there at your desk because, where is it? Here it is right here. So these are my kids. There's my kid right there at the desk. So hopefully we can play that. You'll see. My daughter's doing a little dance there, and here's my kid just thinking about what to do. So I was like, oh, hopefully he didn't screw up Brendan's little setup there. But here's a behind-the-scenes look of Trader TV Live. There I am here. This is afterwards, the desk, everything like that. But on that note, make sure, as I hear Prad telling me, hit the like button and make sure you check out our Discord because there's a lot of great opportunities there. Free, completely free. You can hit hashtag or / Discord right now in the chat. Bears vs. Bulls will help you out with that one. Join our Discord. Lots of amazing opportunities. And the best, there's many best parts about all this, but it's completely free. A lot of Discords will ask you to pay. We will not. Thank you to everybody for helping us run that as well. Shout out to you, Blind Jedi, as well. And a big shout out to Prad for all the hard work that he's been doing on that Discord, completely off camera, off work hours and everything. So shout out to you, my guy, over there, Proudly Beal, shooting the threes on the production team right now and doing a fantastic job. Ballin' right now. All right, I told him he's in the best spot right now, and I believe that he is. I truly do believe that. All right, let's go over to the big desk with Brendan now.
Hey guys, Sector Watch brought to you by Stock Odds. What an easy way to learn relationship trading. Try the top 10 odds from Stock Odds. Get 10 of the highest probability stock ideas from the S&P 500 straight to your inbox every single morning. Check out the link down below, 10% off with that link. All right, let's talk about the S&P 500, a green-ish board to show you today. It is basically dead flat right now, 0.02 to the downside. Notably down here, so a tale of two stories as far as banks are concerned. GS downside, 6%, Morgan Stanley upside, 6%. So offsetting each other, leaving everything else basically flat or slightly lower as far as banks are concerned. Tech trying to lead though. It's mostly coming from the semiconductor group. There's NVIDIA, 4.5% to the upside. Some of the clean energy related names 5.8% for Enphase, SEDG 3.25% to the upside, AMD as well 2% higher. So a nice look for some of the semiconductors. Same story for software and hardware equipment makers, also mostly positive. Speaking of, Tesla 6%. Huge mover today, back to the upside. CarMax, we talked about a little bit there, 4.3%. Domino's on here as well, having a nice day, 3% higher. Weakness in material stocks today, communication services and healthcare and industrials offsetting an otherwise pretty green board overall. But the market overall, guys, exactly flat at this point. Updated number as far as viewers are concerned, still about 28 to 30% of people watching, guys, not subscribed to the channel. Make sure you're joining us every single day. Hit that alarm button as well so we can tell you when we come back on. Join us every day. We're here for you for free. Every day the market is open. Hit subscribe, guys.
Yes, sir. And the lack of subscribers is why 425 doesn't hold in Bed Bath & Beyond. No, that's nothing to do with it. However, somebody was just on the bid at that 425 level on BBBY. It was about 150,000 shares. They reloaded it, and it was about to hold, and then, it just got taken out. I told you that's where my stop was going to be, so we bought that dip. We're able to get half of it out on the way up to 445, but if you're risking 5 or 10 cents there, well, I was actually risking about 6 or 7, then you want to make sure you're taking profit in that same range. When it goes 2 to 1, you want to get something out. Otherwise, it's like, what's the point of having that trade? I think you can dip down to $4. That's likely the next level to come in.
You all right?
I keep cleaning up this wick on Intel, and it keeps coming back. So my chart it's just going to look like this until I can get rid of it. But I am short on that 29.90 break on Intel. I got some out at 80s. And yes, it's going down. It just doesn't look like it's going down very far. I guess if it goes 10% to the downside from here and drops $2.50 to $3, then that wick will be real. But it's obviously Intel did not trade 27s. I'll keep trying to clean it up. That and JD. JD's now broken. JD.com has, as I have to hit enter twice here, JD.com is now broken that 60 level, so we're just letting her ride. The first short we got into, we reloaded at 61. I'm now looking for 59s at the bottom. I'm likely to slap a trailing stop, but the market just rolled over in a big way. I don't have any longs left. If I get an opportunity back at Tesla to go long, it's got to be a lot deeper down into this 126 level, maybe 126.5. But we kind of got bottom to top on Tesla. I'm not going to rush to anything because the market just went red. We'll be patient catching some of these bids.
All right, well, we did pretty good here, I feel like, again. We'll see, because we just got a nice little bid downside here for Softy. So let's see, man. Hopefully it can cause some, or not cause, but hopefully it'll be a good trade for us there on Softy. But right now we did pick up a bottom twice down here. Again, it's moving around, so I like the stock, fine, but we are waiting out for that 237 bottom. We looked at Microsoft earlier, and you guys know that we talked about it, and I like how violent it can be, but at the same time, it can be violent for other reasons as well. It could go the other way on some of this violence. So let's just make sure that we are cool with it down to the bottom here for Microsoft. I still feel like these 237.50s, I want to get out if we take out 238, but we do have some more bottoms there. So again, something to look out for here for Microsoft as we come in there, 238 bottom. We're long at 239.06, so we're long just right here, just right now. So, not overly concerned about what we're doing for Softy, but I would like to get back to 239.50, so that's going to be an area. We did buy into that dip. Let's take something out like 30s maybe. If we can get up to 30 on that name, that would be something. And then again, because we just had that dip down, Softy, ooh, that would have been a good buy as well, back down here to 135, just came in as well. So sometimes being patient that's what it's about, waiting for moves to happen and then capitalizing when they're there. So I think Microsoft, because I'm long Microsoft here and it's working right back up to the upside, let's give Apple just a little bit more room. And by the way, when that happened, again, lucky to be good, good to be lucky. But this Amazon trade, man, we just took out at 50s right there. So we just went long, long, long and flipped it into the short when we realized there was a problem. So that was a good take as well. We'll end the day at our highest spot and really couldn't be happier with today, other than Alibaba, which is going to be their one losing trade that we have on. And Alibaba, even now, back to that 114.50, could be picked up. I'd rather focus on stocks that are strong and hold on to this Amazon short. So there it is. Let's go, man. Microsoft, well taken, back up to the upside. All right, you know what? That's a big move. There we go. I'm going to take a 825 out there, as there it is, a nice move back up to the upside. Let's go, man. Another one right here. We've been putting them on today, boy. There it is, softy. Let's go. What a good dip buy. And Neil, that goes to the point of, like, you're looking at Goldman Sachs, waiting for the right prices.
We'll see.
No, yeah, we'll see. And that, but that's, no, but that's.
I just got Goldman. That's why
it kind of just segued right into that. That's the point. We'll see. Yeah. Like, there's no point in forcing something if it's not at your level, right? So yeah, exactly. Try to avoid hitting keys like crazy. And now we have Microsoft a 55-cent winner. So there's the banger to the upside for softy. Be patient, guys.
Yeah, and sort of when this all started, I was like, well, maybe if Goldman continues this trend to the downside, we might see 350. It's not that if I really, truly, honestly thought that this was definitely going to 350, I would have just gone short. But I did know that if I was going to pick it up, 350 was the one level I would take. I'm saying it chuckling because I just didn't see this happening getting down here. But 6% down, it's trying to make that bottom. I let it get to 350 first. It bounced off 350, 51 it looks like. So holds the level. Now trying to break out on the next 3-minute candle. So I grabbed some 51 quarters. I'll give it to the bottom. If it gets to VWAP, I'm very thrilled. 355 would be great. So about halfway through that kind of a move, we'll see if we can't get some offers out there. You want to take some profit if it starts to go up. We'll take some 53s and we'll take some probably 55 to 56. But man, this has been an incredibly weak day for that bank. And just an unbelievably strong day for Morgan Stanley, which feels like it wants to go to 100. So if this gets to $100, I think Morgan Stanley is a fade at 100. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I look back at Bed Bath & Beyond here. After taking that scalp trade into the high of the day, getting out at 425, it looks like now it wants to challenge that $4 level. This is where the next place I would buy the dip would be right at VWAP and $4, but I want it to come down to my price. So my new trade is a long. It's against like the short-term trend here. It's 100% against the short-term trend of the market in Goldman Sachs. It is 100% against the trend that Goldman's had all morning, but it's just too key of a level, especially even on the daily chart, to not take a shot at this one as a day trader on the dip buy.
Let's go, guys. One more time as we go bullish, obviously, on softy, as that is now. You just took this trade, man. It's just nicely in the money right now as we speak. So nice little bullish trade here for Microsoft as it continues to make a move upside. My next out is 64. I don't know why. Oh yeah, that's right there. So we just got up to the 50 period. I thought we could take it out and then get into this level, which that bottom is right there, 63, 64, 65. Ooh, we're taking some more pictures over there. I see what social media marketing's up to. Shout out to Katrine, shout out to Liz over there. Thanks for all the hard work, ladies, as we go. But all right, so right there, Microsoft, nice upside move, just bouncing around. I'm wondering if we just need to get a little earlier on this. Let's let it go. Let's let this continue to go upside. We only have 10 minutes left before you get the Scalp Demon and the Professor coming to you guys live again. Congratulations again to the Dallas Cowboys. I messaged Sharif before the game. I was like, my only worry is Dak. And by the way, that dude balled out. 4 touchdowns, 0 picks, 305 yards, nearly a perfect game for Mr. Prescott. Let's see if he could do it against the San Francisco D. That's a little more inept, I feel, than Tampa Bay. I mean, all the focus.
A little more adept?
A little inept. Yeah. So I think so. And depth. Yep, they have everything right there. San Francisco is going to be a. Oh, and by the way, I missed.
Dallas is screwed.
I misspoke. That game's on Sunday, by the way.
Yeah,
I misspoke. I thought it was Saturday, but it's.
Dallas is screwed. What are we even talking about?
I thought I heard. So I get this guy saying Dallas is done. This guy's saying shock the world. So I'm getting like different aspects here. But hey, what a great weekend it was for the NFL. I think the AFC matchups next week. I'm really excited to see what Sunshine can do against Mahomes. So that should be really good. Jacksonville.
Dallas has no chance. Dallas is.
I don't want to say they have no chance. I mean, I think that. So for example, Seattle was down 6 in the third. I mean, until Geno Smith started to make some epic mistakes. The problem with Dallas is, of course, Dak, just like your boy Josh Allen, can make mistakes.
Dallas is not going to.
And the problem, the good thing about Buffalo is they're going to be at home. The weather's going to be probably a problem again.
Bills will be fine.
And the Bills will be fine. I just worry about Dallas traveling on the road. But I do like Dallas' chances to at least stay close in that game. The spread is only, I think, 6 points or something. I don't think it's so crazy yet. We'll see where that one goes.
You can run on that team. Think about it. Like, Dallas has a decent defense, but you can run on that defense. And what does San Francisco do best?
It's going to be a problem. I mean, Debo.
They're going to run over them. They just, anyways. I know the problem is I'm biased when it comes to Dallas, so no one's going to believe me. And they'll be like, yeah, well, you just hate Dallas. That's why you're saying that. I was not just saying. I was not just randomly sitting in front of 4 on.
Like, I'm happy the Vikings lost, man. I mean, those Vikings were a fraudulent team to begin with.
Everybody knew the Vikings. Like, if you're basically a 500 team based on your points for and against,
right,
then quite frankly, like, they were never really as good as the numbers indicate. I think everyone understood they were never as good as their record, and you always got to dig deeper. It's kind of like looking at like adjusted earnings without knowing what's going on with the company, and like their record was like
the earnings call.
Yeah, it was like their adjusted earnings were great, but I mean, if you actually looked at it, they had a loss. So that was kind of like the Vikings there. I missed the dip on Bed Bath & Beyond. I wanted a consolidation off 4. Now that it's made a bit of a bid, I'll probably get a little bit more aggressive with this as we go to Brendan, because money talks and you know what walks.
Hey guys, interesting moves so far this morning as far as currencies are concerned. There was this note that came out earlier from the ECB suggesting, Bloomberg reported this first, suggesting the ECB could be the first to pause on rate hikes, or at least slow, according to this note. So that did cause a move back to the downside after an initial spike for the euro. You can see we are red now, 0.14, back to 108. It did get up to about 108 and a quarter early on this morning, though, for the euro. Dollar having to do with that as well, back green after initially starting the day in negative territory. I can show you the dollar here as well. You can see we did test that low going back to the last little dip to the downside there, 102.30, up 0.18 right now for the US dollar. Canadian dollar, 74.75, up 0.2 today, 0.66 for the British pound, 122.75 as well. A lot of green on this board, though, as we are seeing a bit of a pullback for the DXY, still holding on to that 21,000, meanwhile, for Bitcoin, guys.
So yeah, Bitcoin, wow, amazing, amazing, amazing. It's profit time, it's take profit time right now, as we just got out of our trade there for Microsoft. Not out of the whole thing, but out of enough to really make me quite happy. We just got a piece out, so we only have a third left of this trade. A third out right there at, third left. Third out right there at 24. Look, we bought 75, so that's 50 cents, and there's $1. So yeah, man, we are gonna ring the register a little bit there, as the cash cow that is Softy for your boy just continues to happen, man. What a great move upside for Softy. Look what we did. Patience pays, right? Just like that Goldman trade, just like Microsoft, just like Apple today, just like all these trades that I'm trying to do. Waiting. And another one, what do you want? Huh? Oh, no, another one. Okay, there we go. I thought you were talking about DJ Khaled there. Another one. Yeah, you're right about that, Prad. But there it is right there. We're just testing out some of these graphics to make sure they're working. So thank you so much for the patience on all this today. It's been a good one, man. IQ. What did we say a story about that? That's down. Was that?
Huh?
Yeah, it's down 15% right now. This is one of those Kathy Wood names, I guess. Oh no, this is IQI. Yeah, this is a Chinese name, so that's why I guess to the downside right now. Straight fire early, so we'll have to watch out for IQ right there. Didn't notice it till just now, but nice downside move for IQ, which is ICIYI. IQIYI, right there as some of the, I think it's just one of those plays again. Watch, did you get out of Meta when it broke 136, by the way?
Oh, hell, actually,
because that was the level.
So, you know what the funny thing is? Before that, I actually tightened my stop up. I'm like, it's entirely too weak to just give an extra 25 cents up. And this will happen. Like, sometimes you make a judgment call like this, and you don't give it to that level. Every time I move a stop to make it tighter, Arun, when he's like, you should never do that. Like, the level's 136, leave it at 136. That's what it's all about. But it was so weak when it made that triple top that I just said, let me trail it to 26 because I'm out of it. But I did get the bottom on Goldman. I just got the first scalp out here as it's trying to break this channel up. Now, Goldman is obviously weak here. That's a little too far. I thought I got this. Let me just move that to the right spot. Because the next cluster from this bottom cluster is going to be 355 to 356. So if it breaks 53s, then I think it's getting that next $2 or $3 to the upside. But going against the grain here, it either bounces off 350 or we're headed to 340. I know in the chat someone was saying 340 is a big level, it's a bigger level on Goldman. Yes, but when buying a dip, 350 is the first level. Like you can see breakout, holds consolidation, then breaks to the top to 375. So 350 is the first level up. And then the big support is down at 340. It's already down 6%. When Goldman's down 6% at 11 o'clock or 10:30, I'm going to be looking to catch bids on what I think is like a quality name at a key price around lunchtime, typically that's a good place for a bounce zone for a day trader. So if it was at 340, I'd go long 340, but it was at 350, and 350 was that first level of support. If that gets broken, yeah, I'll probably look at that 340 as well, because it's a more significant level. It's obviously not the first one to come through. So I grabbed that long. I'm trailing out on JD. I'm holding on to my Intel, which I'm pretty sure, yeah, that wick is back. So yeah, not much I can do about that on Intel. But I got Intel through the low of the day. I got one leg out. I'm still kind of holding on to see if it can't get down to like 29.50. If the market breaks lows, Intel should be a weak one for the rest of this day.
What's up, guys? It's only 3 minutes to go right now, and I want to thank everybody for watching. We don't have a lot of trades on today, about 50 or so, but very, very specific, which is a lot, but very, very specific on what we're looking for. And I think that, like we said, it still remains the same. Wait for opportunities. You can be very, very patient, especially that you're heading into a different hour right now, right? I mean, it is prime time for market to slow down between 11 until, I mean, right now, whatever. The show, we got a great show coming for you, but watch out for some of the key levels is what I'm trying to get at. Wait for levels to fill and to hit, and then maybe start to go back in and out of these names, right? So I'm like right now, Amazon, let it go to the downside. Let it see if it can breathe. You know, that's something that I'm talking about right now. Let Microsoft see if it wants to breathe as well, possibly to the upside today for Microsoft. So yeah, let some of these names breathe a little bit. And then, you know, if they hit key levels, they hit key levels. Mind you, Brendan's on the desk, and these guys are ready to rock and roll with any names that are moving. So we still have Carvana as well. Let me just, before we go over to the earnings board, which you're going to go to in a second, just want to check, yeah, Carvana, so still 820, and look where we bounced off again, 780 or so. That's where we're at now, bouncing off VWAP. So be patient with some of these plays. There's definitely a lot in here to go. So lots of stuff happening. And the best part about this week, of course, as Neil and I know, it's earnings week, and so do you guys know that as well. Big tech cometh, and they cometh tomorrow, I believe, or is Netflix Thursday? We're going to find out in about 2 seconds over the big board with Brendan.
Headliner going to be Netflix Thursday, guys, but here's what's to come. I just saw as well, we get Microsoft and Tesla both next week. So next week going to be fun too. Here's what's to come for tomorrow.
I remember the good old days when you knew it was earnings season when Alcoa reported,
Right.
but it's
Now
not.
they don't.
That's really not the truth.
Where is Alcoa now?
I see it.
Where?
It's on after the close today.
After the close. Oh, we're in the middle. I'm like, oh my God, I can't
So
even
I don't
see
really
that.
see anything that I'll be. It's not to say that these are all stocks that we won't trade, but you saw the opportunity in the banks, and that I didn't even get Goldman Sachs until the end of the session here, well, the end of the morning session. But nothing too crazy for me. Maybe we'll look at like a JB Hunt. I don't know, but I just think you're going to be back to tech. You're going to be right back to EVs. You're going to be right back to the Chinese ADRs. Like, where are the places that have worked for you, and just don't stray too far away from them, because earnings season is coming. We'll focus on what's reporting that day. Tonight might not be that day. I did miss. I was so close. I barely missed out on that 17 short on SI, but it did double tap it. That's an obvious line in the sand here. If it breaks 17, its secondary squeeze is on, but I'll at least be short this one if it does give me a chance to get back at SI. I haven't gone short yet today, but I have paid for the locates to short this 17 level.
Guys, what a great day. We got to end it right now. But look at Microsoft right now, guys. We continue to ride it up to 240. We called this play. We just got a dip down to 238.75. So right now, $1.20 in the money now for Microsoft as it continues to make that move to the upside. So, hey, I hope you enjoyed the show. I mean, I think Neil and I did an absolutely bang-up job, and so did you guys. I want to thank all the viewers today. Very, very important for that. Only, unfortunately, why can't I see how many people are watching right now? Oh, there it is, 7,000 watching.
Yeah.
1.9 right now. So please hit the like button if you can. Hit the subscribe for sure. Let's get that going. Only 1.9K. Let's get that up. You're about to get to an amazing show in the afternoon. So I know, no doubt, our goal is now 3K. Okay, boys? That's the goal that we want to get to. So let's get that number over to 3,000. And without any further ado, it's the two most handsome men in the business. It's the professor and the demon, Luca and Sharif. Over there. Good job today, Neil. Good job, Brendan. Thanks, Fahad. Thanks, crowd, everybody. Thanks, Bears vs. Bulls. Over to the big guys on the Midday Show.
Let's go.
What is up, guys? Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Sharif. That's Luca. We got a good show in store for you. There's a whole lot of stuff going on above our heads. So if there is any excess noise, just know these are upgrades going on to better serve you. So bear with us, guys. All right. Let's get into some trades today. You saw the market moved up, it moved down, and everything in between. It's kind of a roller coaster for me now, I'm in the swing trade. I'm constantly keeping my eye on the futures, but here we got it, 435.25 to the high side. We're currently retracing back down into that 40.12.5 area, still holding that 4,000 area though. So you heard Arun talk about 39.90, 39.60 to the low side, and then he talked about that 40.30 to the high side. Looks like we broke that by about 5 points or so. So new high, looking at the daily chart, we have created a new high over Friday's high, yes, Friday. Even though we finished red, there was a bit of a candle of indecision. Right now, it doesn't look all that good, like an upside down doji. That's, usually not where you want the closing price to be. We've got a lot more hours to trade though going on. So having a look there at the futures. Now, with respect to big caps, the strongest of the bunch, I'd say, have been Apple and Tesla today. You saw relative strength, relative weakness on Google. You've seen relative weakness on Amazon. Those have been the kind of the weaker names. Tesla very strong, up 5%, and a nice little move for Apple, but that's retraced since, Luca. What have you been looking at today?
Yeah, I traded a few things. What's going on, everyone? Hopefully everybody having a great time. Some upgrades going on behind us, but all is well. I see somebody saying a terrible trade on Apple and Microsoft this morning. Don't worry. If at first you don't succeed, keep trying, but understand when to give up as well. Super important there. And definitely an interesting day. Tesla running to that 130 level. I know you were just covering which ones were strong and kind of moving around, doing their thing. I think, for the time being, kind of feels like maybe Tesla holds this VWAP level. So I'm sort of looking for a dip into that 120, 128. As you guys can see here, I was essentially scalping this general area, just sort of adding to the long, scalping it out. So at this point now, maybe we do finally break the 50. It is respecting the 50 period, right? So if we do run back to the upside, if I do decide to chase this long, going back into 130 potential high a day, I mean, it is up 5%, so maybe worth that. But I do want to see it sort of get over this level, get over the 129, and then maybe scalp it for 50 cents, 75 cents there. Or if we dip back into VWAP, I mean, this setup's very, very clean, and I want to show, kind of remove my fills here for everyone to see. Was holding that 128, did not break 128, and there was a reserve bid at 128.01, if I'm not mistaken, right over here. Then we had the rally, coming back down, breaking the reserve, breaking the level, dipping only to like 89s. So only to 127.90-ish area, then kind of popping right back, then giving you the final move up, guys. So kind of rule of thumb that I look at, if you want 128 to hold, and it is holding, and then it really starts to go to the upside, you got to remember that a lot of the times you're not going to get this explosive move until it actually breaks and stops everybody out. So I would say don't, discredit the level. If you have the level, use the area. Be discretionary on the area. Don't necessarily put a stop. I mean, in this situation, you could have went long 02s. You would have stopped at 99. You would have been stopped out, and then it give you the move that you want to see anyways, right? So it is a product of the way that you have to trade these names, especially when you're trading like around VWAP and areas. But you do have to give it that room. You can't put stops. Don't route them to the exchange because they'll just see that. They'll go run and stop you out. And then put it back in the direction, right? So this is essentially a product of all the people that front ran that 128 level, putting their stops on the level and below, breaking the level, they risk 1 cent. Okay, great. Do they get back in? That is the question. If they do, it has to be less size. So it is, a product of the way that it trades. Just keep that in mind. So if we do get back towards that 128, I am going to try another dip buy at that level to see if we want to hold there and then rally. Out is very simple for myself. We should not be breaking like 127.50. I'll give it a wider range, 127.50. I mean, if it breaks that, it's not the trade that I'm looking for. I'm looking for a dip into the level and a bounce. So bids are out. We'll see if I want to get that bill. AG Monster, what's going on? Saying Tesla rug pull imminent. Well, not really, right? It's up 5%. If we do sell off to the downside, I mean, the market, look at this, right? The market all the way up, showing that it wants to hold above that 40.20, ripping to the north side, and then just can't, doing some sideways action, big sort of sell-off, and now we're back below VWAP. So even with this whole up and down move on the general market, Tesla is still kind of above VWAP. So I sort of feel like I'm going to take my stab at that long if we get closer to VWAP, see what happens, and go from there. Something, before I do pass it back to Sharif, that I found interesting is the fact that the market was ripping higher. Amazon looked really good. It was just below 99. I figured, okay, eventually we're going to get that 100 test. We are close enough to it. So do we sort of hold this 98 area and then bounce? I think 98.30 was definitely a very, very interesting area right off the open. There was some buyers sitting at around the 98.30. It was touching, bouncing, touching, bouncing. This is all within 1 minute candle, so you won't see it here. But essentially, when finally breaking the 98.30, this thing just straight to the downside. And even with the overall market moving to the upside and giving you that move at around 10 o'clock, you know, Amazon could not reclaim the 50 period. So something I'm looking for on Amazon today, I know it is down 1.8%. It is now below the 97 level, so I'm not really loving the long per se. But at the same time, you know, I want to see how it reacts at the 50 period. As it catches up, do we actually get a breakout and then a move back to VWAP? Kind of like that long idea, so we're going to see what happens. I am long Tesla now, so we'll manage this trade, and I'll pass it back to Sharif now.
All right, guys, I'm in a couple of shorts. Just got into one on Wayfair, looking for a flat bottom break here. Getting already a little bit out, holding 80% of the position. We've scalped some out. We took that 43 break, not getting the best price there at 42.92. Now it's printing 66s. We got some out at 80s, and then another little bit at low 70s there. So couple of scalps, holding in another couple of shorts here. MGOL. This one I've been kind of battling with this one all morning, taking small size, trying to time this one. This one, you know, I probably in hindsight, I should have waited for some sort of mean reversion back into VWAP at that 580 level. We were kind of extended, breaking through that 5. Rather, you know, I've kind of been looking here at the 5.25, getting in some at 530. Missing that big top that it made at 557. That would have given me a better cost basis. We are a bit above the 50 period on the 1 minute chart at the moment. So in terms of a retracement, you know, we've got one going on, but still below VWAP. So still tradable, at least under my rules, to the short side. So that's the other one. NEGG, we saw this one last week. It's down 10% today. Here's a big move down, sideways, big move down. So looking for that continuation to stair step down, maybe into $1 or so. A small position here, kind of going to work my way into this one. Missing an opportunity to add here at 91s. Range is a little bit tight on this one, so you will have to size up a little bit more on NEGG. All right, W still retracing below that 43. Now we're going to start looking for some next profit-taking areas. You gotta think here. It's got to be above the $0.50. So let's go ahead and take this many shares out, and we're going to cover right in front of that $0.50. Let's put 55s, 42, 55s. That is also this key area of support here. There's that wick down that we made it around 950. That's kind of been the low of today. I want to say that's the low of today on this one. Yeah, 42.53 is the low of the day, so have mine in front of 55s, but I got to be careful. This could retrace on me, right? We're extended off the 50 period, at least for the moment, off on the 1 minute chart. 50 periods at 43.20. So that's kind of what I'm thinking there. Like, we may be a little bit extended. I may have to take a bit more profit before that 55s, in fact, just to protect myself, since I'm still holding 80% of the position. All right, and then VWAP again, just for sake of mentioning, is 43.60 Luca.
Yeah, I see Farm Trader. What's going on? Hopefully you had a great weekend. They're asking me a question. What is with the salami and wine room? So guys, that is a cantina. I know people were asking me last week what, and I was like, how do I explain this? So I was like, let me just post a picture.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, on my Instagram there, and then yeah. So if you guys want to check that out, I posted it. Not sure how long it's going to stay up there for. Everything is now flushing to the downside here. Just a quick heads up. Market may be going for that 4,000 test. I do like a sort of like a 4,000 like long bounce play. So I am kind of long, I want to say prematurely here on Apple. I was sort of playing off that 135, now sort of dipping back below. So I'm going to add just another portion here for a quick like rip back to 135. So a little bit of a scalp play. If we keep selling off, you know, if we're going to go straight down, then we go straight down, and I just get out of that trade. So no big deal there. Tesla was looking good. I was sort of, I have my order stacked for, you know, a little bit of the position for the rip back up. But now kind of flushing back down. I want to see how, again, 127.50. If we break through that, then I feel like I should just have a stop in there. So I can always get back into that trade if it's going to be good. But yeah, no, this flush down is not caught me off guard. But yeah, you want to just make sure that you do watch your positions on these things, because, you know, if we do break through 4,000 on the market, All these things are going to go down. I just feel like 4,000 to 4,005 sort of seems like that general area of support. We already did kind of reject off the highs. Now we're heading back into the lows. So let's see if I can find some bounce plays here to go long at. BBBY was definitely exciting last week. Not really sure if it's going to be that much that exciting today. As you guys can see, I was long, and I was really hoping that we would break the 450 level and just go parabolic again. Reason I say that is because, you know, how many times do we see these kind of crazy moves to the upside, right? So it's holding trend the whole way up. It's looking really good. And again, this is BBBY. I understand, you know, are they going to claim bankruptcy? What's going to happen there? So there's obviously that. But, you know, moving to the upside, sort of dipping back below, dipping, holding 3, right? Holding that 3 level, which is kind of that level of interest, you know, 3 to call it 350 area, sort of like that level of support that I said, okay, maybe we could go sideways here, running to the upside. And I was like, okay, we're over the 50 period on the 15. Can we break 450, get to 5, then, you know, maybe 5 to 550 again, got that overhead resistance. Maybe that's the level of interest there. So that was something that I was trying, you know, a little bit of a smaller size, just hoping that I can get long and we would go. As soon as we broke down that little bit of a channel, just got out. Really happy that I did. Now I'm just wondering, do we just kind of, does volume die? Do we just kind of trend to the downside? And then, yeah, if we go back to that 350, maybe worth a look. I mean, 420 bounce from last week was sick. So, yeah, hopefully, I mean, I'm not sure we'll get anything like that today. But, yeah, maybe a 420 resistance at this point for the short there.
All right, guys. Scalped up a little bit. You know, he's the scalp demon, but, you know, I'm going to have to take some scalps, too. Here we go on dub. We take that 42.60 break. We get some prints there at 58s. I've got another profit taker there sitting in front of the $0.50 at 51s, I believe. So we'll see what this one does. About already 30 pennies in the money on this one. Took out a little bit as well on MOGL. That 29 short, we take some out there at 16s or 15s or whatever. So 15 penny winner, retracing now back into the $0.25. This one, well, let's see if it just broke the 50 period to the south side. So let's see if this one is going to start stair-stepping down. Couple of green candles to speak of at the moment. Flat, absolutely flat on any GG. You know, I'm anticipating this one kind of just to surprise me with a big move down. Hence, I have to have a resting profit taker. I'll probably not be around to see this one move since it's moving as slow as snails. All right, so let's cover a little bit. What's our position on this one? All right, so we got that much, so let's take out this much. And where are we going to take it? We're going to take it right in front of, right after that 180 break. So we'll have a resting profit taker chilling there to see what is going on. Yeah, so those are the 3 trades. Those are the 3 trades I'm managing. Not much else going on in my world. Obviously, the market is really retracing here. We're closing in, I want to say, on that 4,000 level. Again, I don't really know what the catalyst for this is. I'll have to look around. Maybe something in the group chat here that I can look at quickly. User session expired. That's not cool. I'll have to relog in. Okay. So, yeah, I'm not really sure what to account for this market. But, you know, we got PPI tomorrow. Obviously, that's going to be an interesting inflation print. That's obviously going to factor into the thesis of have we seen the worst of it when it comes to inflation. And, you know, a lot of market dynamics are circle around that. So, not sure what all this selling is about, Luca, but I'm sure a lot of people are profiting from this move down, though.
Yeah, I'm sort of adding to the longs here. So long Apple, long AMD, long Meta, just sort of starter positions. Just, I mean, if we do rip back, if we rip off this 4,005 level and everything wants to give a little bit of a bounce, it kind of looks good. It feels good. So I'm going to go with that little bit of a bounce play. We're going to see what happens and go from there. I think Sean's over there saying softy.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so Sean is long, just a heads up there, long softy at around this level over here. I want to say just in front of that 550.
I got 21s.
21s.
238,
238. Wait, what are you talking about?
Softy.
Oh.
Mr. Softy.
Anyways, yeah, I'm going to leave that there. Apple maybe, yeah, I think I have some orders to get myself out closer to break even. So I want to see if this wants to get back above 135. So now sort of around break even for myself. So I want to see if this reverts back. I think at some point, if we do bounce, like this thing is going up 50 cents to VWAP there. So yeah, we're going to see what happens on that one. Guys in the chat, you know, if you are trading stuff, feel free to throw it out there. I love just seeing what everybody's trading. You know, if you have any questions, let us know. Renata saying, will NEO break 11? That is a great question. We can have a quick look here at NEO. I did not trade NEO today, and I guess we're above NEO, showing it here. 11, oh, this actually shows, let me just like zoom out a little bit on this one. I feel like 11's been tested a few times on the daily here. It's kind of like dipping towards 11 and then closing kind of high above it. I wonder if, that's actually a great question. Do we break 11 today? You know, maybe, but I sort of want to try a long here. So I'm going to try a little bit of a long on this for just a quick, this is like, you know, if I can get 10 cents, that would be great. I kind of feel like I could probably get 11.26, showing that that was the top end, testing it a few times. You know, if this breaks, this is sort of, I see this as like a 1-to-1. You know, if we break the low a day, then I'm wrong. Maybe I'll add a little bit more and then go for the bounce there. So yeah, we'll see what happens on that one. And somebody is saying, looking at 90.50 level on Google, we could have a look there as well. I did not look at Google today. Is above that level, 90.50. Oh, I kind of like that too as well. I'm just the reason I'm saying I like this because I'm looking for these like long plays. So far, AMD is looking really good, bouncing to the upside. Yeah, you know what? Let me take some of that there. Take a little bit of a win. NEO good. Meta. Oh, Apple. I guess I got the full fill. Okay, that's not what I wanted there. Oops. Whoopsies. I guess I had orders out there. Okay, so I take the win on Apple, but now it's gonna go way higher. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna get back in. But like way less size, I guess, because no, I got, where did I get out of that? Maybe, oh no, 135 flat, okay. Okay, I'm long here, less size, but let's see if this wants to get back over to VWAP. That was sort of the idea that I was going with there. And yeah, AMD looking good. Meta's the going down here. Not really too sure what to think with this, but I gave myself room to add a little bit, so let me just see if I can add a little bit more here, kind of playing off low of day. I do expect low of day to break. So that would be, low of day would be 134.45, so probably breaks right now to the downside. And then, you know, do we keep going down or does this actually give like a rip back up? With my average of 134.70-ish, I think, you know, for sure I could probably get a break even on that. But yeah, good thing, always good to give yourself room, room to move around there. And MGOL, 4.72 million float. Yeah, that sounds about right. I didn't trade this, but I know Sharif for sure is all over these, so I don't know if you're looking to trade on
Yeah, I'm looking to add. I didn't get filled. I guess there was an area of illiquidity on this 543 balance here. Looking to add to my position. Scalped into the teens. We're short 29s. A big move up there. Well, not a big move up. A sustained move up is probably a better idea. But rejecting off that $0.50 again, tried to add there. We'll see what this one does. Give me a range, but I still like this one to the downside. By the way, Messi's had his Instagram account, clothing line. He's had his clothing line on Instagram, I should say, for a while. I mean, I didn't know that there was a push to make this public. I didn't even know if it was that good. I don't see it online. I don't really see anybody repping it, nobody that I know anyway. So interesting. I know Ronaldo's been pumping that kind of stuff a bit more. But anyway, interesting little move here by Messi. I guess he's trying to profit like everybody else. A big move connected to Messi, by the way, to go to the competing club in Saudi Arabia where Ronaldo went. Apparently, they're offering him, you know what, load of money, 350-something million. I don't know if that's euros or dollars or what, but so interesting little move on Messi. Anyway, all right, let's get to the trades here. W kind of bouncing off that, I want to say 60 level. Where did it make its way down to? Yeah, 57-ish. The problem with this one is it's spready at times. Now we're getting back down into the 50s again. But this one can have like an 8-9 penny spread. So you cross here and then you don't get filled. You got to be patient on this one. I've been patient here a while, sitting in front of the 50s. But that $0.50 has been, you know, it's been support for the moment. We saw that that trough over here, that big wick down, and we're seeing that area of support again come into play here, right around that $0.50 area. But something tells me this is going to break because we're consistently printing lower highs and lower lows. So, you know, if there is a bounce, great for whoever's long, but I see this one as breaking down. So let's see. Let that one fill. I've got a resting order. MOGL still not printing me up at that 540 levels. Below VWAP, so this is an interesting area to add. I'm adding like, you know, small pieces at a time, and I've got 580 here as my absolute out, which is the break of VWAP, and then I'll have to reassess whether this one is just it's going to be a continued short or what. NEGG still, you know, this one probably was not the best idea to get into this one because it is really slow mover for a dollar stock. It's only done 3 million shares on the day, so I'm kind of, I'm not really risking much here because the range is super tight, but I'm kind of basically banking everything on this breakdown pattern that I see going on. The fact that it's down 10%, kind of a crappy one-off stock from last week, and the daily looks pretty bad. This one I didn't talk about though, KMX. This made a big move up. You heard Brendo bring that to you in the morning, making a move up that 63.5, moving all the way up to 71, but now retracing and kind of giving you a trading range on VWAP here. I want to say 68.5 to the high side and 67.5 to the downside. So maybe a range to be had, a dollar range, not bad. To be honest with you, but holding for the moment. Let's see what this one does. Up 4.2%. Yeah, 420% on the day, Luca.
I love how you only have shorts on board and I only have longs on board. And it's like you're short all small caps
and you're long all.
Just the large caps. Yeah,
no,
it's kind of funny to see there. Yeah, somebody was mentioning Alibaba. Kind of interesting, Alibaba off this 115 area over here. Alibaba, just to remind everybody on the daily, having that nice move to start the year, pushing all the way towards that 120 level. And I guess the question is, when is this thing going to slow down? Maybe, start the channel after the little bit of the up move there. So I'm not really too sure what's going on at this 115 level, but now it is sort of, right around the 50 period. And I'm trying to convince myself maybe into a trade. I had a scalp trade on it that was pretty break the 115, hold back into 115. Okay, look great. Then had the kind of sell-off dip, and now it's sort of barcoding over there. So I just feel like I am already long NEO, so maybe that I'll just kind of stick with that one. I did get a little bit out of Meta over here. This is kind of just like averaging into the. It's not exactly what I wanted to see. I would have loved it to go up here. Added a little bit here, gave myself one more add, kind of getting that out break even. Scaling out, and now it's just like, okay, do we get back to 135? That would be awesome. If we do, I make money on that trade, so I'm going to be happy if that one wants to work for me. AMD to the upside is pretty good, so I just feel like I should take some off here as well as this thing continues to work for me and sort of runs into the 50 period. That's kind of the logic, sort of buy below 171, look how 171 holds, do we run to the 50 period, and then is there a potential that we're actually going to go back to the upside? What I saw taking the long on AMD, and I kind of, in hindsight, maybe should have had a little bit more on this one as opposed to some of the other ones, is that low of day in the pre-market. So it's sort of showing you that this was the bottoming area. And I said to myself, if we get a little bit of a bounce off, 4,000 or 4,005 or 4,000 on the market, then, something's going to bounce. What do I want to be a part of? So that was that's good. That looks really good at the low of day in the pre-market. If that holds, there is that potential that we actually run back. Call it once, just over the 50 period is kind of my guess there. So I am still going to hold on to some of that there. Apple, let me see if I can find a way into this one. This is sort of a little bit of a setup that I'm seeing here is, popping over 135, and now it's sort of dipping below and popping back, dipping below and popping back. So I'm in at 9s, but let's see if I can get closer to 135 on that one. Again, if the market wants to pop, this will be great, and we could test that 50 period and then maybe make a run to 136. So this is basically what I'm thinking. I do like the longs, but yeah, we're going to definitely have to see how that one goes. And yeah, guys, if you have questions and I missed them, feel free to say them again. Eventually, I will get them. I see someone saying, Luca, you always go against the market. It's a recipe for disaster. Well, just scalps, right? So scalps, kind of in and out, very quick moves, and just kind of evaluate and go from there.
Yeah, guys, in 4 shorts now, KMX, NEGG, MGOL, and Dub. In the money, on the biggest one here, which is Dub. This one kind of retraced. I've got to keep my eye on this one. Retraced, making a higher lows. So I got to keep my eye on the micro trend change there as we are scalping. My entry on this one is 92, so I'm not going to take any loss on this one. We're in the 70s now, so it's a 20 penny move up. So let's go ahead and cover my position at break even. Should it make its way up there, I said 42.92. So let's go ahead and put 42.92, and then we'll cover everything. We'll give it a few pennies in case it gets really crazy there. We'll give it to 97s. So there we go.
Wow,
we got
Apple.
our position
Okay.
covered. MOGL still doing nothing. NEGG doing nothing. This is my new one. KMX got short 73s, made its way down to 50s, but the spread is a little wide on this one. I'm seeing consistently lower highs, and now it's making a tighter range as opposed to a wider range. So I'm looking for the breakdown below VWAP. I'm sitting here with a resting profit taker in front of the $0.50, so that would be a 20 penny winner. It's a full size position on this one. So I'll keep my eye on these ones, but I'm looking short on KMX. Abhishek Desai is saying, Luca, can you have, or me, look at Airbnb short idea? Sure, we'll have a look at that one in a second. And Gain Tortoise says, Luca, Sharif, when a stock is near the high of day, low of day, how do you determine whether to take a long or short? If you look at past levels, how do you know it's not going to break out? Thanks. You want to take that one?
That's a great question. I was looking at that one before. So it really, for myself, it kind of depends. For the first thing you want to do is look at daily levels, right? So where is this on the daily? Is there any significant levels? Does it sort of line up with that, right? A lot of the times when I'm looking at these intraday levels, I am going based on discretion. So, I'm looking at the market. I think, okay, we probably go down 4,000. We probably get a little bit of a bounce. What names can I get long? So I literally pull up AMD. I say, okay, low of day, all the way up, all the way down, potential. So I like the long there. So it's tough to say because, it is discretionary, but I would say the first thing you want to look at is, look at the daily time frames. Is there significant levels that are coming into play? So I'll give you an example. Amazon, which right now is not even close to 100, when's the last time this thing was at 100? And these, it's going to show you kind of dark pool or pre-split levels, so don't mind that. It's tough to see here, but I'll answer that question for you. When was the last time this was through 100? It was not through 100 for a while, right? So it went all the way down, it went all the way up. So that 100 level is definitely a level of interest. So if it's going to the high and it's an intraday level, even though it's at the high, there's going to be there's going to be many opportunities there. There's going to be longs, there's going to be shorts, there's going to be, scalps, there's going to be intraday swing opportunities. It just really depends, like, as a trader, what's a part of your setup, what makes the most sense to you, right? So it's tough to say what makes you go long or short. I would just say for myself, I'm very discretionary. I just kind of look, I feel it out, and then I take the trade. If Amazon gets to 100, I don't know if it'll get there today, tomorrow, next week, or if it doesn't get there and this is now the high, but I just feel like, there's multiple trades to be had. I will probably be long and short around that 100 level, and I can't explain it now, but it'll hopefully makes a lot of money when it does get there. But yeah, just look for these interesting levels that come into play when there's lots of volume, and then you sort of make decisions. Amazon now, it's at the low. I mean, long, short, it just feels like, maybe the ATR is kind of set in for the day. So as a trader, you're looking at the average true range of these intraday, if you're trading intraday, sorry. And so, if Amazon every single day for the last 30 days, 30 trading days, shows you that, the ATR is $2, when it's the high is 99 and the low is, 96, it is now outside the ATR. Does it have a lot of volume? And then you say to yourself, does this actually have the steam to continue? Or is it going to now just go robotic and stop moving? So you have to ask yourself all these different questions as you're trading these things. For myself, again, it is discretionary. I just sort of jump in and out. I look to see what's working for me, what's not, and then I just kind of do that. So for example, NEO, I went long. It just went down. I was like, okay, I'm out of that one. Not really loving it. And Apple, I kind of regret letting this go. Hopefully some of you guys are long this name. I guess I had the order for full size at 19s, which was a mistake. But I did add to it. So I added and then kind of popped back. And here's the above 50 period, right? So that's kind of where I would have scaled out. But yeah, whatever. Mondays, or I mean Tuesday, but Mondays, whatever. Still long Meta though. Still long Meta, still long AMD. AMD's looking good at the 50 period. So yeah, let me just take some more over here. And then Meta, might as well take some here. Meta was not as good as I wanted it to be, but yeah, maybe it could get better. We'll see.
All right, KMX printing here. We're short 73s. All right, let's take another piece out right there. We take some out. Where do we get some out there? We got some out at the 20s. Okay, so a nice little move, a 50-penny winner on KMX. This one giving back most of the goods now, and it is making newer lows in addition to lower highs. So we're catching the right trend on this one. Probably a bit of support. You got to assume at that whole $1.67 or so. So let's take out the majority of it. How much we got on left? We got 45% of the position left. Still a little too heavy for my liking going into this area. So we will take out, I will take out a little bit more here. So let's cover a little bit more with this many shares. And where are we going to get it? We're looking maybe into the teens, right? Teens. Okay, so we'll see if we get a nice little cover there on that one. W now. W retracing really close to my entry. Where am I short? Short 92s. So this one making a move back up and printing newer highs. So I've got 40% of this position left. If it breaks through my entry point at 92s, 42.92, I'm out of this one, which will also be, coincidentally, the 50-period moving average. So, you know, more of a reason to kind of get out of that area. We'll see what this one does now, moving up to the 90s, so we're only really a couple of pennies away from getting trailed out on W. But there, you know, kind of makes me wonder if I really should be getting out of this area, because this is a clear area of resistance, you know, and it may break it by a little bit, but you know, the general idea is right. And here's why I say that. Have a look at all these troughs right here, and then this is the breakdown area through that trough. Okay, so then I got out. I'm out of that one. Still a winner, very good winner. We take out 60% of the position down here. We hold 40% for basically a little winner. All right, MOGL as well coming down. Below, we're going to take another piece out there on MOGL. So that's profitable. We're short 29s. We take some out at 10s there. So that's a little one. NEGG absolutely doing nothing. It's been doing nothing the entire time. So this one, I'm probably going to cut this loose. Even, you know, I don't really have any reason to. It's not really going against me. It's just doing absolutely nothing. There we go. Now KMX. Sorry to flip between all these back and forth, but I have to manage all of them. Now there are only 3. There were 4. All right, KMX moving back closer to my resting profit taker. I have some there. I have a profit taker sitting there in the teens on this one. Now this one's giving up the majority of its move. It made a 71 pop. Now we're talking about 67.25. So giving up a lot of it, to say the least. But we do have I want to say 63.5 low. Maybe that's not the low. That's probably the open-ish price. What do I got on my chart? Yeah, 63 1/3 is the low. Okay, we get filled in the teens there, so we're going to drop the money for that one. Pumped about this. This has been a good short. Taking it off through the break of VWAP, picking up on the lower highs and then the lower lows. Just basically ride that trend, baby, all the way down. So KMX now about a 60 penny winner on this one. MOGL still.
Yeah.
What's going on with Carvana, Luca?
So yeah, 10,000. It's funny when you look at it. I'm like, are you sure? Like 10,000 lots on the bid there. So yeah, anybody who's looking at this one, 10,000 lots on the bid on CVNA. Not really too sure. I mean, that's a huge bid. That is a huge bid. That is 1 million shares. That is a huge bid, guys. So for anybody looking at that. Yeah, whoever called that out in the chat, I'm pretty sure somebody just called that out. I saw that, and I was just waiting for Sharif to finish there. Yeah, interesting. So, you know, here I am. I'm going long CVNA. We'll see what happens. I mean, I have no idea what to think here, honestly. I have no idea. If we break that to the downside, then I will just get out of that trade. For the time being, though, we are going to go over to Big B and for European close, and then come back and see what happens to the CVNA bid.
Sir.
Hi guys, yeah, we'll wrap up the day here for Tuesday over in the European session, looking like a bit of a mixed board to end things off. Just waiting for a few final prints to come through, but mixed showing overall, leaning to the positive side. Not huge moves though, 0.2, 0.3, 0.3 for the stock 600 there. Back to the upside though, which is a bit of an improvement over what we initially saw in the pre-market this morning. All of these were negative, 0.25% for England to end things off. 0.2 there for both Germany and France, higher. Italy and Spain making it back to positive territory as well. Sweden the worst off, down about 0.5% on the day, but mixed showing as we're seeing so far in North America as well, guys.
Go for it, because you're still covering that.
Thank you so much for that, Brendan. And yeah, I'm not really, I mean, you know, I am kind of lost for words here. Guys, just a heads up. So I am fully out now of AMD. That was a nice trade. That was a great trade. And just to kind of cover this one very quickly, let me drag up this chart for everybody to see. You know, the market all the way up, all the way back down, heading towards the lows. I'm like, what can I get long right now for the either 4,005, 4,000 bounce, right? So if it bounces, I need to be long something. So I tried it with... what did I try it with? Meta, Apple, and AMD. So kind of scaled it across the board, pulling up all these names. AMD seems to be the best on a pound-for-pound basis. Just kind of getting the long and just instantly in the money. So I am just scaling. I just scaled myself out all the way. Best out was 71.50 on that one. You know, maybe it keeps going, maybe it doesn't. Not really too concerned at this point. Meta was not bad. I had to average into that, so it was a little more challenging, a little bit more stressful. Didn't make as much as I could have or wanted to because sort of adding and then getting out break even, taking some out for like the small win, and then these are the money fills on the way out. But again, look at the difference, right? Meta all the way down, bouncing back up, 50 cents on $130 stock, definitely different. Pound for pound, AMD way better, right? And then the Apple trade, you know, I don't even want to look at Apple because I butchered this, but essentially Apple was pretty good. You know, I got out early, that was a mistake. I didn't add back. I mean, I got out here everything, that was a mistake. I added it back, then I added more, then I got out everything again. Here we are now above VWAP. You know, this would probably be my best out as well, around this general area. But again, you know, Apple, not bad. AMD, probably the best, I mean, based on the look of it. And Meta being the worst, I am pretty light now on Meta going for just a move over 135. If I could get 135 just in front of 135.20, I mean that would be awesome for the last portion of that one. So holding on to that one there. Let's see if it wants to work. I am trying to get short BVY if we do pop. You know, maybe it wants to make a lower high there if we get to 420. Wow. So I mean, you know, the last time I tried that 420 bounce and it was good. So I sort of want to try the 420 resistance play. That could be good too. You know, we'll see what happens there. But yeah, I think it was Jack Source who said, look at the bid on CVNA. So yeah, thank you for that one. And Team PJCT, GS still falling hard. I know I don't trade the banks. I honestly stay away from them. I have no thoughts on them. You know, I do poorly on them when I trade them. Even though earnings play, I mean, it's down 7%, just kind of in free fall mode. It was at 350. Somebody was like, oh, GS is at 350. This when we started the show. And in the back of my head, I was like, maybe I should go long there. But no, because now it's at 347. So I'm not going to try a long there. I mean, I feel like the dip buy bounce play, that was a good idea. That was good. I did it on Meta, Apple, and AMD. All of them paid me. You know, AMD paid me the most there. So definitely can't complain. Now, in my mind, the bounce play is now done. You know, I mean, 5 points. It's like pretty light. But again, that's kind of the scalp trade that I was looking for. It did that. Okay, great. Now look for the next opportunity. So not too sure where that's going to come from. But yeah, hopefully, I mean, I'm sure I'll find another trade, 100%. Sitting at 200 fills already. Probably get that number up to 500. And we'll see where that one wants to go. What's going on, Lone? Hopefully you had a great weekend. Enjoyed the long weekend. And, you know, back in action today for sure. And Trader Gorno, what's going on? MS 97 breakdown could be a banger. I'll have a look here before I do pass it back to Sharif. MS, again, didn't trade this one as well. Oh, 97 breakdown. The thing is it's up. To be honest, I think the long here, and I don't want to impulsively punch long, but I sort of feel like it's giving me this feel that, you know, if this VWAP holds, we go back up, you know, it's up 6%. I don't love this setup where, like, you know, like if it's going to go down, like how low is it actually going to go intraday? I would much rather short pops on something like a GS if it's that same play because it's just generally weaker. So, yeah, going to see what happens with that one. CVNA, that bid is still there for anybody that wants it, man. 740, 10,000 lots on the bid. That's interesting. I have no idea what to think. Hopefully we now do get the pop. I'm not really too sure how far this pops, but this is like scalp central for myself. So I will just recycle this area over and over again. And you know, how high can this go? I mean, hopefully back to 8. I'll try to hold some, but yeah, probably not.
All right. Let's get to the trades that we're on here. This one, I mean NEGG. Look what this one does. After doing nothing for, I want to say, about an hour, it pops back up almost to VWAP. I had a resting order there to add. I get filled at, where did I get filled? At 95s. It dips all the way down to 84s. We take it for a 10-penny winner. I mean, that's good considering, look at the range on this one. The high really is 220. And the low is 182. So getting a little more than 10 pennies there, so not bad. Coming back near my break even though, but this one's shown its propensity to want to make its way down. So happy that we got some printed there. Now, I'm holding, how much am I holding of CarMax? I'm holding 15% of the position. I'm looking to take a little bit more out in front of that $half break. Looks like 67's coming into play here. We're printing 16s and now 12s, 9s, 7s. There we go. We're going to break that 67 now. All right, we're just going to take it out here. There we go. So we'll take that out for that wick. I'm not going to wait for that 67 print. So nice little trade. I'm all out of CarMax. Ended up being a banger. This one was a good one. How much did we ride this one down? Okay, so about a 75-penny winner. Not as good as I thought. All right, not too bad. NEGG, back to this one. I'm looking for this one to print 182s. So let's go ahead and have a resting order there at 182s. You know, this one is super tight range, so careful with this one. This is the one I'm concerned with, though. MGOL, Messi's clothing line. This one's making higher lows, and if it breaks this, I want to say 45 area, it's going to be a higher high, and I want no part of it. Seeing that I scalped out already, how much am I holding of this one? I'm holding 57% of the position. Okay, so this one I'm still holding a little bit more. I'll probably have to keep my eye on this one now that I'm out of W and KMX. W, by the way, oh, what happened to this chart? All right, W, by the way, what it did is it went up to that 50 period like we talked about, retraced aggressively, but now I think it's going to break out from that area because now we're printing all these higher lows here, and looks like, at least for the moment, the trend has changed. Look for that 43 break possibly on W, and then maybe a test of that 43.5. We'll see what this one does. But I'm out of that one and not really doing much else other than nursing these shorts and looking for more opportunities. I asked Brendo if there was a reason why we moved down so aggressively on the market. Nothing really to speak of, to be honest. Nothing that has come through the wire yet. I don't know if there's any Fed speakers today. I'll have to check on my phone because they're prone to moving markets, Luca.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely, yeah, exciting stuff there, guys. What else are you looking at? Somebody's saying Tesla retesting 130 there. Let's have a quick look. Tesla to the 130 area. So not necessarily wrong on my idea, but what is this move? This move down, I mean, okay. I was really hoping that VWAP would hold like very nicely like this time, and then we would have went to 130. I said 127.50. That's why I stopped myself out over there, but maybe should have waited, scaled into it. I mean, I'm happy that I took a little bit off over there, so the loss wasn't as big. Kind of taking the win and then kind of, you know, managing the loss a little bit better on that one. But yeah, here we now go to that 130 area. I don't know what to think, but I feel like 130 to 130.50 is that general area of resistance. If we get there, then I'm gonna try like shorts over 130. It just felt like there was a lot of sellers there before, so yeah, maybe there's more sellers there. Again, if we get there. Meta is now at the 50 period, so I just think I'm going to take the rest off over here on Meta. Great win on Meta, so yeah, win on Meta, win on Apple, win on AMD, take the subtotal of those. That's my bounce play. Pretty happy, definitely can't complain there. Steve Peterson saying BTCM is curling. BTCM, we can have a look here. BTCM on New York? Oh yeah, on New York. This one, BTCM, let's see if this one wants to load here very quickly. Curling, I wonder if you're talking about curling. Oh, curling to the north side here. Yeah, it's this kind of choppy action. Like a little bit of like it's like it gives you the move. Now it's like super choppy, like riding the 50 period. It is, you know, this is the daily for anybody wondering. Sort of a multi-day runner starting at 250, moving to 5. You know, nice little 100% return over there. I don't know what to think on this one. I'll revisit it if we actually go parabolic and go crazy. For the time being, I don't really see anything. It's sort of in this channeling area that it's showing right now. Volume's always the tell. If volume dies from here and does nothing, I mean, I'm not really too sure what to think. There's that bottom area, there's the top, so it's sort of in this channel. Would love for it to break that 550. 550 break to the upside, then it's a new high day, then things maybe get spicy. You know, if not, then just leave it be for now.
SI making a big move down off, I want to say near 17. I think it got up to 16.97. Now we're testing almost 14.5. Big move down, breaking through VWAP and really giving you a whole bunch of opportunities really to get in. It's been kind of one big move down on SI, kind of extended. Missed this one, was trading the other ones, you know, can't be everywhere. Obviously a bit of a double top if I can zoom out here. Actually, I can just maximize, look at this double top. Wow, that's real nice. Look at that V as well. So we're near basically the area I would say of support, which is kind of why it's got me interested in more of a short here because we're breaking that area of support that we created earlier. I don't know if I should really take this one. It's kind of extended to the move down here. I should wait for some sort of retracement, maybe into the 50 period, around 15.20. You know, I could miss it, obviously, right? But breaking a key area of support, that's kind of what's got me interested in it. Up 11% on the day, but below VWAP, so shortable, right? At least from within my rule guidance, right? So I'll keep looking at that one. MOGL not doing anything, still holding at near my entry point. Likewise with the NEGG, kind of hovering around that 188. After making these two extremes, I'm sitting here at 182 waiting to get filled. This was probably the most boneheaded of the trades. KMX, the opposite of NEGG, the best of the trades so far. 70 penny winner with big size, scalping into that whole dollar area. But this one now coming back and holding that whole dollar area. 67 is what I'm talking about, bouncing back into 67.25. So I don't really have much on. Let's bring in the scanner from the top here, the trusty scanner, to see what's moving at the moment. I'm seeing BTCM making a bit of a move. Wow, 18 million shares on the day. This one looks like it's up. Okay, holding above VWAP. This is an interesting one. Missed this one. Looks like it kind of got going around that 1040 time slot. See what this one's been doing all day. Yeah, this one's been a mover since the morning, but the volume really started to pick up here around 10:30 or so. 549 high. We're at $5 now, retracing. You know, we've held the 50 period quite nicely. Look at this, holding above VWAP. So we'll have to look for an interesting play on this one. What can I move on my chart here to include this one? BTCM. Let's keep that on the side chart. This is going to be interesting. Small capper moving into the day. Kind of sucks that I only saw that now. Looks like it's a mining company. What is it? What is this? Come on. Oh, it's not changing it for me. Okay, this has been acting up again, where it shows me the information for the older stock. Anyway, okay. CACO, another one that just made a big top there, topping out at 208, now kind of giving up all the goods. This one may be an interesting short below VWAP here. CACO trading at 161 now. 208 top, and look at that big move, that big rejection, what Luca calls mean reversions off that $2 top. That's a nice little interesting trade on that one. So a couple of small cappers to wet your beak there.
Yeah, guys, Amazon, what a bounce, man, what a bounce. And I don't even know if I said, like, I wanted the bounce. Like, I tried the bounce, and I had a bid here as soon as we broke the 50 period. We were up at 96.50, and I was hoping that we would dip down, like, into the 50, and I just missed the bid. And I look back, and this thing's at 97. It's all the way at 97. So, I mean, I wanted the long there, but now we're at 97. I'm going for the short. If we can get into VWAP, I'm going to scale into the short. This is just a scalp play for myself, kind of scale into the short above 97. If we, on the dips, back down, I'm covering that. So that's going to be my plan now for the next little while. I think this thing has steam to really continue to move to the upside. This is a beautiful, like, dip and bounce, guys. And I know there's a few people saying Amazon ripping, Amazon bounce, Amazon 97. I mean, yeah, I am so sad that I didn't get long. I feel like I said to get long, and there's just no long there. So I'm not really too sure what to think. But at this point, it sort of broke down and then tested the VWAP level, reject once, twice, maybe 3 times. So I'm going to try that. If we really continue to go to the upside, if the market, like, rips to the upside, then, you know, I'll be out of that one as well. So yeah, we're going to see what happens here. I just feel like anybody who's long is sort of taking profits in front of VWAP. So I am going to recycle that area over and over again. CVNA, not too bad there, so we'll see what happens with this one. I'm just scaling myself out. It is a scalp play for myself, so I will continue to just scale myself out as it works. But again, hopefully we can, I mean, you know, just go straight to like 8, and that'd be sick over there. So we'll see what happens. I know before somebody was saying GME, is this going to go above 2140? I think it was 2140 what somebody was mentioning. I have no idea, man. I have no idea on this one. It's missing a little bit of data here, but essentially 20 is the over-under level. It just kind of held 20, dip below, back above. Now like 20 is that kind of level that I see, and then resistance overhead 24. But, you know, it needs the volume to move, and there's just not really crazy amounts of volume, and I sort of feel like options, the tail wags the dog with that one. You know, options definitely move the stock. You know, there's not that many people trading shares from what it looks like. You know, volume is pretty muted for the day. So, yeah, that is just kind of on my radar. You know, if it goes crazy again, it does. But if not, it is what it is. MPLS, what's going on, MPLS, Realtor? Exactly, it is what it is. You know, I mean, that's trading. That's trading. I think CVNA is heading back down right now, back into that 740 area. Bid is still intact over there, so just a heads up for you guys.
Yeah, SI continuing to make that move down. Kind of sad that I didn't really take this, like 60 break, 70 pop. Now we're down into the 40s. This one has got a sustained move down. Have we been moving down on crypto? Let's have a look at crypto real quick. Not really. Kind of holding the same levels on crypto, 21,200. So yeah, not much of a change. We were at 21.6 earlier in the morning. That was right off the 930 bell pop, but you know, retracing since then. SI, I'll keep my eye on it, but look, I feel like I've missed the boat with this one. So not really wanting to jump in. What's everyone saying? ATER. The chat's yelling ATER. Let's bring in the side charts and bring that one in. Since we're done with CarMax, let's put ATER here. Yeah, this one's been up. You heard Brendo give you that this morning. There we go. We get the big pop on ATER now. 145 top. Held VWAP really nicely here. This is a chart trader's dream. At least it is from my perspective. Holding here, giving you ample opportunity to kind of get these dip trades, and then you get that big move up without getting faked out. I mean, a lot of these ones, they fake you out the other way. They trigger all the stops, and then with a whole lot of buying power, they move up. So 146 is a high. We keep printing newer highs. We're at high of day at the moment. That $0.50 obviously coming into play here. Let's have a look at the daily chart to see what levels we need to be aware of. Okay, so we haven't been up to this level in quite some time. Going back to September 30th, we had a high of day there at 211. And wow, a low of day of 118. So a big rangy day for this one. You're going to have to say, obviously, the $0.50 is going to come into play. And then, obviously, I'm going to say there's going to be an interesting zone here of buying between 185 and 2. So, you know, if you're looking to get short, maybe give yourself that opportunity in between, you know, that 15 penny range where you can add in incrementally. So 185 and 2, I think, is an interesting short zone for ATR. Should it make its way up there, but we got to get through that $0.50 level first on ATER. What is ATR? Yeah, my thing is not working. I can't even look it up. Poopy on me. All right, what else is going on here?
Yeah, guys, just a heads up. I'm trying a little bit of a short here on Google, but it is just kind of that recycle area, just that VWAP there. Not going to hold on to too much of that if it continues to go against me, so we'll see if I can get out closer to 91s there. And another new position alert, BBY, short 420. Woo! So short 420, let's see what happens here. There's a little bit of an offer. Yeah, exactly, hit that. There's a little bit of an offer at 426 on that one. You know, it is BBY, so this is something that I'm not really loving to hold against myself. If it wants to break that 426, then, you know, we break the 426 and whatever. I think I am getting now fills on the dip into 91 on Google, so that's looking pretty good. BBBY, let's see if this one wants to. I mean, this is the area that if we reject this area now and go back down, we probably test 4. If we keep going to the upside, I mean, it kind of gave you that little dip through VWAP back up. Do we get to 450 and break to the north side? I have no idea, so I feel like this one, safe to say, I probably should have a stop on this. So let me just put that through.
I just want to update real quick on ATER since I was just talking about that. Look at this rejection, guys. I was just singing its praise. I'm like, oh, this is a chart trader's dream. Look how it's holding VWAP, yada, yada, yada. Look what it does. Tests out 146, flushes all the way down into 128 there. I mean, we're not talking about a big range nominally, but notionally, excuse me. But what we are talking about is a big intraday range. I mean, like, given what we've got here, I mean, this is a big move down. 11. How many pennies is that? Geez, that's like, that is, okay, 28, so that's 18 pennies. So it's a big move there on ATR. Anyway, I have a feeling we may hold VWAP here and continue up. I just want to update the viewers quickly on ATR, Luca.
Yeah, of course. I'm getting the full fill. So I was long Rivian for the break, and it just kind of, I got long, and I was like, if this keeps going, great. If it doesn't, then I'm just going to let it go. So I basically got myself out of that one for break even. BBBY giving that flush down now. So if we can get back down closer to 4s, that would be great. I will, you know, scale out of that one if it wants to pay me on the way down. If not, no worries. And yeah, Google getting the fill into 91s, basically short above 91, above VWAP, looking for the move back down. I mean, this one probably, it's giving that little bit of support area, at least from what I see here on this kind of general level. So I would say look for 90.80 to potentially be a level, and that 90.50 for whoever called that in the chat. Shout out to you. 90.50 long was good. Everything long was good for the time being. And yeah, you know, I'm not really too sure. Now just kind of chilling and waiting for the next setup here.
Villain.
Amazon, I didn't get the fills up top there, so I'm going to remove those orders. I like when things really move to the upside, and then I was looking for the fill, move back down, and then cover like through 97 to the downside there. So that was the scalp trade that I really wanted to see. It didn't happen, so again, removing the orders because it is not the same setup that I want to see there. We'll see what happens from there on out. I know somebody's asking or saying Luca, Apple, and Microsoft short. I did have a trade on Microsoft before. Tried the long bounce, got out of it for a small loser on that one. I don't generally. I mean, Microsoft's flat on the day. It did open down. You know, had the kind of sell-off in the pre-market there. Running to the upside, maybe 240 is the level, because 240 before breaking the 50 period, cannot reclaim 240. Giving a little bit of a test, could not break through 240 to the upside with the 50 period overhead. Now it is sort of above VWAP, above 50 period, but yeah, level in play that I see, at least based on looking at this intraday chart, is 240. That's kind of my gut feel. Over under 240. If we get to 240, maybe I would short this thing, maybe. But again, we're above VWAP. Maybe it wants to make a run 240, 241. Like if the market, continues to go to the north side there. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens with that one, man. We'll see what happens. BBY sort of giving that little bit of a channel there. So we're going to put that one on ice for now. And Amazon, I am not going to let the idea go, but I do want to see this get over 97 again. And how does this react with 97.20? I feel like I missed my 09's opportunity, 06 opportunity. I missed it the first time, second time maybe we get a little bit higher. So yeah, maybe if this does actually get to VWAP and pops through, it'll be the first time popping through VWAP on the day. I just feel like a lot of people were long this name at 98s, thinking that we go to 100. They all sold, it cleared out, it gave the bounce. Let's see how VWAP reacts there. So I'm going to actually throw an order closer to VWAP there, but this is like a small starter position, and I'm not really going to be too worried about that one. And somebody saying, I thought you won't mess around with SSR BBY. Well, it's, yeah, well, things change, right? Things change. It's, I just kind of look at it and say, yeah, okay, yeah, I'll keep my order there. But this is, there is an offer sitting at 426. If we break that, I'm probably just going to be out of that trade. So I'm not going to risk too much on it. We're going to see what happens. SSR is definitely a more challenging trade overall. For anybody that doesn't know, SSR essentially means as a short seller, you cannot slam the bids, right? So, it's one of those things that you have to wait to get picked up on the offer. So it's something that as the price is moving up, you're sitting on the offer and then you get filled and now you're hoping that it goes back down. You cannot, the way that I'm long here and then it's going down and I just sell it into the buyers, I can only do that because I'm long. So, in the morning, if something is kind of popping and then starts to drop and it's SSR and you want to slam it, you just don't get the fill. So that is always, that's what makes it a challenging trade. And, that's what happens there. I'm probably going to get stopped out right now on BBY. It did rip back up to that 426 area. The 2,000 lots sitting on the offer there is real. It is getting filled just a little bit. But yeah, we're going to see what happens. I mean, maybe it runs up, tests it, and then fails. I have no idea what to expect here. But if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. It was just kind of yeah, there we go. Okay, that was just a 420 offer. The bounce worked. I was like, maybe the offer works. But yeah, here we are now kind of going back up. So if we get to 450, then it gets a little bit more spicy in terms of where this thing can go. I think 5, if we get there, Neil made a good point. We get to 5. That's resistance, that's overhead. That gets really interesting, so we'll see what happens on that one. I do want to continue the Google idea over VWAP selling. It kind of is floating around and giving this little bit of a triangle feel here. So it's just kind of like this and like this. I mean, is it going to go one way or the other, or is it just going to do a lot of volume at VWAP because nobody's buying or selling the thing? So that is my thought on that one. Let me go back at Apple because I know the person was asking Microsoft and Apple saying shorts. I don't like the Apple short unless we give some type of specific setup. I'm not really too sure. I mean, maybe you can argue the resistance is 136 into 136.50, this kind of level, because we broke above, bounced, then went up. And so it just kind of channeled there. And then this was the over under and then back through. So now it's sort of showing that 136.09 is a little bit of resistance. For myself, if we get over 136.15, then I'd consider the kind of scale in for the move back down. And you are the best, Sharif. No problem, you are the absolute best.
Absolutely.
Double Spro.
Double.
Now I've hit my coffee max because I did have medium and a Spro this morning, and now double Spro. But no problem with that, man. I love Spros.
All right, guys, still in 2 trades, nursing both of them in the money on NEGG and MGOL, but they're really taking their sweet time to move down. So not much. Actually, I've got more than 50% of both trades, so I really should be taking them more seriously. But I've been keeping my eye on ATER here. This one making a move back towards the highs. 146 is the high on is it 146? Yes, is the high on ATR. Now printing 142s. So let's see if we can break through that 150. We kind of pegged that 180 to 2 as an interesting area to short, but we got to get through that $0.50 level first. Almost up 50% on the day, almost 47%. Now having done 9.2 million shares. This one just getting off though. around that 10 o'clock area, not doing much before, but we've seen ATER run in the past. It's a former runner, and yeah, it can do anything. You just saw that big move down it made. All right, now NEGG coming closer to my resting order there at 182. I just saw 184s come in on the tape. So this one headed to the downside. Hopefully we got that average in, that nice little average in, but haven't done anything since with it. Wow, talk about a tight consolidation range. Whatever you want to call it. This one is like, what are we talking about here? 10 pennies on a $5 stock for the better part of the last half hour. This one's, I don't know what this one's doing. MGOL is super tight, and I've got to manage my trade on this one because this one could pop to the high side quite aggressively. I'm looking at that 540, maybe that 545 break as getting out of this one. Short 29s. Big Brendan at the big desk with happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, into lunch hour we go for a Tuesday session. Let's show you a very mixed board at this point so far, 12 p.m. S&P 500 just went red once again. Did try and get back to positive territory, 0.04 right now to the downside. It is the Dow actually that's leading as far as decliners are concerned, 0.95 right now in negative territory for the Dow 30. Russell, 123,000, we were talking earlier about some relative weakness here, specifically in the 2,000, 0.28 negative right now. Look at the NASDAQ still doing its best job to hang on to positive territory at the moment, 0.13 for the composite and the 100. If you were with us pre-market this morning, we got you set for Goldman Sachs coming off earnings, Amazon as well on an upgrade. Further 5 to 10% to come on this current move, according to Wedbush. Microsoft as well on a downgrade as well, pointing to ChatGPT. They actually said today they're going to add that to their Azure services, quote unquote, soon. One of the best movers so far from the watch list this morning at Tesla, 5.5%, still trying to hold 129, getting back toward day highs, guys, for Tesla at the moment.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, this one's interesting here. CYAD being yelled out in the chat. This one's up 140% on the day, and since the market's open, it's up 50%. It had a big move earlier on. Let's zoom out here to have a look. This is the move right at the, I want to say the bell. Yeah, it moved up from that $1.20 area all the way up to that almost 250. We've since retraced, but bouncing decidedly several times off that 200 period moving average, but below VWAP and below $2. We're at 192 right now. Kind of made a bit of a, how many times did it bounce off this 1 3/4, excuse me, a couple of times at least, and broke it, vary by like a few pennies here. So this one's interesting if you want to ride this one back high. Obviously a lot of eyes on this one. How many shares has it done? 44.5 million. Guess what, guys? The average volume on this stock is 9,000 shares. It's only done 44.5 million. What RVOL is that? Do we have any mathematicians in the chat? Let me know what that is if its average volume is 9,000 shares a day. But yeah, anyway, retracing back into 2. I don't think I'm going to take any part in this one. I'm not really sure what it wants to do. It's too extended for me to take up too high, I want to say, for me to take a short. It's too close to VWAP. I'm not feeling good about this one. Haven't been watching it all morning, so not really sure what it's trading like. Yeah, there we go. Break up to 2 and then retraces again. This one's a tricky one. I'll stay away from this one. I'll keep my eye on ATER and see what this one's up to, Luca.
Yeah, guys, small little long for myself. BTCM right now. Somebody in the chat mentioning wick down and pop right back up. So this is the interesting setup that I like to see. So before, I'm just like, well, I don't see anything. It's just in this channel. Like, what's it going to do? 550 break to the upside. That would be nice. But yeah, it is up 60%. It did dip below VWAP and then quickly reclaim. So, I feel like I am late to the party. The long would have been better for myself at maybe 480s just because it's closer to VWAP. Now I expose myself 10 cents more. So I just basically size accordingly to kind of risk off the general bottoming area. That's kind of the trade that I see. It's up, dip down. This shows that it's support. It breaks support. Everybody stops, gets triggered. It goes back into the range. Now it does a little thing. I would love for it to just continue to curl up. My out is the top of the range here. So, even though, okay, and there's my Amazon short fill. Even though that is not the line that I want to do. What is a vertical line doesn't help me at all here. Resistance level is 525-ish. So, just in front, 520, this kind of general vicinity. if I can get out top a range there, I'll take it, man. I'll take it. 20-cent win on a $5 stock. I will take that over and over again. And then, you know what, maybe if it does get up here and I get this fill, I mean, we're probably going to be at the highs, at which point I will be taking a high-day break, maybe. We'll see what happens there. Somebody was asking about Netflix, saying, Luca, any thoughts on Netflix? I know earnings are coming out on Thursday. Netflix last year was so interesting, man. It was so interesting. And I just think, we're starting the year. Everything kind of bounced to the upside. This is going to be hindsight. So, again, this is what I was thinking going into the end of last year. But now that it has played itself out, I can sit here and be like, it did that. So this is hindsight bias for anybody wondering. So I'm not kind of tooting my own horn here. But everybody, claiming the losses that they took from last year for tax purposes and then buying back those same names on the large cap side of things to go into the start of the year. So, across the board, you're getting that little bit of a relief bounce. Things are up 5-10%, and it's just an easy bounce play. But, going into earnings, what is the guidance going to look like for a lot of these names? Is that going to set the tone for, first quarter moves, and where's everything going to go from there? I think there is a lot of people on the sidelines waiting to see what's going to happen next. And then bets will be placed. So it will be interesting. Netflix kind of kicks it off for big tech, or I want to say just like kind of FANG names and big tech overall. So yeah, it will be interesting to see, what happens there. Does that set the tone for the rest of these names? Do we continue to go to the upside, or do we chop around and then sort of sell off? It'll be interesting to see, man. For the time being, market is over 4,000, and I just feel like we could be at, 42, 4,300 on the ES very, very quickly. Well, quicker than I can imagine. So that's kind of the vibe that I've been getting. So yeah, we're going to see what Netflix. But speaking of intraday levels on Netflix, it's sort of giving that bottoming area right over here. So I am long small size at 325 for a move into VWAP. It did it once. I think it could do it again. I'm willing to give this going into low of days. So it's sort of, for myself, risk, give or take $1 to try to get. I'm going to cover the majority at 326 VWAP, and then, yeah, if this can get to like 327, 2750, I'll cover the rest over there. So that's basically the long on Netflix over there. I don't have a stop in play. I hope it doesn't rip against me, but I am just kind of watching that position for the time being. BTCM is, sideways, so not too worried about that one. Amazon, what a banger short. What a banger short. So I had a starter position, just as a reminder, because I was hoping that it would get to like 97.40, like rip up and then do this move. But I guess I roll with what I got. So I'm taking some of that win. Next cover area will be 96, 71s, let's say, for if this thing wants to continue. If we go sideways, then I just reevaluate, go from there. So short Amazon, still long CVNA, which at this point is still at that general level. And BTCM long, this is just getting started. Netflix long, we're going to see how this one wants to play out. I am not going to add to the Netflix long. It is kind of like a one and done for myself. Like I have the shares. It gave the little bit of a pop. It's now back. I have my general out area. One and done in, and then probably two outs, kind of VWAP 327 just to cover that once more. And Tesla, I am waiting for 330, man. I would love 330 to break to the upside, 130. Break to the upside, give me that kind of short into 130.50 for the move back down. Somebody in the chat was saying Tesla's ripping up, and I was getting so excited because I'm like, let's go, give me the short fill up top.
Not at all.
And I just look and I'm like, I think you were talking about it when it was here. So it did have a nice move, it did. But I was like, why am I not filled if it's ripping to the upside? So yeah, now a little bit of a double top area, kind of over that 129.50. So the same way that it's going over under 129.50 right now is the same thing that I kind of wanted at 130. 130 is the better level. This is sort of the, it's like the worst level. I would just, if I took it or if I saw it, I would have did less size. But I want this set up at 130. That's the plan. We'll see if it gets there. Beer Money Scalper, awesome name. Cheers. Hopefully you had a lot of cold beer on the weekend. I know I did. It was a nice, relaxing weekend for myself. And we'll see how that one wants to play itself out. I mean, that's an interesting thing. I just would not be surprised if that buyer pulls and puts back and does some type of games. I mean, if I was on the institutional side of things, and there's Amazon fill, by the way, to the downside, going into the 50 period, nice little win on that. Now I am, off, hands off, no trades on Amazon for the time being. If this wants to dip back into 96, at this point, levels have been kind of set up. So I'm sort of looking at, the low, I don't know why it's doing vertical here, looking at the low and then 96. and then 96.20. So these are my general areas using kind of 20-cent increments and then the low. If we kind of go there, I'm going to scale into the long for the rip back up. I like that idea. We'll see if it plays itself out.
All right, here we go. SI Printing finally got the courage to punch into this one. Got shorts, 31s. Just took it out here in I think, where do we get? We got 11s. Where do we? I don't even know. We got 14s. Okay. So yeah, 15 penny winner. This is a tiny size, guys, if I'm telling the truth. So holding about a little bit less than half the position. Let's see if we can make a move down into the whole dollar here at 14. I'll be scalping out along the way. So let's go ahead and have some more resting orders here. I'll take some out at 10. Let's see if we can get down there. Look for a pop, though. I mean, we're really extended, so be patient with this one. And if you're going to get into big size, give it room or average in. ATER in that short as well, seeing consistently lower highs here, looking for that bottom to break down. That bottom, I would say, is around that 135, 134. Got short, I believe, 136. I front ran it a little bit. Where am I short on ATER? 136 on ATER. We're printing 37, so a penny out of the money. But I'm looking for this one to stay or step down, and I'm looking to profit off it at 131. My out on this one is going to be the break of 44, so I've got it there sitting at 45. That would be a new high, and that would be not the trend that I want to trade. So that's my plan on ATER. And oh geez, SI coming back near my entry point. So I've got how much? Yeah, I've got less than half the position of this one. So do I want to give this one room against me, or am I going to get out break even here for the rest of the trade? I think I'm going to go with the break even thing. So let's go ahead and put that out, and then if it should break that level 14, we'll give it to what's the liquidity? I'm going to give it 4 pennies. There we go. So we'll give it to my break even, my entry point. I'm not going to let this one go against me. Scalping out more than half. All right, MG. OL, this one has been kind of like doing absolutely nothing. I was kind of getting trolled in the chat for being in this, and like I kind of get what you guys are saying. This one's done nothing, but I'm looking to scalp from the ranges on this one. I punched in against better judgment. It was a lot more volatile earlier, as you can see. Now the range is really kind of tightened up. So I'll give this one some room. Again, my stop on this one is going to be the same deal. The new high over here through the break of 45. For breaks through there, I'm Gonzino. NEGG still doing almost the same thing as MGOL. 186 is where we're trading at now. I'm sitting at 182s. All right, ATER, quickly, I'm seeing lower highs consistently on this one. So this one is looking good, at least from my perspective, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I'm long Microsoft here in front of VWAP. I kind of like this VWAP bounce idea. If the market, the market went to VWAP and quickly sold off, right? Quickly sold off. So if we now have the lows that are set in, and if we now chop around and, go down, bounce, go back up, I just kind of like this idea. So I'm going for 20 cents. Can this go 239 just evens, essentially, which is basically my long idea, like off VWAP? Can this pop like another, 10, 20 cents from here? Like I'll just take the scalp win. So that's my plan on that one. It's looking good for now. I think I'm offering 239 30s area. That's kind of my like little bounce play idea. So we'll see if that one wants to come to fruition there. Ramza, a few people saying, Luca, what's the strategy on CVNA? Guys, I just get in and out, man. I'm a scalper. I scalp around. If you see me in trades, you'll probably see me out of those same trades. And look at Microsoft. I'm literally long this thing, and it's going to where I'm offering. So, I hope this fills me now. Just get me out right here. I think I'm offering 29. Yeah, okay. This is why I don't like sitting on the offer, because it literally goes to where I want it to go, and then it goes back down 10 cents. I don't understand this, but. So now I'm just like, should I just be getting out over here? But I think I probably get the fill. That's a nice bounce there. And this is in, out, right? So you're asking me what is the strategy? It is just kind of in and out, recycle over and over again. And you know what? Yeah, I'm just going to take Microsoft right here, because that is just kind of worrying me a little bit. Why is it not filling me? So that was a nice trade. So the idea there, long out, right? The idea with CVNA, long out. It's just kind of recycle over and over again. BTCM is sort of going back down. The stop, I feel like the real stop should be below 460, but I don't want to do below 460. Maybe I'll just, I don't know where my stop is on this thing, actually. Let me just put that one back in. I think I'm going to do, if we go down another 10 cents on this one, then I'm going to be out of that one. Let me just reevaluate that. Yeah, if we go down, if we keep going, then I mean we go like if it's going to be good, it shouldn't go all the way down then go back up. I thought, okay, chop around then curl to the upside. Volume's always the tell. Volume's sort of dying off, so yeah, I'm not going to risk an additional 10. I'm just going to put it a little bit higher there. Maybe that's the wrong call, but we'll see what happens. Derek in the chat saying that's my stop. Well, yeah, I mean, hopefully we don't all have the same stop, and then it's and then they run the stops. You know, that's not what we want as day traders. Netflix is yeah, dancing around there. Maybe just going to put that one on ice. And Amazon, I wonder if I buy the dip on this thing. You know, because I tried the Microsoft, it was good. Yeah, you know what? Let's go long Amazon here now. I'm going long basically off the 50 period. I know I said 96. This is something that I'm not, like, if it works right away, great. Then we move back to 97. If we even go down like a little bit and it just doesn't give me a good feel, I'm just going to get out of it right away. So whereas I'll let the 96 go against me and average out, this area right here, I'm going to watch this very quickly. If we kind of continue to sell, then I'm just going to let it go and take the small like paper cut on it. It's just kind of a feel that it looks sort of like I was short and I covered, and now it's holding this area. Can we get back to 97 for the scalp trade? That'll be great. Liquidated Linus saying, why are you all still trading meme stonks? Yeah, I'm not. I tried BBBY and I lost.
What's wrong with the
and
stonks,
it's down anyways. Oh my guys, this is just know when to stay away and then know when to get in. If this gets back to 450, I'll be interested in it. I know Michelle in the chat was talking about GME saying there's a lot of call volume, potential gamma squeeze going into the upside. And I want to say that you said this when it was below high a day. So sick call on that one. I know you're all over GME, AMC, BBY. When they do move, you are over those ones. So yeah, shout out to you on that one. I said this before, I'll say it again, I'm probably not going to trade it just because it's not doing as much volume as I want to see, and I don't like sitting in names that chop around. So it's like, you know, when I get myself into a BTCM and it does this, I'm like, yeah, I should probably get out of this, right? What I want to see, what I love to see is like a Microsoft where I get it and it goes up right away. I go, perfect, make my life easy. Give me that money right away, man, right away. So yeah, just guys, if you are day traders, make sure, yeah, hit the bang. Give me that money right away, and I'll just move on to the next. So if you guys are tuning in for the first time, I think there was like 5,000 viewers. Let's check again. Yeah, we got 5,000 people watching, guys. If you're enjoying the show, hit the like button. That's all we ask for. We have 2,300 likes. Our goal is to get to 3,000.
Yes, sir.
Always an exciting time, man.
Always.
I love coming on here and, you know, seeing what you guys are trading and everything. And sometimes I jump into the trades. Sometimes I just reevaluate and say, well, no, not really. But yeah, guys, if you are enjoying the show, please hit that like button.
Smash a like.
And yeah, you know, 5,000 watching. It's great. You know, trading a lot of things. Doing okay right now. Definitely can't complain. We were off yesterday because U.S. holiday, even though we are in Canada. And it is a Monday for myself, in my own mind. So, Sharif, I don't know how you're doing today, but I feel like I've already messed up like 4 things.
Yeah, I feel
which
a little
confirms
slow.
that it's
I'm
Monday.
not gonna lie. Yeah, I gotta go with that. I'm feeling a little bit. You know, I need to warm up a little bit. That's what Mondays are for. Shout out to Stocks Alert sending. I think that's Corona, right? Swedish Coronas, 27 Swedish Coronas. I'm pretty sure.
Beers.
What is the next move for VERB after 22 cents? I'll check. I don't typically trade sub $1 stocks, but I just want to update you quickly on my positions. I'm all out of SI, taking it for about almost, I want to say, a 35 penny winner, getting out right at that whole $1.14 there. Now it's finding some support to be expected at the whole dollar. So nice little winner for SI. It took me a long time to pull the trigger on this one, so you know I obviously had a lot more. But didn't. MLGL went a little bit against me. I debated adding here. I don't know why I hesitated adding. My stop is just above the $0.50. So this one, you know, I'm kind of regretting not adding at this area, but well, we'll see. The other trade I'm in, this one's going against me though. Is this a full position? This is a half position, okay, on ATER. My out is going to be the break of 44. I was looking for consistently lower highs, and if a new high is printed, then that's not the trend that I want to change, so I'll be out of that one. But it looks like we're encountering some resistance at least at this level. But whatever the case is, I'm agnostic, and I'll continue to watch it. Now let's look into that that VERB stock that our friend wants us to look at there. That's not the stock that I want to bring. Those are the big techs. Let's bring in the side chart, the trusty side chart here. All right, which trade are we completely out of that I can kind of get out of here? Okay, so BTCM, we're not in that. VERB. All right. I won't be able to tell you guys anything about the company because my Fundamentals Explorer has been kind of acting up, giving me information about other companies, but let's have a look at the chart. First, let's start off with the hourly since it is kind of a small size stock. Let's get an idea of the micro trend. It looks like we've been trending up after consolidating sideways for a little bit. Not really able to glean too much from the hourly. Let's see the daily here, kind of daily trend. Okay, so very ugly in terms of the daily trend so far. Looks like it's a former runner having big candle wick days. I think this one, you had a lot of range on this one. 214 low, 439 high, so it's a former runner, but the trend is generally downward. We've been below $1 for the majority, I would say, of the time since March. So after March, we've been sub $1. So this one, yeah, and I got to tell you the truth, you know, we're just reclaiming here the 50 period on the daily chart. So yeah, you know, if we stay above this level, we could get maybe a nice little micro trend high. So keep your eye on VERB. I mean, it's not the worst. It's obviously a little bit off the bottoms here. The bottoms being that 10 penny area. Let's see intraday. Let's go to the 1 minute, see if it's tradable. Yeah, that's not tradable to me. That's far too you know, sparsely traded, and obviously so sub $1. So you know, maybe a micro trend going on here after a 10-cent bottom, but nothing that I can really help you with, given that it's not kind of my cup of tea. It's a 10 penny stock. So good luck with that. Stocks alert. All right, what are these positions that we're in here quickly before we send it back to Luca? MGOL still not really going our way. Neither is ATER. Sucks.
Yeah, guys, just heads up. So Amazon was great. Amazon, I just got the fill there. That was solid. So a little long into the 97. I was like, you know what? Let me not be greedy, because it's that time of day where I maybe have to take a little. So instead of offering 99s, I was like, let me just do 92s. So that filled. That was sick. I did take a little bit of an AMD scalp. It was just a heads up for anybody looking at this. It's kind of running to the upside, now doing nothing. It's doing absolutely nothing. It dips, it pops back. It dips, it pops back. So I was like, okay, let me try a little bit of a long. I'll take 5 cents on that. You know, depending where you're routing. For anybody wondering, we do have market-making capabilities, which is just a fancy way of saying we can route to multiple venues. We can get paid to add liquidity, paid to take liquidity. We just have the freedom here at Day Trade the World to do that. So, you know, on your own broker, if you're just kind of trading and learning for the first time, you might be thinking, well, how do you know, take 5 cents on that? Don't you have to pay a commission? The answer is no, right? You can route that to many different venues there. So, yeah, it's pretty nice on that one. I just want to say shout out to Diego, what's going on, saying hello from Mexico. Hopefully you're doing well over there. Not really too sure the temperature, but I'm sure it's better than over here in Toronto, which is pretty cold. And I am not exactly loving the cold weather, that's for sure.
It's not too bad.
But it's not too bad. But I mean,
a lot worse now.
You know, if you, you know, send me to the beach. Send me to the beach. I want cigars. I want Spros. And yeah, guys. Also, Derek, I know you were talking about BTCM. I'm out of that trade. I don't even know where it is, but I lost on it. Oh yeah, flushing to the downside there. So I moved my stop to like just above there because this was my worry. I was like, why? If it should have worked. That's basically what I was getting at. Like this should have worked already. Because it didn't, I'm like, I'm not going to lose even more. So yeah, now breaking that low, it's kind of done. If it goes back to high a day, there'll be a different trade opportunity. If not, whatever. Netflix is not working, but it is still chopping around. I'm going to continue to be discretionary on that one. We'll see where that one wants to go. Somebody in the chat was also saying, I'm enjoying the show, sitting back, drinking Spros. And I'm like, yeah, I'm on the show. I'm on the show drinking Spros. You know, it's, you know, when in doubt, drink Spros. That's basically what we're getting at over here. And somebody's saying, Luca, do you drink? I like drinking beers. I'll have, you know, cold beers on the weekend, relax, a nice glass of wine with pasta from time to time. I'm not a huge, like, you know, liquor drinker. I'm not, I just, you know, beers with friends and family and, you know, whatnot. It's always a good time. And, man, nothing better.
Beers for Ian's birthday on Friday. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, we had beers here after work on Friday. I'm sure everybody remembers, you know, Neil and Sean and Fahad eating the hot chip. You know, go watch that video if you haven't already.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's funny. I was showing my family on the weekend. I was like, we sat down. I gave everybody Doritos, and I said, let's watch the hot chip challenge together while we eat chips. My brother right away was like, Fahad is a legend. This guy ate nothing. He said nothing. He just won, and he's like, I'm done. I'm out of here.
Oh, bro.
It was fun. Yeah, guys, CVNA, I'm just watching here, broke to the downside, so I thankfully had a stop on that one. Getting myself out there, breaking, so I guess that buyer is gone, I guess. I mean, did they get the fill? I don't think they got the fill. But this is what I was saying before. When you see these large buyers that move their order even one time.
My fill was 30.
And
so I had a stop order out. Once that hit 40, I got printed 30.
Oh, really? Ooh. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, sometimes you get lucky and you get the fill, and then sometimes you don't. It's just kind of a Wild West, man. I'm going to get out of Netflix here just because it's just not doing what I wanted to see there. Yeah, CVNA is like a no trade for myself now. I think I got lucky with that fill. That was pretty clean there. All right, man. Sometimes it works in your favor. Sometimes it doesn't. Now, let me just look back here at Google, too. Does this want to respect the 90-50? I'm going to take a small long here, which this hopefully goes against me a little more, so I could add more into the 90-50. Whoever called that 90-50 level, shout out to you if you're still watching that. That's a solid call on Google. I sort of like looking at these levels intraday and then letting time play itself out and then letting it get back there and then showing, okay, does it want to hold again? Like, this is a pretty clean level, like 90-50. So I wouldn't say that my stop is going to be at 90-49 because, you know, large caps touch a lot of prices, probably triggers that level. But, you know, playing off the general idea of the 90 level. So it's like 90-50 into 90 is sort of holding. Do we then get back to VWAP? So for myself, I don't know where my outs are, but I know where my out is if I'm wrong, and I kind of want to scale into the trade and then see if I could like work the position and then make some money there. So yeah, start a position long on Google. We're going to see if that 90-50 wants to get tested. Take a little bit more long over there, and then go from there. Oh, and then there was one more question before I pass it back over to you. It was Andy, because I am reading back the chat. I'm like, okay, I have to go through A, B, C, D. Andy asking, what does run the stops mean? So that is a great question. Yeah. So let me give a little bit of context here. When you send stop orders, you got to understand that, you know, your broker can see them, obviously, because you're with the broker. And, you know, potentially brokers that are filling orders, they have market-making divisions that are essentially pairing your trades. So they're taking the other side, they're looking at the market, they're understanding where can we get in and out. A lot of the times it's algos that are doing this. And so algos are basically like machine learning, you know, AI that manages risk for the back end, right? And so this is the context. I felt like I needed to give that because I loosely say run the stops. So when you're looking at Google at 90-50, I'll use this as an example. It's like it's showing you that 90-50 is the support. So if we get back to 90-50 or even 90-62, let's say, you know, maybe I get a fill at 90-62, and then I might say, like, okay, it's going to run the stops of 90-50, meaning people might have their stop at 90-49, 90-48, 90-44, 90-39, because these are people that are like, okay, I'm gonna buy 90-55 and then risk 10 cents because this is the support area. So the algo that is, you know, adding liquidity and doing a bunch of things on Google on the given day, they might be able to see where stops are, or they just know where stops are based on price action. So the way that I would look at this and be like, oh yeah, stops are at 90.49 and stops are at 89.99, like even dollar level is very simple. You know, algos know this. They need to get long Google because they're whether they're providing liquidity or whether they're buying for kind of agency algo buying. They will essentially pull the bids, hit the bids, run the stops, trigger those stops, lots of volume coming in, people getting out of the stops. They then buy that because they get a better price because they know that this thing is probably going to go higher because they just have to continue buying for the rest of the day. So to loosely explain, to answer your question there, Andy, if you are still watching this, I just basically say, look, there's probably stops at 90.49. You know, let it run those stops, watch how it reacts over there. If it quickly goes back above, then it's like, okay, it was running the stops. If it continues to go down, then it's like it wasn't, you know, it's loosely saying running the stops, but obviously anything can happen. So that's why it's just easy. You know, as a day trader, we are day traders here. We do not swing overnight. We just trade intraday and then we're flat at the end of the day, which, by the way, is way less stressful in my opinion. I've been on both sides. And yeah, it's just easy to react. We definitely react to trades. We react to levels. We map these sort of levels, these institutional areas where big money is trading. And then we let, you know, I myself, I like to see these things come into this area, do a bunch of things, and then I like to react to that area and then see where I can get in and out at, especially for myself as a scalper. So yeah, to loosely answer that question, running stops, just kind of everybody puts their stops in the same area because humans all think alike. Humans are emotional, so they will just put their stop. Oh, I only want to risk this. Machines are kind of Skynet. You know, they run the stops, they kill everyone, and then they send it back in the direction of choice anyways. So, yeah, you know, do what you want with that information. I try to get better every single day, but it is, yeah, Stuart saying it's just smart money doing market manipulation. The thing is it's not, I mean, it's, you know, it's good, you know, that'd be a good debate to have over a beer. Is it market manipulation? Are they following the rules? I don't know too much, but I know one thing. It is Skynet, Beer Money Scalper. Skynet is out there. They're watching this and they're waiting. So yeah, best to react to their reaction.
All right, it's time to like review all the things I've done wrong. I'm going to make this segment like a daily thing where I just talk about it live. All right, so 2 mistakes here that are sticking out at me. Basically, ATER. Why I shorted here was a mistake, okay? First of all, it's above VWAP, and I shouldn't be shorting these small cappers above that. That's my first mistake right there. Second of all, I'm seeing consistently higher lows, and I'm seeing lower highs at the same time. Well, what shape does that develop? That's a pennant, a flag, whatever you want to call it. And then we just had a big move up. Hence a bull flag, a bull pennant. And then there you go. You get the continuation through that line. And I tried to add there thinking I'm going to add in front of the area where it would make a new high, which is 144. So this was a mistake. I should have recognized this pattern instead of seeing what I wanted to see, which is a breakdown or a mean reversion. I just figured, you know, this is a, you know what, piece of what stock, and it's up 50% on no news. Let's short the hell out of it. It's a former runner, this and that. You get the gist. So that's a mistake on my part. Shouldn't have done that. Other part here. This is a profitable stock for me. I'm talking about MOGL. But here are my mistakes on this one. Got short 29s. Look where it makes its way up to. 45s, double tops off the 200. Why am I not adding to that short off the double top? Even if I didn't get top wick here, 44s or 41s, like as soon as it breaks down off that level, and that's very clear, just the first candle, the first red candle will make a new low, add to it at 38s. That would have been gravy. And then I ended up getting out here at 15s, but I could have gotten out with a way better cost basis. So that was my mistake on that one. 2 boneheaded moves, one on ATR, one on MGOL. But now we're going to go up to Big B at the big desk with volume leaders.
Hey guys, busy afternoon. Let's get you caught up on what is doing the most volume so far today. I'll give you a quick look at the overall landscape right now. 10,782 U.S. listings on this. About 50-50 right now as far as advancers versus decliners. 4,800 in positive territory versus 5,027 downside. 957 basically break even. You can see which direction we're heading currently. New highs currently 262. Versus just 31 to the downside, making new lows. There's Tesla, third on this list today. This is about the third time in the past 4 or 5 days we've seen it up here. 104 million shares already traded for Tesla today. 108 million, meanwhile, for Bed Bath & Beyond, making a huge move again today, 13%. Mullen as well, downside, other direction, 156 million shares. Zila, XELA, 94 million, 88 there for the TQs. SQs here as well. That DCFC that was gapping up in the pre-market on this list today as well. 51.2 million. Top gainer right now, CYAD. BTCM is a Bitcoin stock, and that NVCN, that is a buyout today. So a ton of volume once again today, guys.
Thank you so much for that, Big B. And yeah, you know, Bed Bath & Beyond, not too sure what to think. It is up on the day. Very, very nice move. Somebody in the chat is like, this thing is going to run and take out the highs. That's kind of my thought. I am waiting for it. I saw your comment and I was like, no way. Is this at 450 already? Still at 422. I'm going to keep this probably on my side chart here in case this actually does want to run towards that 450 level. Definitely watching that area there. Google kind of nice there, so taking some out just in front of the 50 period. Waiting for 91s now for the rest of that. If I can get just in front of 91s, I will be happy on that. So hopefully gets me out there. Great scalp trade. You know, I wanted it to go lower to add to it. It didn't go lower, so I have to roll with what I got. You know, take what the market gives you. It is what it is there. I know some people saying extra nice things. Scott Adams, love the channel. Man, thank you so much for the support. It's all you guys, man. That's what we do this for. You know, I come on here every day, 11 to 2, and just having a time, man. You know, this kind of trying to build this out and see where it goes. All we ask for is likes, so if you are enjoying the show, if you do support the channel, feel free, hit the like button. We're at 2,400 likes right now, and I myself will hit it because I keep forgetting. Might as well like my own show. I say that every time, but yeah, I gotta like my own show there. So yeah, hopefully Google gives me that top fill and doesn't like reverse against me. I know people were talking SI, saying SI, the Terminators are on SI. Man, the Terminators are everywhere, to say that much. But yeah, SI now sort of at that low a day, flushing and back above. I'm going to go long here. I'm going to go long on SI. I think there's potential on this one just below 50. If we actually clear the 50 to the upside, then maybe we can actually run back to 15. This is just based on the fact that this is the low, so I am far away, so I do understand that. I'm willing to scale into this a little bit, but if it's going to be good, like we should not sell off again, right? So this is the better area in my opinion, based on kind of the low of day in the pre-market, skyrocketing to the upside, reversing the whole move back, showing you the double top. I definitely will not hold for that if this long starts to work. I'll just scale out as we go to 15. But yeah, general kind of look that I'm looking for is if we dip down through 14, I'll add again just in front of that 113.80. I really hope that it doesn't kind of smoke me and go through 13.50. Then I'll take the L there. So it is what it is. But yeah, starter position long there. We'll see if I can get more. And hopefully breaks the 50, runs to the upside, breaks 14.50 to the upside, and then 14.80s. This is where and where's that line? This is where it bounced the first time. Then it bounced the second time and then kind of failed. So my general target is like above 14.50, like would be great for the scalp trade. So thank you for the shout out, whoever shout that one out there. And I am no longer in Netflix, for anybody saying Netflix question mark. I just got out because, I'm like, it's not working. Even if it goes back, it's a smaller position anyways. So I'm just taking the L and moving on from that one. No big deal. So long SI, long Google, waiting for the fill. Probably end up getting it on Google on that one. And Calgary activist, Luca the contrarian trader, Luca the scalper, Luca the scalp demon, contrarian. I don't even see long or shorts. I generally look at it, but I'm just like, I'm going to be out before this thing even, before I even realize if it's up or down on the day. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, man, I'm just kind of scalping around. That is the play. And you know what? It took me a while to bring this up, but I do want to show everybody, shout out to Messi for winning World Cup. I am late, but I should have shown you guys this picture last time. This is where I keep my olive oil.
I like it.
In a World Cup. It's I took this picture. I was like, you know what? I need to show you guys. You guys probably get a laugh out of this.
Does that have a 2006 stamp on it? Because I know what you're thinking about.
It should. It should. This is from before 2006.
Okay.
Well before 2006. But yeah, I keep my olive oil in a World Cup glass there, Sean. I don't know if you see. Yeah. It's it makes the olive oil taste way better. And yeah, so there's that. But that I figure you guys get a little bit of a laugh out of that. Late to the party, but yeah, congratulations to Argentina there, to Messi. Yeah. Getting the World Cup under his belt. Definitely a legend in my books. No debate. He is the best, hands down. Yeah, he is the GOAT. And yeah, shout out
perfect
to him.
segue though, Luca, because now I get to brag about my Arsenal. Not only was it a good weekend vis-a-vis Dallas's dub yesterday, but Arsenal extends its lead against Man City. I was going to come at you with this. Arsenal now 8 points in the lead, 47 points to City's 39. And guess what? The best tasting part of all is we go and we beat Tottenham on their own land. Isn't that nice? Tottenham Hotspur Stadium supposed to be all the much better than the Emirates. Getting all the NFL games, all the NFL London games are done there. So Tottenham's had all the glory lately. Not yesterday. We get the double over Tottenham, beating them at the Emirates and at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Now 47 points in the lead. And guess what? We play the people that we're in the race with. Now, I don't know if how many Manchester United fans are there, but Manchester United has been doing real well on a 5-game winning streak, now 38 points. So Arsenal's only 9 points ahead of them, in addition to Newcastle, but Newcastle has a game in hand. And we play United. And we play City. And this time we're going to play United at the Emirates, not at United, at Old Trafford where we played last time. One of our only dub, actually, our only L, sorry. is to United this year, and we're definitely going to avenge that coming up in a few weeks. People, Klopp saying, yes, please don't let City win. And then Tom saying Arsenal getting beat by Man United on Sunday. I don't know about that, brother. I can't tell you. I can't agree with that. But Arsenal absolutely killing it, looking real good without even Gabriel Jesus, without some major players up front. I don't know what my Arsenal fans think in the chat, but I kind of feel Eddie Nketiah does not fill the shoes of Gabriel Jesus. So let me know what you think there, and we'll get a little debate going about that topic. All right, guys, back to some stocks here. Enough bragging for now. I'm starting to look at Tesla. I mean, how long can I stay the entire morning without looking at Tesla? It's up 5.75%. It was definitely up 6% when I looked at it a few moments ago. The tough one on the day, man. It is strong off that news catalyst. What was the news catalyst again? I know it was in the watch list. Forget, so many things coming at me at one time. But yeah, definitely a news catalyst today for Tesla, some of these other EV makers as well. Let's have a look at what the other EV makers are doing. Are they good? Yeah, not so much. Chinese ADR is really taking on the chin today. How's Rivian doing? Yeah, Rivian's okay. A bit of a sympathy play here with Tesla. Let's bring in the chart. For that, I know some people earlier yelling Rivian in the chat. Up 2.5% on the day, 1.4% since the open, done 15.5 million shares. Trading above VWAP, so not bad. Nice little up movement here, reversing a little bit now below the 50 period. 714 is the high. We're currently trading at 1688. So yeah, Rivian having a bit of an inside day, but at least it's green, to be honest. Okay, so the last trade that we're in is this MGOL trade, and you know, it's back to doing what it's been doing the entire morning, which is consolidating sideways. Again, this is the boneheaded non-ad that I had here, this double top off the 200 period moving average. Couldn't have spelled itself better for me, and I sat there looking at it like, you know, a person who couldn't process that information. And so basically getting out basically at the same level every time, that 516, 517 level. That's been a bit of a bottom too, if I'm being honest, at 515, 514 level. A lot of buyers stepping in there on MGOL. Do we have anything else to talk about? I don't have anything else to talk about. Luca, you took a long there?
Well, no, yeah, long SI here, just kind of waiting. So finally getting the Google fill up top over there. So nice trade on that one. You know, it's slow. It's a slow one. And somebody asking a question saying, Luca, what is your average size? 300 shares, 2K shares, 10K shares? It varies, man. It varies. So it just depends on, you know, what you're trading. What does the liquidity look like? What is the volume? What is, like, you know, volume? Obviously, time of day. You know, in the morning, lots of things are happening. It's whipping up and down. And then in the middle of the day, things are kind of slower. You know, so it just depends, man. I would say, because I'm going to try to add some value here. It's like, look at, you know, first of all, what type of setup are you trading a part of your own playbook, right? That's what you need to ask yourself. Look at the win rate. Look at, you know, the risk return on the trades that you're taking. If you find that you have good, you know, good track record on the trades that you're taking, or a good strategy, or whatever strategy it is, and then it sets up again, and you've already banked multiple wins on it, then you could start saying to yourself, okay, you know what, maybe I'm going to size up on this. So what does that mean? A lot of people say add 10%, add 20% size. Don't just jump 100%, 100%. So if you're taking 100 shares, you know, don't just jump to 200 shares. Maybe you should go to, you know, 110 shares, 120 shares. So, you know, it really depends with kind of, you know, have you banked the wins? Are you doing well on it? And then you kind of look at it from that perspective. Then at the same time, you want to look at the stock that you're trading. You want to look at liquidity levels. You know, can you get in and out? What is the slippage going to be? You know, what is the expected move at the time of day that you're trading? So, for example, you pull up Apple, and at any time of day, like, I want to believe this, but at any time of day, you could press enter on 10,000 shares and instantly get the fill on Apple just because it's Apple. Like, maybe I'm wrong to say that, but again, something that does, you know, 50 million shares, depending where you're routing your order, depending the general level that it's at. But, you know, something like Apple, it's going to be able to fill that order. There are robots out there that are probably like, I will fill any order because I can work out of it, give or take, right? So there's that. But then if you're looking at like a BTCM, which is like, what even is this? You know, BTCM, you pull this one up. It's like, what is the slippage on this order going to be? Like, what does the book look like? If you punch out or punch in, like, does it fill you right away? So there's all these things that you have to ask yourself. So for myself, I don't have an easy answer for you, just because I know what you want. You want to know, you know, when I say I'm buying, like, how many shares is it? Like, it changes every single time. And I do this because it just depends on multiple different factors that I can just kind of do on the fly. But at the same time, I do like bamboozling the bots. So I'm just like, let me like throw out like random like size. Like let me not throw out 1, 2, 300. Let me throw out like 226. That's going to confuse them, even though it's an odd lot. I don't know. Maybe I'm just kind of getting ahead of myself there. But yeah, it's just kind of funny there. So I don't know. Hopefully that adds value to you. You know, just make sure you're trading your own playbook. Make sure it makes the most sense to you. Make sure you gauge liquidity and volume. You know, you might have to learn some lessons the hard way. That's kind of how all traders learn. You know, it's like just dive into the water, sink or swim, see what happens. And, you know, hopefully you don't blow your account multiple times, but obviously anything can happen. So, yeah, paper trade first, trade very small initially as you practice and try to get better. And hopefully things work out, man. Hopefully things work out. I'm looking back here at AMD. That long, man, I don't even know. I mean, I should have maybe held this a little bit longer than going for the scalp. I thought I was going to do it again, and I could have, but I sort of forgot about it and let it go. We are now above VWAP on AMD, and I feel like that 72 level is a level of interest. It's I'm just going to draw a line here. We sort of channeled in the morning and then broke to the upside and then did like that kind of over, under, and now not back through. So I wonder if 72 is going to be short-term resistance on this thing for a couple scalp trades. So I'm going to try to offer in front of that, see if I get that fill. I am willing to scale into it and then kind of like look to cover back through 72. So we'll see where that one wants to go. If it gets to that level, fills me. If we break, great. I'll continue to add on to that. Somebody's saying, any thoughts on AFRM, Affirm? I can have a look here. Affirm is a NASDAQ name, right? Yeah, NASDAQ name. Let's bring this one up and see. I did not look at this today, so I mean, I'm learning for the first time. It's $13 right now. I guess the first thing that stands out to me on this is this this level, and it seems like a hard level for whatever reason, which is call it 1335 to 1340, but 1338 specifically. Rejected once, twice, 3 times back down. Now going back into this level, but then again showing you that it creates a higher low over here. So does it get back here and then break to the upside? I mean, you have 1350 overhead just based on intraday levels. You have 1340. This is the general area that I see as kind of that resistance intraday. And then obviously, you know, just to kind of point out the obvious, it's like sort of like bouncing back up, bouncing back up. If we go back down, does it then stop like over here? I have no idea. The main thing that I see, again, is that overhead of 1340 to 1350, general level of resistance. I always say, I mean, everyone says this, but when in doubt, zoom out. It is not a specific level that I see on the daily, but I almost want to say that 15 is a kind of like a psychological level, just very simple, 5, 10, 15, and it rejected there once. So, you know, is this now the next rejection area just below 15 before we then head back down, or are we going to break through these levels and then go to the upside? Your guess is as good as mine, but intraday, I see that overhead. I'm not going to trade it, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that one plays out.
John Ellis saying Sharif ought to sing 1-0 to the Arsenal for our benefit. Absolutely, I was saying that. If I didn't have a room full of people, that would have made fun of me. So yeah, but I go on YouTube and I actually figure out the chants because it's so hard to discern them from the TV. And obviously, I don't attend the games because I don't live in London. So you got to go online, YouTube. I'm a diehard fan like that. I wonder, do you follow AFTV, John Ellis? Let me know. Let me know what you think about their content too. All right, guys, I've been keeping my eye on Tesla a little bit here. Now back up to 6%. It looks like, you know, it's poised to break out. It's the strongest of the bunch. There's no question about that. Of the big 6, I like to call them. We're about to get to that 130 level. How aggressively do we break it here? You know, I was kind of trying to look for some sort of confirmation on the ES future contract. With this breakout, I didn't really get it. I wanted to punch in at 129.5. Now, you know, we're moving into that 130 area. So already could have been 50 pennies in the money, but didn't see that confirmation on the chart, on the ES March contract chart. It's kind of just doing nothing below VWAP, very, very tight range. So Tesla does look to be secular. There goes that 130 break. We break that like nobody's business. 130.15 is where we're up to now. This one's getting all sorts of volume and all sorts of strength, you know, and Apple's setting up kind of similarly to it in terms of, you know, the chart setup. Let's put them next to each other here on the side chart. This is the big Tech 6 that I always follow. So have a look here. If you guys think that we have a little bit of similarity, yeah, no, I got to retract that. We have a big move down here on Apple. You don't have that move down on Tesla. You have more of a consolidation area. So Tesla looking super strong. 138.58, 130.58 is the high of day, and we just printed 130.15. So quite close to high of day on this one. Again, up now 6.25%. This one really moving to the high side at the moment. So a little bit disappointed with myself for not punching in there. Should have just relied on my instincts, but you know, confirmation is important, of course. So no other trades for me except this MGOL. We're in the money on this one. I'm sitting here again at 516s waiting to get filled. This one's trading more like a buyout. The volume's really dropped off on this. It's done 10.25 million shares on the day, but the majority of that was earlier. Now, very tight ranges. Again, should have added on these peaks. Obviously didn't. Talked about that earlier. And nothing else for me looking here. Just keeping my eye on Tesla. I think that one is the strongest of the bunch, even though my heart wants Meta to go up. Go, Meta, go. Obviously invested in that long, in the long-term account. That's why I say that, Luca.
I was waiting this whole time to short Tesla at 130.19, and finally we're here, and it goes there. I mean, I'm going to get the fill probably now, but it goes there, 19s. And then it quickly goes right back down to 130. So I'm like, how do I wait? I think I put this order in at 11:30. And here we are almost an hour, 2 hours later, gets there, reverses off 130.18. Like, you got to be kidding me here. You got to be kidding. So, yeah, there's the first fill I'm looking for. I am basically willing to scale into this one. You know, hopefully it kind of rips higher, goes back down. It's just kind of the vibe that I'm getting. I don't think, even though Tesla's up on the day, I don't think we're going to just kind of jailbreak to the upside right away. There's probably a lot of people trying to sell this over 130. When's the last time this was over 130? It's been a while. So, yeah, there's longs, there's shorts to be had here. We're going to see what happens. I'm just going to scalp this like a crazy maniac right now.
Like a demon.
So, yeah, we'll see if I can get the bids down below there. Little update on SI. It is kind of sticking around the 50 period for the time being. It looked good, and now it's just kind of back down. So I am just waiting for that pop if it wants to come to fruition. But yeah, if we dip down below 14, then I'll reconsider if I do even want to add to that one. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. The market generally giving the 4,000 area bounce to VWAP. That was nice. Now kind of like a higher low. Going back to the upside, I mean, if we break the 420 level, then maybe we actually have steam to go to the north side. If not, then I'm not really too sure. So I got my second fill on Tesla. It's, yeah, a little bit of mean reversion for myself. I think we're eventually going to get back to that 130 and test. Probably have stops at 129.99. That would be my guess. If anybody is long this at this level, that is their stop, just because that is kind of over-under level. So, yeah, if we head back closer to 130, then I'll get out of that one. I'm willing to continue to scale into this one. As you guys see, I'm basically scaling in all the way up and then looking to cover as it goes back all the way back down to the downside. So, yeah, we'll see if that one wants to work. It is now kind of flushing just a little bit. So let me see if I have just put a little bit of a bid out here and go from there. Somebody's saying, what are your thoughts on Love, please? Sure, we can have a look. Love. I do not love this name.
No.
No, I do not. I rarely trade it.
Yeah.
But the first thing that kind of stands out to me from an intraday perspective is this general low that everybody sees, 36.50 into 36.40 area. Is this a flat bottom break? I mean, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely. Your print, in my opinion, lower high, lower high, lower high, and then constant support. So then usually you have a break to the downside. I mean, that's what the book tells you, whether or not materializes or not. Who knows?
Yeah, good look on that one. It's like, it's so funny because I'm like, yeah, maybe this is a little bit of a support. Maybe there's a long to be had. And then I'm like, oh, but wait a second.
I'm sure there is probably a reversion.
It's, you know, both sides there, but it's kind of funny because I'm like, wait a second. I've now been sitting beside Sharif a little bit, and I feel like there's maybe a short here. So, yeah, because I'm like long and then maybe short, I mean, it's down 1%, so the short's probably good. Where's this thing on the daily? I mean,
the airlines are mostly red. Here's my airline watch. Look at this. They're the majority of them, except for Save. Really, it's done like no shares.
Yeah, I mean, no real like strong conviction or thoughts on it. I'm definitely not. I'm not going to be trading it today.
All right, guys. Still in that same mode. Looking. I mean, obviously now that Luca is short Tesla, I don't want to take it long because you know that affects your thinking sometimes. Obviously, you shouldn't, but you know the market is retracing back to VWAP. Last time we came back to VWAP around. I want to say 12 o'clock. We rejected it. That's a lunchtime hour. Maybe there weren't enough algos or traders on the floor. Make a long story short, we got that rejection and we retraced down. But Most notably, we made a higher low this time. Could we make and break through VWAP here and print a new recent high? 40.19 is that most recent high. If we can break through there, that's like 4 points away. The other level that we got to be cognizant of is that 418 level. Funny enough, 418, 419, they're probably the same level. That's the close on, I believe, was that yesterday? I know the futures traded yesterday. They were open yesterday for a little bit. Maybe this is yesterday's close. I don't know if this was, yeah, this has got to be yesterday's close, probably whatever time period it got cut off. Anyway, so it's an important level. We've been flirting with that level the majority of the day, 40.18, 40.19. If we can break through VWAP, break through that level, I think we might have an interesting trend to the high side. In the morning, obviously, this morning we had a bit of a move up, 40.35, and then with like no real catalyst, not one that we can find anyway, at least for the moment. Maybe later we'll get wind of it. We retraced off 4.35, making our way all back down, but holding, very importantly, holding that 4,000 level. I think we retraced down to 4,002. So a decent rangy day. I mean, it's not the most volatility we've seen lately, obviously goes without saying, but you know, some nice volatility there. Scott Young, Sharif Gobriel, you seem to love reading trading books. Check out Trading for a Living by Dr. Alexander Elder, a psychiatrist. Great read. I'm definitely going to add that to my list. Thank you. Currently, I'm actually reading the CMT materials. In case you don't know what that is, that's Chartered Market Technician. That's what Michael Noss is, who comes in every Friday on the morning show. That's his designation. And so I'm in, like, basically book one. There's 3 books. And I have started that one. That was kind of my New Year's resolution, that I want to knock out some of these exams this year, maybe 2 by the end of next year. So yeah, thank you for that. I'll put that. I'm going to actually take a picture of that, so I don't have to type it down. There we go. I get that book. And I can also mention to you guys that a small capper that we were trading today, is that ATER? Yeah, ATER just made a big boy move to the high side. This was wrong. This was one of the ones that I was telling you about, a mistake. One of the only, I think I've got 1 negative stock today. This is the only negative stock, ATER. This was shorting above VWAP. That's a no-no according to my rules, and here's why. Got stopped out, and look at that continued move up. Breaking through the $0.50. We talked about this one in terms of levels to expect, you know, a rejection. We talked about that $1.80 to $2 level. We found that on the daily chart going back to September. So ATER up 58% now, just printed new highs, 59%, just printed new highs. But keep your eye out if you're able to locate shorts for this one. And on my IBKR platform, there are shorts for this one. So, if IBKR has them, probably everybody else has them, because anybody who uses this platform knows how piss poor they are for shorts, especially with these small cappers. Shout out to IBKR. Step up your game, please. Anyway, so ATR moving up. Keep an eye out on that $1.80 to $2 level. But for the moment, at least on the market, we won't break VWAP for now. And I'm not going to take any longer shorts on these big cappers until we can decide what we're doing. But for the moment, I think we're on the right trend, futures-wise, printing higher lows. And let's see if we can break that VWAP. Luca.
Yep, and somebody's saying, somebody's saying, Luca, Netflix ripping. No, man, come on, don't tell me these things. Not really. Okay, yeah, okay, of course. I sell the bottom,
Luca,
and then we
gotta cheer for Netflix, bro. I'm long Netflix.
I sell the bottom, and then we rip to the upside. It's okay. That was a small position. That's kind of why I was like, let it go, whatever.
Let it go.
But yeah, nice little move to the upside. It's 325. It's kind of interesting how it's like rip up sideways and then rip up again. Is it going to go sideways, and then are we going to get that final rip up? I have no idea. It'll be interesting to see what happens. I'm trying to add to this Tesla short, but I think I just missed my opportunity, so I'm just going to make sure I cancel that reload there. I'm waiting for 130 break to the downside. You know, I'm trying to get out just below 130 or just at 130 for the first portion of that. That'll be awesome. That'll be great if that wants to flush there. Yeah, Jeff Ross saying short 130.50 on that one. Yeah, you got a better average than me. We'll see where this one wants to go. There was somebody else who said something. Oh, space, please. Please have a look at space. SPCE on New York.
That was moving last week, remember?
Yeah, it has a little bit of a pop today. Not too bad of a move. I know you were trading it last week, and I traded. I also lost on that. Oh, because there's the buyer. The buyer was at 515 last week.
How many times do we see it bounce off
Yeah,
that
bounce,
level?
and then I finally went long, and you were short.
Yeah.
Then I went long, and then it went down. I remember that one very well. I do remember that one. But yeah, here we are. We are now above that level. I think level of interest, just based on kind of the levels that I'm seeing right here, is this high. So call it 550 into the high 550 to 555 area. That's kind of where we turned around last time. The question is do we turn around this time, right? Maybe even 545 as like a lower high type thing. So yeah, it is approaching that general area. Could be interesting there. We'll have to see what happens. I just have 2 positions on board. I did add to the SI long, just at below 14. It feels like we're not really selling off, and I feel like we could easily get that pop. So I'm aiming for 1450 still on that one. And let me just look back. Yeah, Microsoft 240. Maybe there's something there. I just want to pull this up. Where are we here? 240. Oh, 240 didn't break to the upside. That VWAP long, it held once, twice, like multiple times, but once, twice. Now sort of making higher lows. You know what? Yeah, let me go long Microsoft here. This is kind of my gut instinct. Let me see if I get this fill here. A little bit of a smaller size for me, just because this is kind of like, it's showing that it's dipping, popping, dipping, popping. Do we finally curl back to the 240 area? That's sort of my logic on this one. So yeah, if we can get that, I'm going to try to get some out at 240 and then hold some for just a move through 240. So we'll see if that one wants to happen. And we're going to go to Big B now quickly for the energy update.
Hey guys, been a relatively flat session. Hey, there's a chair over there. It's been a relatively flat session for equities so far today. Oil as well, back to basically flat on the day. If you remember, we started things off talking a little bit this morning about Davos, the economic forum going on this week. The premier from China mentioning this morning that China is open for business, all are welcome, everything back to normal. That initially had oil moving higher on hopes of more demand coming out of China once again as a result of that. But here we are back to, as I was mentioning, I'll pull that down exactly as I speak, 0,000, flat on the day where we ended. We broke 80 back to the downside, coming back for a retest right now, just back to positive on the session. But yeah, hopes of higher Chinese demand coming through today, guys. Initially lifting oil to the upside. We do see that reversal, though, once equities get open. Back over to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, keeping an eye on these Chinese ADRs. I mean, the majority of them are red right now. You saw some of them make a nice move there in the pre-market, led by BABA. BABA is up 0.4% since the bell, but down 1.21 on the day. So, kind of hard to take any trades with these Chinese ADRs. They kind of do their own things. Luca likes to say the Chinese robots are on, and they're looking to take your money. I probably have to restart this software as it is flaking on me here, Luca. So if you could just take over for a minute.
Yeah, sure. So one thing I'm watching, so obviously in this Tesla, something notable, just trying to be very objective here, is for whatever reason, it is stopping at 130.20. And there was not a huge seller, but there was a little bit of a big seller that was like at 130.20 before the break. And I just feel like if that was like a scalp seller who then wanted to kind of cover on the flush, maybe that program or person or whatever is trying to get out break even. That's why it stopped maybe at 130.20. So now it's going back to the upside. So this is not what I want to see on the short. I want to see up, then down, then flush, then cover. But I am giving myself a little bit of room to see where this one wants to go. So if this, maybe we make the high, then flush back down. I'm not going to add to it yet. But yeah, somebody said before, for Tesla to go to the moon, it has to break 131. So we are below 131 for now. We could break in the next 5 seconds, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever. But yeah, we're going to have to see what happens with that one. SI is just not working for me. It's kind of going down. It's slow. If we go down another 10 cents, I'm just going to be stopped out of that one. And Microsoft is sort of curling back to the upside. So again, going for that 240 move to the upside. At least I'm long Microsoft. So if Tesla goes up, Microsoft probably goes up too. Microsoft, I feel like it looks okay for now. So that one's good. Going to reevaluate Tesla at 131. Not going to hold this too far against me. Now basically 50 cents. What is this? 50 cents out of the money. So yeah, we're going to have to see what happens here. Yeah, Tesla. I love these calls, by the way. People in the chat. Somebody's like, HKD to 6,000. I was like, okay, no. Mara to 1 million. Okay. AMC to 200, and these are different people that are saying these things. Like, what are you guys talking about?
Feeding off each other.
Yeah, BBY to 10K to
All
10.
right, all right.
I mean, you know, like you would think it would have to go to like $5, $8 before it could go there. But yeah, maybe the squeeze has not squoze. You know, I mean, anything's possible. That's why I love trading, man, because anything is possible. But it's all about managing risk. So, you know, make sure you do that first, and then kind of see where you want to go from there. Somebody's saying, Luca, you know, I appreciate you, but this Tesla is long. Yeah, well, it's I was going for the scalp. Now it's kind of like I'm just watching it and saying, like, okay, like, probably get some sellers here. I did give myself room to add a little bit more, so I'm not like too concerned. I can probably get away. I mean, if we just keep going parabolic to the upside right now, then like, yeah, I'll be like wrong on it. But I am giving myself room to add. So I'm just kind of waiting for it to go up and then turn back down. Then I'll add to it. Maybe get out for a break even. So we'll see where this one wants to go. But yeah, man, Netflix to 2. I know you're saying Netflix 230. I don't want to talk about it. I'll pull this up one more time. Netflix. If you go to 330, you're going without me, guys. I don't know if you can see this, but I was long. I covered small size. I should have just held. I should have just put the stop low a day. I just felt like, we're going up, we're going down. Let me just off it. But no, that was the wrong call there. So you can't always be right, but you can just do your best to manage risk. And you were supposed to bail out at break even. I know, man. Don't remind me. Don't remind me. It's all good, man. We move on for that. No problem.
Yeah. All right, guys. Got my software back. We're back in business here. The ES still flirting around that 40-15 level. You're not really breaking through VWAP, but you know we are coming into a more liquid time in the day. That 1 o'clock time slot obviously is not the most liquid, but now traders are back on their desk, or the algos have been turned back on. And we are going to possibly get some movement to the high side here. Let's see what happens with this market. But you got a lot of these big cappers flirting with VWAP, or, you know, at their mean point in the day, except, of course, if your name is Tesla, because now you are up 7 and almost 1/4% on the day. Where did I see that high? 130, 116. That's high of day. We're printing on that. So let's see if Tesla can buoy this market. Otherwise, you know, we may stay below this VWAP. ATER continuing to print newer highs. This is the boneheaded short that we had above VWAP. Now, obviously, we're taking it more. We're looking at it more of a long. 161 now is a high of day, giving you multiple opportunities on retracements. Let's see what it's respecting here. Are there any price levels that it's respecting? Any indicators? You know, offhand, you know, looks like that 50 period has been kind of respected. You have that breach here, but it's a momentary breach, and you know it's on the 1 minute chart. Let's see what the 3 looks like. Let's see if we can glean any levels here on the 3. Eek. Okay, so looks definitely like that 145, obviously, to 150 is an interesting zone. I would look for a 50 retracement and a hold here. 161 is the high, so look for maybe a 151 dip, or you know, that's how I played here. I'm never really good at these, like taking them at high of day breakouts. Never my forte on that. So, but hey, got to talk about it because it's moving. ATR looking real solid at the moment, but I am starting to look more and more at these big cappers as Apple continues to push. Let's bring in Apple here. It's not at high of days. A high of day is like still $1 away. 137.29 is a high of day on Apple, but you know, we're continuing to print recent highs. There was obviously this peak here that we had to break through, that 136 to 136.15. We've broken through that. Now we're in the quarters. We're creating maybe what looks like to be a flat top breakout, a bull flag, whatever you want to call it. Looks like we're headed to the high side above VWAP, printing higher lows and higher lows and higher highs. Looks good. There's a bit of a channel forming here too, if I'm being honest. Let me try to redraw this here and see what I can glean from this level. Okay, so if we draw it like that and then maybe we extend it, where does it look? Yeah, it's not that great. Okay, so we'll see. I like these going into the afternoon though. I'll keep my eye on these ones as the small cappers really start to fade out here. We had CYAD. It was making a big move earlier on, up 150%. It's kind of slowed down now. It's a $2 stock, so you know, interest is like at 50%, kind of hovering above VWAP. Off high of days. High of days is at 250. I used to talk about this trade a little bit more earlier when I started the show, maybe October-ish, September-ish. where I would take a VWAP hold high of daybreak. So basically looking for something that made a big move up early, kind of retraced into VWAP during the less liquid period of the day, and then when the liquidity start coming in, it'd make a nice bounce out VWAP and a move up and break high of day. That's been happening less and less, and I just have to accept that. So looking at these charts, I was thinking immediately, oh, VWAP hold high of daybreak. Well, not so much. It hasn't really been working that well. So yeah, I'm going to leave that one aside. Maybe I'll keep my eye on ATER for a 150 dip, Luca, but I don't really have any trades at the moment, guys, except this MGOL that I'm in, and it's doing bubkiss.
Yeah, guys, there's a couple of big bids above 131 on Tesla, and I was like, okay, these are probably going to fill. I mean, we had the nice up move. These are probably going to fill. So as we were popping, I'm kind of like, okay, I gave myself room. Let me add to this. So adding to it a little bit, finally smashing through those bids. And I'm not really loving, this is not like I'm loving the short for the move back down. Obviously letting it go against me, giving me the room to add to it, showing the bids. They tested, popped, hitting the short above those bids, coming back into the bids, filling them, getting myself out below the bids, now holding a small piece on the name for a move back down potentially into, call it like just below 130.50. We'll see what wants to happen on this one. My average is now 131.20. So I basically took the L on this, kind of fixed the average. Not the most proud moment that I have, but it's just kind of that discretionary feel of like, here's bids at high a day. They eventually fill. They are big bids. I don't think we're going to continue to run straight up, 132.33. So yeah, a little bit of a scalp trade there. Now, this could easily rip back up and go above my average and continue to go even higher. So I am light on the position now. I'm not really worried. If we go down, great. If we go up and make a new high, which will be 131, call it 30, 131.30. If we make a new high from here, then I'm just gonna get out of that trade. So yeah, if this one maybe it stops me out, maybe it doesn't. If it doesn't, great. It will just keep going down and life will be good. I am short Amazon here. I had a stop. I guess that was a stop. That why I'm short this. Okay, that's great because I think I was long and I put my stop and I forgot to remove it. And now here I am short, so I mean, I'll take it, man. That's actually a banger level there. So, okay, sometimes it works out like that. Let's see where this one wants. Maybe I should just, let me just lighten up on the position because that wasn't really part of the plan. Yeah, maybe this thing wants to go. If it goes back up through 96.71, I will just get out of that one. So I'm going to watch that one closely. SI is just hanging around here. Don't hate the ad. My stop is in place, so it's basically managing itself. Microsoft, I was light on the position, so not really too worried. Now moving to the downside, I am going to just get out of this one and then reevaluate. Maybe this wants to get closer to VWAP, and then I try the bounce play again on that one. So yeah, short Tesla, short Amazon, long SI. The only one not working is SI. Currently 10 cents out of the money, so we'll see where that one wants to go. Trey's Mustache, pretty sick name there, saying crash coming. I don't know if you're talking about the crash today or the crash in general, but either way, we'll be here to trade it, man.
Yeah.
It'll be nice. And yeah, Neil calling out that Rivian double top. So anybody that's watching that, just a quick heads up on that one. Rivian double top at that 17 level. Yeah, kind of interesting level there. I'm gonna not trade that one. I tried the long once. Wrong. That's fine. I will let that go and find something else here.
I was reading an interesting news article on the weekend, and basically the whole premise was we're going to have, get ready for this, guys, transitory disinflation. Yes, you probably associated that word before with transitory inflation, which Powell and Yellen and all the infamous people who had used that term a couple of years ago are that they coined that basically. Now we're looking at transitory disinflation. Essentially what this article is positing is we're going to have a really good reduction in the price of goods as a result of the easing of supply chains, and as a result of that, we're gonna have more retail spending to take advantage of that. But it's going to be kind of short-lived. Number one, number two, it's only going to be in the goods sector, not really in the services sector or in the labor sector either. So it should be interesting to see if the market can kind of ride that wave, if that ends up being true. Anyway, I talked a little bit about it last week. I see the indexes here, whether you're looking at the ES or whether you're looking at the Russell or your analysis of the VIX. It looks like, we are poised for a breakout. We've been breaking out through some key resistance levels, whether, price action wise or what's it called, trend line wise, and basically we're getting to that area that we've bounced off before. So if we can make our way, continue up at least for a while and make new highs, I would say that the SPX, not the ES March contract, the SPX really needs to take that 4,100 and close above it, and that will definitely be a new recent high and a possible change in trend. You see here that we made a higher low, and that's kind of the thing. And like, if I'm being honest, this looks like a upside down head and shoulders, where here's the left shoulder, there's the head, and there's the right shoulder, and then usually that's what they call a reversal pattern, but it's kind of the other way around. Usually we see it as a reversal pattern to the downside. This times it's a reversal pattern to the upside. You see that usually at bottoming markets. So let's see what this one does. I'm going to try to ride this wave. We got big PPI number coming tomorrow. Usually it's not that big deal, but it's such a headline-driven market that these PPI numbers have been becoming more important lately. Okay. Now let's look at ATER, because I was just deliberating whether I should get into this one long. And look, it does the same thing again. Look at that big move down, breaking through the half dollar here. So, you expected the half dollar at least to hold a little bit for the moment. I wonder if this is an interesting long dip trade here. How much is it going to cost me to find out if I punch long here? Well, probably cost me to around that 145, so maybe 6 pennies. What the hey, let's go. We're going to go a quarter position. We're punching long there. We're going to be wrong, I want to say, through 144. Let's go ahead and put a 144 stop. There we go, and then we'll give it to like 142 in case it goes super berserko here. There we go. So we got that long, we've got that stop set in. Let's see if this one is just like a momentary sell-off and a big move up. Looks like we're bouncing a little bit off that level, but it's got to be a sustained bounce. We had that happen here, which is where kind of I thought, oh, did I get short at the wrong area? We flushed down, then look at that big move back up. So long in front of the half dollar here, and let's see what this one does. Kind of just keeping it interesting, you know what I mean? I mean, it's a quarter position, so not really going to be a big dub or anything like that, but let's keep the people entertained. Okay, now we kind of rejected off that VWAP on the market for the moment back here, but now we're looking to test it again. So this is what I'm talking about, this nice rejection here off the 15 level, flush down to 11. We're not talking about big range, guys. We're talking about basically the same range that we've been in, but we're trying to retest these levels. We're closer to them than we have been for a while, and most notably, higher lows, higher lows. So let's see if we can get this breakout. Meta now retracing to VWAP at 135.50. You have, Tesla obviously near high of day. Nothing much else in these big six, to be honest with you. It looks like just Meta kind of getting off there on the double bottom, and obviously Tesla was strong. But Apple, this one I thought we're going to get a bit of a breakout through that 136 and a quarter. It had other ideas, breaking down now below 136. So this one should be an interesting one to watch, and I think the market in general going into the afternoon. Luca.
Yeah, guys, I covered the Amazon short, and as soon as I covered it, I was like, I should probably just go long here. So for whatever reason, I did go long, and this thing just instantly in the money. I was like, okay. So I'm getting the first portion out, but still long here. I feel like we are going to get a 97 test again. Market, I guess that was a move, like market moving up, Amazon moving up. Stopped out of Tesla, so it did make the high a day. So just locking in the L over there. So yeah, long Amazon, long SI. We'll see what happens. My mic is not on. My mic is on. No, the mic is on. Huh? Yeah, we're good? Okay, yeah. So basically what I was saying is Amazon to the moon. So let's see where this one wants to go. Hopefully it gets a 97 test. I covered the short. I wasn't supposed to be in this short. It was a stop order. And then I was in the money right away. So I was like, well, I mean, let's just see where this goes. So I sat back down. I was like, I should probably just get out of this. And then as soon as I got out, gut feeling was to go long. So I take the long, instantly in the money. That was pretty sick. I think, where's my average here? Like 60s. So long 60s, instantly 15-cent winner. Now I'm kind of waiting for 97s to get some more out at 97s. We probably get there.
Netflix is flying.
Yeah, if we break VWAP now for whatever reason on Amazon, I mean, this thing is going to go, right? Like, it's already, okay, so that's a little bit more out over there, so definitely can't complain. Wait, where was that order sitting? No, that's not what I wanted. Okay, yeah, that was an early fill. That is not what I wanted. But okay, whatever. That was a smaller portion. Anyways, let's see if this breaks through 97. I mean, that's a pretty strong move to the upside, and I don't really know why, but looks good. So yeah, let's go with that. Let's see where it wants to go. SI curling now back to the upside, so hopefully this thing actually wants to now pop, and you know, life will be good. Netflix, yeah, Netflix is. I mean, there you go. There you go. Yeah.
Hey, baby.
What is my timing on that sell? It's like, you know, it could have been worse by like, what, 4 minutes? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it goes.
Yeah.
So I sell 5 minutes later. It's like, all right, he's out to the moon.
I know, literally. Did call the
Hopefully,
bottom,
yeah, hopefully some of you guys are along that name there. Lucas saying, ha, Luca the Bear. No, come on, man. I'm long. I'm long Amazon. I'm long SI. Bull train to the upside. I know Sharif was short a bunch of names. You got something going there?
I'm going to have to get out of this one. This was a no-go on ATER. That ends up being my second loser on that particular trade. The first one long, the first one short. The second one long. This one didn't hold the $half level. We tried to get a dip trade there. It breaks down. It goes all the way down into 44. So we lose 6 pennies on this one. It cost us 6 pennies to find out it wasn't a long. 2 extended off the high of day and didn't hold the key support levels there. So it is what it is. Now finally added to MOGL at the area that I've been really dying to add. Look at how well the 200 period has kind of defended itself throughout the day here. Rejection off the 200 period. Rejection. Another rejection. Now we're back up at 200 period. So I'm like, I got to add at this area. But how much is it going to cost me to find out if I'm wrong? Well, I was out of 40% of this position. This add here gets me into 53% of the position. I'm up on it at the moment. I think I'm going to give it to the break of, I think I earmarked 545. That was the area that I earmarked. That would be a new high price action wise. And I'll be out of this one if it breaks 545 in case you're following my trade on MOGL. But what was the other one that I was looking at here? Was it big cap related? Yeah, the big cap one, not ATR. Thanks, Bradley. I like how this guy is sharp, eh? This guy knows what he's doing. No, the one that I want to look at was meta related. I just reclaimed VWAP here, 135.5. Still down a percentage on the day. 136.75 is the high of day. I saw a bit of a double bottom forming here in a reclaim of VWAP, and you know, and the market hasn't been doing much, hasn't been trending up, while Meta has been. So you know, you got to assume if the market finds a bit of a bounce here, Meta may benefit. So keeping my eye on that in terms of an intraday trade, obviously. Yeah, and that's basically it. Not much else going on at the moment. Do we have anything to address here in the chat? Someone's saying Piton. Wow, haven't looked at Piton in a while. Sure, let's have a look at Piton. This one was a good one. This is like a 2020 throwback, baby. Remember when this one hit like 160 something? Yeah, those were the good old days. These in-home plays or whatever they're called, COVID plays. Okay, let's have a look at the 15-minute chart first to kind of get an idea what we're working with. Okay, so we have a clear uptrend here on Piton. This is going back to at least January 6th. How about even before that? All right, let's go back to the 30-minute chart, see if we can glean any more information. Okay, so it looks like we're just bottomed out. It's not really an uptrend. It could be just a retracement. Anyway, basically since December 30th, when we made the bottom of $77.75, we've been trending up. Now, high of day is 1207. We're trading at 1202. So sure, it's been a great swing. Let's have a see what it looks like from the daily chart, because something tells me we haven't broken through important levels yet. No, we haven't. So great, we have a higher low here, but we haven't broken through this higher high. That's going to require a 1350 break. That's $1.50 away. If we can break through that, we've already reclaimed the 50 period. So one check, like, you know, you can put one check mark beside that box. Have we reclaimed the 50 period? Sure. Do we have a higher low? Sure. Do we have a higher high? No. We don't until 1350. And then that 200 period, which is more respected than the 50 for these longer term, intermediate term trades, $17. So we're still a ways away, you know, and I don't know what Peloton's catalyst is, whether we're just oversold. I'm not really sure. So I can't speak to that, and the news blotter today is really giving me trouble, so can't look into there either. But Peloton looks good. I mean, hey, it's giving you multiple, you know, days to swing it. It's giving you intraday trades. So obviously, aside from the fact that it's like off over $150 off its high, in the last 2 years, it looks tradable, at least for the moment. Hope that helps.
Yeah, just heads up, Amazon moving back down right now. That's not what I wanted to see, but oh well. SI, if we break below 1380, then I'm going to stop. I think I'm going to stop myself out. My stop is in place on that one. Not going to add again as much as I want to, just because it's close to that level. Just going to let it play itself out. We'll see what happens there. Somebody's saying, can you have a look at Goldman Sachs? Sure, no problem. Goldman Sachs
sucks, as Bradley likes to say.
Well, yeah, Goldman sucks, but what's the other term? It's like government sacks. I don't know. I heard that too.
Yeah, because like they're so pro-government.
Well, yeah. Anyways, not going to comment there. 344 is interesting for like a little bit of a double bottom, showing you that it is down 7%. They had earnings. If you're wondering as to why it is down so much, you know, I'm not going to trade it. But the most obvious thing that stands out to me is that it's like curling down, testing 50 period once, twice. Sort of breaking, quickly selling off. You know, is this now a general resistance level, which is what I'm looking at? So like it's kind of showing you that like it bounced one time over here, had trouble the first time, the second time. Now is third time a charm to get back through, or do we go back down? Again, I'm not going to trade this name. I'm just kind of watching it. Not really too sure if it's going to go up or down over here, but I feel like maybe 344 is that exhaustion point. You know, bounced once, twice. Maybe we do get back to the 50 period. And then very robotically like float around. Tough to say where we're gonna go, but yeah, I'm not gonna try my luck on the scalps over here. What I liked better from this morning, which I know Trader Gorno was bringing this up, I think the MS 97 level, and we were like over here, and it was just kind of interesting how, you know, this is up 7% now, but at the time it was up 5%. And I was thinking, okay, where do I like? I'm not taking a long in Goldman Sachs because we're down on the name, and I don't really want to trade it. But this one gives you that double top, dips down into VWAP, and I was like, maybe the long could be good for like a VWAP long. And go figure, didn't take the trade, but maybe I should have, even though I wouldn't have held all this way because that would have been like, you know, like I would have been like out on that little bit of a pop. But yeah, kind of robotically now just moving to the upside, breaking the 50 period and just riding it back. So actually going and testing high a day and breaking, right? So if you're looking at the banks and it's an earnings play, and MS and Goldman Sachs both report earnings, even though they are, you know, both banking sector, you know, very similar business, you kind of look at it, you say, well, MS is up on the day, it's up 7%, GS is down on the day. You know, if I'm going to short something, I'm going to short the one that's down. If I'm going to long something, I'm going to long the one that's up. So, yeah, there's that. You know, you could say, oh, yeah, GS, it's showing like a little bit of a bottom at 350. I'm going to do the bounce play. But at the same time, it's like the bounce play, like this is hindsight, but there was no bounce play at 350, right? It like kind of dipped down. Maybe you try it the first time. Do you even bid 350.61? Like, do you even bid that? Or do you try like 11s or like 21s? And then at that point, when you get the fill, you're smoked because it just goes straight right through there, right? So again, GS down. You could try the long if you want, if it's a part of your playbook. But, you know, you were wrong on that one. MS, VWAP long, up on the day. Better earnings, I'm going to guess. You know, moves to the upside, retest the high day there. So, yeah, pretty cool on that one. Guys, we are so close to 3,000 likes. We got 2,600.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're
well, yeah, no, I see Igor was like 3,000 likes. Go.
Let's go, baby.
And I was like, oh, let's go. And then I look, and I'm like, oh, we're not even at 3,000. Yeah, guys, if you are enjoying the show, feel free, hit the like button. I think we could do it. That's goal for today. We're at 2,600, and I feel like every time I'm like, yeah, guys, if you're tuning in for the first time, feel free to hit that like button, and then the likes pour in. So, you know, we definitely appreciate that one. Future.
Neil says if we get 3,000, he's going to need another chip. No, I'm kidding, of course. He didn't say that. I'm kidding. Yeah, one chip is enough. Guys, let's go. 3,000 likes, 2,700. If you have us in your pocket, if you're listening to us throughout your day, take that moment, look at the screen, hit that like button, or however you're watching us, smash that like. I know that I can watch this show on my like regular cable now, because the way that Rogers is sending out their internet systems is like these IPTV boxes basically, and they have YouTube built into them. So you can just say tradertv.live YouTube into your remote, and it brings it up, which is really cool. Means like, you know, we're accessible without a computer, without a phone, just on a regular TV. So shout out to all the platforms making it easy. Guys, 2,700 likes. Let's get up. What is that?
No, nothing. I'm just answering a question.
Let's get it up to 3,000 guys. We've got how many people watching? 45, almost 4,600 people watching. Let's go. Smash that like button. And yeah, reap the benefits of that, because the more we grow, the more we benefit you guys. So Luca was looking at this earlier, LUV, love, and he was asking me, is this a flat bottom breakdown? Well, have a look at this. It just, not really. It's kind of been at low of days all day and just consolidating within a range. I saw this one make a big move down off that 60, I want to say 60 top, and it went all the way down to 44. So we're talking about 16 pennies here. The range is a little bit tight on this one. Down 1.2% on the day, down only 50 pennies. So love, not much of a trade to be had. Let's see what the market is doing. Still consolidating below VWAP, not really breaking below it or really doing anything, not giving us newer highs or newer lows or what have you. So we'll continue to wait on that and see if we can get some volume or some direction going into this afternoon period. MOGL, I added at my level that I wanted to. Now it's kind of stepping back down, but still got to make a bigger move down if I'm going to start scalping. I'm looking at taking some out right here at that 516. That's where I have my resting profit taker. This one was a mover this morning. In case you're just joining us, this one is Messi's clothing brand that went live, I believe, last week, right? MOGL? Did it IPO last week?
Last week, yeah.
Yeah, so this one IPing last week, or I don't know if it's an IPO or SPAC, whatever it is, it's coming to the market anew as early as last week. I'm seeing AMC being yelled out here like crazy in the chat. Let's have a look at AMC, New York stock. Yeah, I was watching this. Was watching it this morning as
a little pop there.
Wow. Okay, so a nice little pop there, breaking the top here at 534. Looks like the high of day for the moment is at 559. Having a bit of trouble breaking through there. Let's looking at the book here. I don't see too much size at any of these levels of just random areas of size. 154 lots at that 60, but that'll get eaten up. That gets eaten up easily. There we go. So a nice little move up on AMC, up now 11.25%, Luca.
Yeah, this is I'm going long at the high of day. I know this could go down. I think if we break down back through the 550 level, I'm just going to be out of the trade. So no problem on that one. But if we keep going, then I'm just going to try to get closer to 6 there. I feel like these things, they pop, then they stop, then they get like one more pop to the upside. So let's see if that next pop wants to come through for the scalp trade. That would be great on that one. But yeah, if we do break below 550 to the downside, I'll just be out of that trade and kind of throw it up to a loser. I was trying to answer your question there, Future. You're saying, how tall are you, Luca? I just feel like, why? Do you want to challenge me to basketball and you just need to know that before you challenge me? I am 5'7". That's an interesting question, but I just no problem to answer that for you. And yeah, I would love to see. I'm 6'7", guys. No, I'm kidding. If I was 6'7", yeah, 5'7", dude. What do you mean cap? Okay, sure, man. Whatever you say. What do you think? I'm like 4'7", 3'7". You know what, guys? Let me just say, if I was 6'7", I'll be in the NBA because ball's life, and yeah, with my shot at 6'7", oh man, I'd be ridiculous. But okay, enough about me. Yeah, AMC is working, moving to the upside. Pretty happy with that one. Amazon was a little, not scary, but for some reason dips down. And I'm just like, why? Like, why can't you just go up? So holding the 50 period, I just feel like 97 is like the out. I was going to probably try to get VWAP too, but now that we're back down, going back up, I just feel like 97 I need to take. I would love to see Sharif versus Arun arm wrestle. I can't be in that arm wrestle competition.
Man, I don't work like that anymore, man. I work for longevity. Like, I can't be putting this body through like all that beat down. It's just, I'm too old. Too old, to be honest with you. AMC is flying though, Luca. 572 now is the high of day. You're riding that? Okay, good, man.
It, yeah, at some point there's going to be a
I don't know what the catalyst is on this, guys. Let me have a look real quick here. Let's go to memes, watch list. We're going to click AMC's. Anything else moving? GME's up 6.1%, but the volume is being done on AMC. Obviously, 20.3 million shares. I haven't looked at APE. I got to add APE. All right, share spike high of the day. January 5 calls active. AMC shares are trading higher amid continued volatility in high short interest stocks. Okay, so it looks like it's just a meme stock continuation. At least that's what this news item is saying. That comes to us by way of Benzinga. I'm seeing Brendo now in the chat sending me AMC, some options trades going off. Don't see anything else. Yeah, I just saw that as well. Looks like the 5 calls, the January 5 calls, $5.05 calls. Let's bring that in here. Okay, AMC Entertainment share spike to the high of day January, 5 calls active. Okay, so that's all that one says. That again comes to us via Benzinga. So, tread carefully here. Let's have a look at what APE is doing. I gotta, you gotta be on alert with both of these. Now, APE obviously are what are they? Like, what did they call them? Those APE shares? Those, remember they were like. There were different classes of shares.
Oh, preferred shares.
Preferred shares.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So APE getting that preferred share designation. They're almost up the exact same amount percentage-wise, of course. 11.25% for both. APE only up though 17 pennies because it's $1. The high is $1.70. It's trading at 169. So interesting going on here. All right, Michael A. Bear with an accent. I hope I said that right. A. Bear sends a $5 Canadian super chat. Says, guys, look at GME option ramp this week. If volume comes in, it could go bonkers. Plus 32% in the past 5 days. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Michael's printing. Okay, I'll have a look at my options thing here, but I got the options guy who started his career in options next to me, so I'll have him look at that first while I pull him up. Luca.
Yeah, it's, I know, Michelle, you're all over these. I have no, thoughts. Honestly, I have no thoughts. But I just feel like every time you call these levels, they look pretty good, and they sort of act up.
Does this help?
Huh?
Any of this information over here help?
Well, basically, sorry, what was the main question?
Basically wants GME,
Plus
basically
32.
wants to know up 32%. If volume comes in, could go bonkers in the next 5 days.
Volume,
the last 5 days.
The only thing, so for a gamma squeeze to happen, there has to be a substantial amount of, let's say, calls at a certain price, right? So first thing you would look at is just
Let me bring that in so that they can follow along what we're talking about here. This is the option screen. All right, go ahead, Luca.
Well, you want to look at open interest on the call side of things.
All right.
So go and then it could be, so let's say you're taking January 20th, so 3 days from now. Open interest, 9,000. Everything is times 100. So to give yourself a general idea, it's like if there's 9,000 contracts, you times that by 100. That's the amount of shares outstanding, and then times it by the stock price. That's the notional value. If it's like $20 million outstanding, I don't think that's a lot. I don't think it's a lot. I mean, you could pair it against relative volatility on the day that it's been trading. But I just feel like, what's that one? 16,000. What price
look
is
at that.
25. That's like 25. That's pretty far away, though.
Yeah, so that's quite a bit because we're at 21.5. Right?
But
it has the most volume.
I'll give a crazy scenario. If the 25 calls for this week had 400,000 open interest, meaning 400,000 contracts open.
Yeah.
Right now at 21, even if a dealer sold that, they're not really offside. They can still it's still far away. But if it gets closer to expiry, you got to imagine somebody's on the other side of those.
Yeah.
That's where they have to hedge that, and then they start buying the shares to hedge. So then is there that amount of size to then hedge that trade as it kind of gets closer? That's what you would call a gamma squeeze, right?
That's so interesting.
GME, it's having a nice pop to the upside. The only thing is that I just don't see crazy volume per se coming through. But again, with GME, options definitely moves the stock more than shares traded. I'm not really sure if people are trading this thing like crazy. Volume is kind of light. Obviously, when it was, I think this is the split, but when it was at the prices before, it's it had a lot of volume. People are trading the shares. It's going crazy. Now it's people are just kind of placing bets. And I know you're talking about options, and it's just kind of that's the thing, right? If more people are buying call options, these dealers are selling. They're not really hedging themselves because they're just well, no, GME, I don't think it's going to go to 25. 25 is all the way up here. But obviously they do whatever they want to do, right? So the only thing is I would just say not everything warrants a gamma squeeze, right? It would have to really have a big notional, and then they would have to really be offside. And gamma squeezes get more, I want to say, they get stronger the closer that it gets to that level, right? So yeah, just keep that in mind. Maybe it could keep going. Your calls are bangers, man. They're, you're seeing GME when it was below 20, the long. So yeah, here we are at almost 22. I have not traded at all, and I'm probably not going to trade it. I'd much rather stick to AMC, and you guys are seeing this. I'm long at the high of day for give me that 20-cent move, 10-cent move to the upside, and I'm a happy camper, right? So I'm going for the long into 6. I'm not going to be in this trade anymore. If we touch 6, I'll be fully out of the trade. So, yeah, we'll see what happens on that one. Neil saying size offered 1557 on Alibaba. Not sure if that was 1,200 lots, give or take, which is just at VWAP. 557. You know what? Yeah, let's go short here. Let's see what happens. Hopefully this doesn't break this level right now. I'm going to just put a stop in on that one. It is, you know, not that big of size, but still notable size relative to the book. So let's see if this wants to give a little bit of a flush to the downside. I'm going for the scalp, so if we flush like 15 cents to the downside, I'll be out of that trade. You know, hopefully wants to work out there. Shout out to Neil for that one. Amazon in the money. Nope, I'm stopped out of that one. Okay, so I'll take the L there. Yeah,
we're getting
like
news
that.
coming in, Luca from Microsoft,
Yep.
and we're also seeing a move on the stock in Microsoft. Microsoft coming in, saying they're going to axe thousands of jobs in latest cut by tech giant. I mean, obviously not a great thing to look at if you're in tech, if you're employed in tech. But as an investor, what they're looking at is to cut costs, and so sadly, this is what the market likes to see. So a negative news catalyst is, in this case, a positive news catalyst. We're getting a move here up on the market. The market now has retaken VWAP. It's retaken yesterday's close. It's made a new recent high above that, I want to say, 4019 level. We printed 4020s. Yeah, perfunctory break, but nonetheless a break. Yeah, Bradley likes that. Bradley likes that word, perfunctory. All right, here's that Microsoft move. I think we're going to reject. Did we reject off 240? I think we did, at least for the moment. If this chart can load. Man, this platform is really giving me trouble today. This IBKR platform is poopy. Yeah, 240 exactly to the T. We rejected off that. We're at 239.90 now. The high of day on Microsoft, though, is 240.91. So interesting. We're making a move. We're making a move on all these big tech stocks. They're all moving higher. Save it except for Amazon, which has its own ideas and its own decisions to make. It's not moving at all. In fact, it looks like it's heading down. 96.60 is where it's at now, while all these other big tech players are pointing to the high side. So interesting little development coming in vis-a-vis Microsoft. That's being sent to you by way of Brendo in the work chat. All right, let's have a look at NVIDIA. I want to talk about this one because it is close to high days now. It's up 4.25% on the day. It's the strongest of the tech names. What was the range on NVIDIA? Let's pop up this chart here so I can give you an accurate description. We have a 168.99, so essentially a 169 bottom, and we have a 176.84 top. We're at 176.28 now, so much closer to the high of day than the low of day. This one holding the 50 period quite nicely. Let's bring in this chart to follow. Come on, dude. Let's go. There we go. So nice little hold of the 50 period for the majority of the time. It just dipped momentarily below VWAP, but it's been making newer highs. We're really closing in aggressively on that high of day as the market now holds at 420. Meta's going up, Microsoft's going up, Google's going up, Apple's going up. Even Tesla up 7% is still near high of days. 131.02, 131.37 is a high of day on Tesla. We've got a big move up, at least for the moment, here on the futures and the corresponding big cap names. Luca.
Yeah, guys, so 240 was kind of that level of interest. You give me that news on Microsoft, I'm like, okay, say less. No, long.
Okay.
I'm taking the long through 240. So, yeah, getting some out above 240, essentially. This is not, I thought it could keep going. The fact that we stopped is like, okay, whatever. But, yeah, getting the fill, getting the par fill up there, and now back down. I'm going to give this one a little bit of time. It probably does get back up there. I'm not really going to panic on it, but yeah, we're going to see what happens on this one. If we go back, I mean, we could go back and then be back in that range. So, yeah, I'll put that one on ice. We'll see what happens, but getting those first two fills, not too bad there. AMC is continuing to go to the north side, so I will continue to get out of this one. Nice trade, man. Not every day can you punch like the highs.
That's
and
nice,
make money. Like, look at this, guys.
That's a good continuation.
I'm like, yeah, you know what? Let me punch the highs here because I'm probably going to lose. But no, we are continuing to go to the north side, so pretty happy on that one.
Nice
congratulations to anybody that traded that. Again, if we break 6, it's breaking 6 without me. My best target, I'm going for give me 5, 96 for the final fill to the upside. And then if this thing is at 640, I'm just going to be sad. I'm going to be sad. Stonk Squeezer 69. Pretty. Thank you for the super chat. Nice name there. Yeah, that's that. Everyone's laughing in the back over here. There you go. Awesome on that name there. BKKT introducing One world currency squeeze coming. What do you mean, BKKT introducing one world currency? What is BKKT?
One world currency. That's ambitious, if I've ever heard an ambitious
Doesn't make any
plan.
sense. BKKT.
I don't know what they are because I can't look up anything today because this platform is poopy. Let me just make sure. No, I think I can. Actually, I think I restarted a BKKT.
I know that's kind of like, you know, we could have these debates over and over again as to like world currency, blah, 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 this and that.
Man, the world can't agree on anything. You're either going to agree on a currency, man. Like, we can't even agree on climate change or anything like that. Give me a break. Backit Holdings is a digital asset platform which enables consumers to buy, sell, store, and spend digital assets. The company's platform, available through the Backed application and to partners, amplifies consumer spending and bolsters loyalty programs. Okay, I mean, it's nice. It's up on the day. It's up 3.9%, but it's a $2 stock, and it has a $562 million market cap, obviously.
For who?
Okay, so let's look here. MOGL, this one, I've been in this one for a while, and I kind of want to get out of it. Now that we're winding down the show, there's another 14 or 15 minutes or so. Where is my entry on this one? So if I hit here and get out, that will be a profitable trade. So pumped about that. Okay, just, you know, I had to end the waiting at some point here, guys. I mean, it could flush, and I could have gotten a better trade, but I'm out of it. Averaging in here, so it ends up working out quite well. MGOL, that's Messi's clothing line. Looks like Luca's continuing to print on that AMC long as we continue to print higher days. We're closing in on the $6 level now, guys. We're getting, I'm seeing 95s here on the book. You know, there doesn't seem to be any crazy size at any of these levels, even looking at 6. I mean, I see a few thousand lots, but you know, how much is that really in terms of AMC and the action it sees? 22.5 million or and a quarter million shares done on the day, and it's a $6 stock. So we're also seeing the corresponding move in APE. In case you want to trade that $1 stock, kind of look, $1.76 now is the high on APE. It's up almost 16%, over 16% on the day now. Let's bring that chart down for APE here. Obviously, APE looks more of a barcode-y type stock, you know, like a a buyout. 177 the high, currently trading 174. So you have a couple of options with respect to that. And obviously, GameStop, no slouch, up 6% on the day and 6.4% since the open. So this one getting the move going right after the open there, and that's where the majority of the volume came in. Looks like that 2179 high is holding for the moment, rejecting off there a few times. I don't want to call it a double top, but it's just, you know, we're constantly rejecting off there. Held VWAP here nicely, and also held the 50 period for the majority of the time. So if you're looking for dip trades, that 50 period and then VWAP could be interesting levels for you if you're like me and you don't want to punch into the high of day, Luca.
Yeah, I'm just going to add a little bit more here to Microsoft as it kind of dips. I think we probably get another bounce. If we don't, if it keeps going lower, then I'm just going to probably like take the L on that one for the rest of the position. No big deal. I had such high hopes for Amazon, like such high hopes. You guys have no idea. I like had offers at 97, then I removed them. I put a VWAP, then I was like, no. If this breaks VWAP, like we're going. And we're now barcoding, so I'm pretty sad. I am pretty sad. I am all out of AMC, by the way, just a heads up on that one. Somebody said this is where you start shorting. Who said that? Because I was thinking the exact same thing, and then I quickly glanced at the chart, and someone is like, this is where you start shorting. And I was like, that's exactly what I was thinking, but I didn't. And that was actually the perfect time. Oh, I mean, maybe we get a little bit of a pop there. We'll see what happens next. Somebody was asking Luca, why are you still in SI? Like, no, I did stop out. I thought my stop was 79s, but I guess it was 69. So I had it in from before. Take the L on that one. I'm moving on. No big deal. Yeah, now currently long Microsoft, long still Amazon, waiting to see what happens. I mean, I'm assuming Microsoft probably gets back to 240. So we're going to see if that wants to retest 240. My average is 94s on that. So, yeah, out of the money, like 20, 30 cents. But we're going to see. I mean, they're cutting costs. This market likes when people cut costs. I remember Amazon mentioned that they're cutting costs. They went up a heck of a lot higher. That's why I kind of punched the highs, because I thought they were going to go way higher. But at the same time, I'm not going to panic out per se right now, just because, you know, it's not really down in the day. Like, the market's now breaking above VWAP. We probably get back to the highs.
So I'm just going to reevaluate that one in real time and go from there. Cactus saying, hi guys, what's going on, Cactus? I'm late to the morning. How's Sean and Neil doing so far after eating the chip Friday? Stick around, you can ask them. They're gonna be back on in about 10 minutes, 2 o'clock, just after 2 o'clock. Yeah, we got like 10, 12 minutes to go here. I was asking Neil, I was like, I saw him in the morning and he like opens the door for me. And right away I was like, oh, Neil, you're here. I was like, how you feeling? And he's like, I feel amazing. He's like, and you know what? You could tell, I don't know if you mentioned the swimming thing. Okay, so he's like, oh, I feel amazing, and you know what? I went swimming, and then I felt even better, and I was like, that is the weirdest thing I heard. Yeah, he can maybe tell you the story again, but yeah, he was like feeling 85%. Then he went swimming, and it went to 100, and I was like, how does that happen with a spicy chip in your stomach? I have no idea, but yeah, kind of funny there. Miguel saying AMC buy. No, man, no buyout.
I just wanted to update the viewers, Luca, that we do have a Fed speaker today. Fed speaker John C. Williams, he's the president of the New York Federal Reserve Bank. He's slated to speak at around 3 o'clock. You know how these FOMC members can be. I don't know if he's a voting member or not, guys. Fact check me in the chat. I don't have the time to look at it right now because I'm trading. But if he's a voting member, obviously it carries more weight. But you know, the market listens to when any of these FOMC speakers speak. So Fed President Williams slated to speak there at 3 o'clock. All right, I'm just watching the market here continue to hold above VWAP, continue to hold that 40-20. It's kind of rejecting off it a little bit. I'm talking about the ES March contract here, but I like where this is going. I want to see it test maybe of some highs, maybe not quite up to the high days. Let's see what the daily chart, what kind of candle are we making here on the daily. It was kind of ugly before. It's kind of a bottoming tail doji. You never want to see those. Those are candles of indecision and possibly reversals. So yeah, if we can close closer to the highs, that's always more bullish for those on the bull train, which I am on at the moment. I think we're in, I don't know if we're retracing, but I definitely see a big market move to the high side in the next little while. I've made that clear how I feel about that. All right, let's see what else is going on. AMC coming up again, near high of days. It retraced about 20 pennies off rejecting. After rejecting 95s, it retraced down to 75s. Now we're back into 93 territory. So this one not really giving up the goods and giving you two nice areas of retracements to get in here. You have the first 2-minute pullback. You have another 2-minute pullback here, more aggressive than the first, but both provided opportunities for the longs. If I was trading this one, that would be where I would want to get in off the pullback. I don't like punching along near high days. Scares the you-know-what out of me. What's the chat up to here? Anything that the chat wants to say? Yeah, people are saying BKKT, one world currency coming. I'm not sure where this is coming from. I don't know if that's a meme thing or guys, educate me in the chat. Where are you guys hearing this BKKT thing? I'd like to know. All right, another person saying BKKT here again. Wow, this is BKKT thing's happening a lot, Luca. All right, let's bring in the BKKT chart. Maybe we're missing something. This company seems to be getting a lot of attention. I wonder if something on like Wall Street Bets. Guys, it's done like nothing. I mean, it's up 3.4% on the day. Let's have a look at the daily. Am I missing something here? Okay, so it had a big day on the 12th, Luca. It made a top of 305. It had a couple of aggressive retracements, though. You never want to see this. The opening print, the opening print on the day is basically the highest. You don't even have a top shadow on this candle. It's literally the top. 287. It sold off all day. And not another great day we're on today too. You know, these are kind of engulfing candles a little bit. Let's see what it does. If it breaks above that 250, then we can talk, and then 3, and we'll stair step up. But we trade the charts here, guys. We don't trade,
Well,
like
somebody
these guesses.
Jackstar saying these guys are pumping BKKT.
I'm not.
No. Look at his display picture to somebody, whoever was like talking about it. Guys, the main thing is just like I always say this, like just trade things that are moving, because you're better off you're better off just trading things that are moving. As opposed to like anticipating stuff and then you get stuck and whatever. That's the most I'll say. I mean, obviously do your own due diligence on stuff like that. Microsoft moving back to the upside. So spamming the long, getting some out, going back down, reloading a little bit more, getting it out at around break even to like lighten up on the position in case we turn back around.
and go figure. It's like now I'm getting out, but I shouldn't be. I should have just kind of chilled. But whatever, no problem. Still taking the win on it, getting some out now, still long, and just basically waiting for like,
Of course.
240, 50. Like if we could get 240, 50. I mean, where's the high of day on this thing? I think you were saying it before, like 231, or sorry, 241 was the high. I mean, we could maybe get back there. My levels are like like going into 240 and a half. If we can get up there, great. I think that's going to be my best out if we can actually just make that push in the next, 2 to 7 minutes. That's kind of, I'm aiming for like 40s or 44s or something like that. So we'll see what happens. Danish saying BBBY future, please. I have no idea what you mean by that, but we could have a look here.
You want the crystal ball?
Well, are you saying like the future of the company? Isn't it bankruptcy?
Well, they're what they call a going concern, which means they
Yeah.
don't know what they're going to do day to day. I mean,
Yeah, I'm not too sure. If this was like small cap games, and that was the question you were asking me, I would say I've seen this setup before, all the way up, all the way down. Everybody has their support line at over here. It goes below, it comes back above, then it runs for the high day clear out, even though this is not on the day. This is like the swing trade perspective high day clear out. The general high being, call it 580-ish. Break 6, trigger the stops, squeeze all the shorts, then finally fail, and then go back to 150. So, I mean, if this is me, again, I'm not a swing trader. I'm not taking a swing position on this, but I just feel like, if I just kind of looking at this, every time I see this setup all the way up, all the way down, confuse you, support, dip, rip, high a day clear out, trigger the stops above 6, and then just like bankruptcy.
Microsoft.
So I don't know. I don't
Oh,
really
my
know what's going to
goodness.
happen there. I'm not going to trade it. So I mean, I'm just kind of calling it. I see the setup sometimes. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. What are the odds that it happens? I have no idea. Microsoft, yeah, that's a great trade, man. Microsoft moving to the upside here. I might as well like take some off over here as well.
Softy is just moving 240, 40. Are we at high of days? No, I don't think quite yet. I think Softy made a bigger high of day earlier at 240.91. We're now at 240.40. So this one's printing, guys. And also quickly, AMC got really going there. Rejected off that 605. Now flirting with that 6. We're below it at the moment. 95 is 96 is here coming in on the tape. But this one's still got a big move up. I mean, I'm not shorting at these levels. Sure, you could say
shorting.
rejection of 6, this and that. I know Luca's shorting. I mean, that just shows you we're just different. He thinks differently than me, and it works for him. It clearly works for him.
We'll
He's a
see. We'll
profitable
see where he
trader.
wants to go.
Yeah, go for it.
It's it's just funny because you're like, I'm not shorting at these levels, and like the moment you said it, I'm like, I'm shorting. I'm like, it's at 6, like say less. Yeah, guys, I'm just gonna get the rest out of Microsoft over here. This is basically my target. I'll take it. Nice little win on that. So I could have added a little bit more on the dip. Didn't. Is what it is. AMC is now like ripping back through 6, so I'm gonna add a little bit more.
Microsoft.
I feel like this is the level of interest where like we like pop. Somebody's like 605 stop. I mean, what's the high? 605, literally. So yeah, maybe a decent call on that one. I have no idea what to think. I'm just gonna react to this move. If it goes higher, it goes higher. Then I mean, it's AMC. Like anything could happen. I'm going for the scalp trade. So basically, short above 6 if I can get that. I mean, average right now is like 598. Not the best, but yeah, maybe we get another flush. So the way that this thing flushed from like 93s to 75s, I'm hoping we can flush to like 85s again. That'll be great. So yeah, we'll see if it wants to give the flush. If not, I'll continue to scale into this one. And Darwin saying, gonna hold the AMC short for the dream, question mark. I feel like you can't short something and then say that's a dream. Because that would only be 100% return. Like if you're talking about my dreams, like my dreams are like, I'm going for like 25x, which can only happen to the long side.
And your risk is unlimited too. So
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah.
CVNA. This was funny. I just found this funny here from, I believe, Sky Ferry. They ask, Luca and Sharif, please tell me what the heck is wrong with CVNA. Is it a pimp?
the buyer's back.
And I'm sure or they meant pump instead of pimp. But yeah, look, I mean, we've seen some of the headlines come in on this one last week. It had a couple of good days, kind of retraced back to that 50 period. But I'm not a believer quite yet. I mean, we're going to have these 50 period retracements. In fact, here we broke the 50 period. Let's zoom out a little bit. Yeah, we broke out, but that's to be expected because we had a bigger move up. Let's see what this one does. I'm not a believer in this. I don't think the business model is the best for current economic climate that we're in. I think that they have a lot of carrying costs. You have a reduction in used car vehicles. You have a weakening demand for used car vehicles. You have higher interest rates contributing to weakening demand because lease rates and financing rates are higher. You guys know the whole spiel. The point is, I think that there's way too many headwinds for this one, despite how innovative I think that they were, and you know how accommodating they were, especially during COVID. You could get your card touchless, this and that. You guys know all about that. But at the moment, rejecting off that 50 period, hasn't been able to close above the 50 period, even though it's wicked above it. The closing prints have all been below. So wait, maybe for something else to develop here. And we're also not that far off the lows, guys. I mean, we're at 734 right now. We're trading 734, 821 high. But the lows are like 350, $4, right? So we're not that much off the lows considering where we were. Let's zoom out and I'll give you an idea where we were. Yes, there we were. We're up at $375. No, that is not a mistake. No, that is not split adjusted. That is a real price, guys. That's what investors or whoever was buying it in August 2021 thought it was worth. $375. We now know differently, Luca.
Yeah, guys, my stop is in high day AMC. If we stop, this could go 620, 630. There'll be better shorts to be had. I'm not going to hold this position against me. I just kind of added to it, risking off the high a day. Easily could break, easily. But I'm going for that quick flush down through 6, flush into like the 80s. I'm going to try to scale out if that happens right now. I just feel like for the risk to return to make sense, I have to have the stop in there. So if it wants to flush now, great. I will scale out of that trade. If not, then I'll be stopped out and I'll reevaluate. And then I'll really want it to go to like 625, 650. I just feel like it is starting to work now. So let's see if this flush is actually going to work here. And if I can get my first out on this one, we'll see what happens. Tom mad because he has no AMC. Guys, when things do volume and things heat up like this, there's opportunity on both sides. I mean, you see this here, right? I'm long, I scale out, I make money on the long. I missed the first short, okay, whatever. Now we're like above 6. My average is now like 601, 602-ish, and I'm just kind of waiting, like, are we going to break 595? There's a little bit of a bidder there, but not crazy amount of size. I think I'm going to try to get out just in front of that if it wants to fill me, and hopefully flushes again to the downside. So yeah, long is good, short is good. Tom Brady is sleeping. I mean, now he's out.
Yeah, that's because of the Cowboys, baby. We
retired
the GOAT. Of course, I'm just joking.
Is he retired?
I'm not. Well, we'll see. I think he's going to retire.
And
I don't
didn't
know
he
if he's
have
going to come
everything in
back.
FTX as well?
We'll see.
So
yeah,
he
he has
can
that
retire.
issue. Yeah. Guys, we are overtime. It is now time to send you to the closing show. I'm Sharif. That's Luca. This has been the Midday Show. We'll see you tomorrow.
Ciao, guys.
Hey guys, welcome back in. 2 o'clock, couple hours left on a pretty exciting afternoon here as we head back toward session highs. Yeah, back in positive territory for the S&P and the NASDAQ. Currently, the Dow struggling a little bit still. Here's how things are shaping up as we head towards the close.